Hey, friend.
Where the fuck is everybody? What the fuck?
I know. I know.
What I can say is,
Um,
like, well, in my area for the past, like, 3 days, we got, like, literally, like, a meter of snow, okay? And, like, my
wow.
internet is out. I'm using, like, my phone hotspot, so I'm here on time with my my crappy internet.
Oh, now we can see why there's a delay in your audio and video. Uh,
Oh, is there?
your
Oh,
audio is
sorry.
fine, but your video is slightly off. It's fine. It's fine, but you're okay. Um, but yeah. Thank you for coming through, Corey. I mean, yeah, I really
I wouldn't wanna
appreciate
miss it.
the effort. Ah. You wouldn't miss it on this particular day? I the my invite was so enticing, and you're like, "I can't miss this."
Yeah, next week's different story, you know? It's always a week-to-week thing, right?
Yeah. Oh my
But
god.
no, of course, no, this is, what I looked well, I guess, I can frame it of like, well, okay, like, this is something I look forward to on Monday, but also, like, I pretty much, like, can't leave my apartment because there's so much snow, so
Okay. Alright, well, fair enough. Alright, yeah.
so whatever way that you wanna spin it, it's like I have no choice but to be here, or I do actually wanna be here, which I do.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, and I one way or the other, I do appreciate it, friend. Maybe you decided, I'll just chill today. Have a cozy day in bed or something, but decided to come on and argue basically with Lactoid. Is what the
My fellow
assignment is today.
Canadian.
I
Yeah,
mean, Gibbs is also on the panel,
hopefully,
right?
hopefully, I hope we'll see. He said he was going to be. He did say actually earlier, much earlier, that he was going to be late. Um, but
I'm not even sure, I wish Gibbs was here, but I'm not even sure I would want Gibbs here. I don't know if I feel he probably has measles based off what I'm hearing from Texas,
Oh. Yeah.
I don't
He
want him spreading
probably has
measles in this, Discord
Oh,
call.
indeed. And there's no way that we can detect it, with the cuts to the CDC. Um, yeah, fun. We're gonna get to that eventually. Okay, here's the thing. Uh, like, coming up with a topic is a bit difficult because all the news is about Elon Musk, and I don't actually want to be talking about Elon Musk all the time, every week, you know? It's gonna be very difficult because he's the main character of like US history, like right now. Um, and so like I don't so everything just kind of revolves around him, and I don't want to have that same argument constantly. We're gonna get back to it. I got a lot of things to say about it. Um, but I hate how much of like my processing power has been dedicated to this fucking idiot.
Yeah, half
And
your RAM is occupied by all the Elon Musk tabs in your browser.
yeah, I look, I buried myself in politics like literally all day, right? And so his name fucking comes up constantly now. Um, he did a lot previously, but now it's like everywhere. And I don't like it. So I'm just trying to like balance that out. And or what's not about Elon, what of importance and something that we can talk about here, debate is not about Elon. And there's not much. Well, slim pickings right
There's
now.
measles, there's, the avian influenza that's also probably going, like, underreported
Measles
and
is going to hit right
under
back into Elon. Yeah, the avian flu.
probably.
Yeah, all of that. Um, but um, I, hey, I had heard, Corey, and since you're a biologist, right? A biologist extraordinaire. I was hoping you could
It's on my name
talk about
tag.
talk about this. But you're not. I'm not. You don't have like a concentration biology, so maybe you won't know. Um, I've heard um that there are two main ways that viruses change. Right. One is through like replication, where there's a mistake, right? And then there's like a mutation, basically, yeah. And there's alteration. Now you got something slightly different. And the other one is through, and I was trying to think of this word earlier today, but I forgot it.
Transduction?
No, it was such for our re
Oh,
uh,
recombination? Or
recombination. Yes, recombination. And so that's a process where two viruses. I'm not sure if they have to necessarily be related, but two viruses come in contact with each other within some host, and then they exchange DNA. And what you come out with is another virus. Could you tell me more about recombination?
yeah. So, so I have taken some advanced biology course, but it's a little bit rusty, but
No
the
problem.
fundamental principles are still there. But what you need to know ultimately is just like the typical viral life cycle. Most people, understandably, most people don't quite, I think, fully conceptualize what virus is doing, as in like they infect your cells.
Mhm.
Not only do they infect your cells, but viruses can also infect bacteria, but we call those phages, bacteriophages.
Mm.
Okay, as
Mm.
in pretty much any virus needs to pretty much hijack a host cell, either a human cell or a bacterial cell or some sort of other cell.
And do a
Um,
protozoan?
and technically speaking, I think technically speaking, yes. Uh, but
Just a random question, doesn't matter.
no, it's not around. No, by all means, throw them my way.
Mm.
Um, and so, there's the debate of whether viruses, I guess, are alive. Okay, but they're not cellular. So they need the machinery, the cellular machinery, to actually carry out their life cycle. Okay,
Mm.
and built into our own cellular machinery is the process of DNA replication. We need to replicate our DNA to divide our cells, et cetera, et cetera.
Mhm.
And so they hijack that system, but sort of like built into our DNA replication system is an error rate. Okay, and so that's part of one of the reasons why, is in like whatever, if you replicate DNA long enough, you're going to have some sort of mistake come along. No, nothing is 100% perfect. Okay, so as you correctly pointed out, that's sort of like one of the ways
Mhm.
that viruses can have sort of like an introduction or mutation introduced into their viral genome by pretty much like the same mechanism as us as humans, potentially get mutations as we replicate our DNA
Mhm.
tens of thousands, billions of times. Now, for recombination, and so that's generally, let's say, you're probably going to more observe that in bacteria and the process of viruses infecting bacteria or bacteriophages, where pretty much uh, when viruses infect bacteria, just as in our cells, when they're done their life cycle and they want to replicate, they burst open the cell. Uh, and so for a virus that is infecting, let's say, a bacterial cell or your cell, like the process as it bursts open, so all the viral stuff needs to get packaged into the viral particle. Like pretty much need to fill the envelope of the
Mhm.
viral genome. Okay, but in the process, like some of the bacterial genetic information can be packaged in that envelope because there's just so much stuff floating around in the cell that it's like, oh, as I'm assembling, let's say you're in a factory that produces, cars and motorcycles. Okay, and you don't have like the specific blueprint of each piece. And so every once in a while, like yeah, a motorcycle part's going to make it into a car part as your
Mm.
car gets off the assembly line. It's roughly, let's say, off the top of my head, the best analogy I can come up with. I said, as your viral particles are being packaged together and assembled
Mhm.
inside a bacterial cell or your cell, some other genetic information will be packaged as well and incorporated into the viral genome. And then they burst open from the cell, and then they go on to replicate, and that process can happen over and over and over again.
So, what I had seen in this video I'd watched where I'll get all my information, YouTube videos, right? Is that in terms of so what people are worried about when and the reason I'm bringing this up now is what people are worried about for bird flu is it evolving, right? Like so, right now, bird flu. They basically gave like five different things that you need a virus needs to have to become a pandemic. I don't remember what them all were, but one is that it's it can affect humans, right? That it can actually cause a disease, right? So like not just affect us, but also cause us disease. And that there were two others, but like the main one, right? The one it doesn't have is that it's human transmissible, all right?
Right,
Um,
human transmission.
human transmissible, yes. Um, and so currently it doesn't have that, right? So it's a bird flu virus, right? So like an influenza type virus. And what they were saying is that, well, the fear is that some like poultry worker will go to the site, right? They'll come in contact with bird flu, but then when they come home, that poultry worker will have kids or whatever, right? And they will get the regular human influenza virus in, and that within their body, the viruses will come in contact, and somehow information will be exchanged between them. And now the bird flu will develop the ability to be human-human transmissible, like in the same way that the human flu does.
Yeah, so that's like shuffling, and so pretty much you can think of it as like if that process that I told you have like but two viruses at the same time in the same cell, and
Mhm.
so now you have like a motorcycle factory and a car factory and whatever a bicycle factory, and like
Mhm.
yeah, you're gonna start mixing and matching parts as things come off the assembly line as you assemble your viral particles, and so yeah, that is a genuine concern, and that's why we don't want these things to persist in human hosts because the more that they persist, and whatever, this happened during COVID, and this is the argument, let's say, in favor of vaccinations of like the quicker you're able to like clear the infection, the less likely that you have, stuff mixing and matching and your virus evolving over and over.
Mm. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that. To help expanding on that. Yeah. It's a big problem. So like right now, bird flu isn't um like that big of a deal in terms of its symptoms. It's mostly pretty mild, is what I understand. Someone has died from it, I believe. I'm almost certain a person has died, at least in the United States. I'm pretty sure a person's died.
I think there are at
But
least,
it's
and I know there definitely have been some severe cases that required hospitalization. You're probably right that I believe there was a couple, or at least one fatality.
Just to be clear,
yeah.
RFK was confirmed like what, 2 or 3 days ago? Just want to be absolutely clear about this, okay?
Yeah, no,
He
fair.
hasn't had time to save the country. You got to give him like a
I'm
couple
just saying, you
years,
can't
like
blame
Elon.
measles. You can't blame measles on him, okay? Just want to point that out.
Well, I'm not blaming the existence of measles, but I think
Or the spread, right? He was
I
not the
Wait,
HHS
wait,
no,
secretary.
no, whoa, whoa,
wait,
whoa,
I
whoa,
can,
whoa, 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 whoa.
I can find a way to do it. It's really easy too.
Yeah, it is really easy.
How influential was RFK like within the past 4 years?
10
Especially
years,
like within the MAGA
longer.
movement.
Yeah.
No, but especially the past 4 years within the MAGA movement.
Not particularly at all. He was running against
about-
Donald Trump and criticizing Donald Trump until just recently.
What about in the anti-vax movement?
I
And vaccination?
understand there was like he's had some marginal involvement.
I mean, there's
I think there was
overlap. I'm just saying he's had influence, and this is definitely part of the
Not
influence.
really.
Kind of like that purple drink he's been drinking on the airlines that he's pushing every time he goes and takes a flight or whatever the fuck it
I
may
forget
be.
what that's called.
Come on, man. Just
methylene blue.
you gotta give something.
Hold
Blackwood.
on.
You gotta give something.
Oh,
scissor?
I give plenty. Okay, I am the ultimate in
Do you?
good faith. Yes, absolutely. Listen to me.
I think
Oh my God.
you're like I'll give you a B plus in good faith. I'm not gonna lie. I'll give you a B plus.
A plus. A
No,
plus.
I'll give you a B plus.
Ollie.
No.
A
I think
plus.
I'm the ultimate good faith, and I hold myself to this like I'm the standard. Sorry, like
Ollie, I am.
Lactoid's a B
You
plus,
don't
but
understand.
you don't know that Ollie's grading scheme is up to Z. So
We can fight. There's something that we could fight about, Ollie, in a second if you want to. That shit
Yeah,
you've been posting about the Quran burner being killed. I've got some concerns with that. But
why?
we'll get to it.
We'll get to it. RFK, right? I don't think he was really part of the MAGA movement. I remember when he was running, there was a whole like period when she was just like shitting on Trump. Like he calls Trump like a fascist and says et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I remember listening to that and I was thinking, part of me, and this was incorrect, right? This is why I didn't say it. I'm not going to, some good faith. Remember, I'm not going to make just shoot from the hip and just make baseless claims. I was getting the feeling that this guy was a fucking Democrat plant. Okay, I was getting that feeling that he was being inserted by the Dems to peel off support of like the fucking crystal mommies.
We've done it before.
Sure, well I know, right? And so, but I turns out that was wrong because obviously he endorsed Trump and then now he's the HHS secretary.
As they all do.
But he was not super MAGA before that happening. I mean, we all remember the phone call where Trump was wanting him to endorse him, and he seemed unsure. And then there was sort of the tepid endorsement at first, which was like, yeah, vote for him in the swing states, but in the non-swing states.
It's not the MAGA part that's important, right? It's what Corey was alluding to earlier. It's the anti-vax part, right? He has been pushing. He's been on the forefront of pushing skepticism to the MMR vaccine, right? And what was one of the what's one of the M's in the MMR vaccine?
Measles.
Oh yeah,
measles. Wait, forefront. He's been on the forefront.
Yeah, forefront, absolutely. 100%.
Okay. Other than like what was it, Samoa or Guam? I forget which one it was. Other than like attending something and like being allegedly linked with some anti-vax group there. What specific actions has, I mean, this could be ignorance, so educate me.
Okay.
What specific
Okay.
actions has he done to like
He's
combat
been
vaccines?
he's been pushing
Wait,
the
he
idea
hasn't
of
he
these.
hasn't he hasn't written any books on that topic at all?
I'm asking, has he?
Okay. Oh,
No,
you might be curious, but yeah, okay. I'll link you the book title.
Well, just tell me. We're in a debate panel. Just tell me what book it is.
Well,
he might.
I think one of them is like the real Anthony Fauci. Okay. And then I think the other
There's
one is
plenty to criticize Anthony Fauci for, sure.
and then I think one is specifically called like Vax Unvax or something to that effect.
He has been in the media on podcasts galore, like within like the social media space, right? Talking about vaccines, talking about how yeah, they cause autism, but then he's like, but no, usually he'll
must
do
have
it like
missed
rather than saying directly that they cause autism, he'll just like ask questions, right? I'm just asking questions. Like it seems that like there's you know like there's some sort of link here, but like I mean, who could be sure? I mean, there's some papers. I did see some papers that make sound like it, and I'm just like trying to ask questions to the medical community, and they won't ever answer these questions, even if they have been answered. Right? We've talked about these things. We presented the evidence plenty of times. Right? He's been presenting evidence. He's been offered. People have offered to debate him, and he's run away from those debates. Right? People who actually know how to debate. On the other hand, RFK has like tried to specifically, because I know Sam Cedar talked about this, that like he has asked to debate specifically like scientists, but scientists won't do it themselves because they're not debaters. And they're like, well, like this is like a forum, like a bad faith forum, right? Like we can answer your questions about this, but we won't do it directly. So there's been the whole long history.
So
But
they're
like
afraid,
he's been
is what you're
doing
saying.
this. They are afraid. They're afraid. So but he's been doing this for decades. He's been doing this for decades, right? But I was isolating the last 10 years because I think that's when he's actually really come to the forefront of more mainstream thought. But yeah, he's not new to this game. He was born in this game. Um,
Yeah, the
so
same
when I
thing is true. Like if you have a NASA scientist who debates a flat earther, the flat earther is going to have this massive list of talking points in his head that he's just going to throw and the NASA guy like has never had to answer such questions before because they're not it's not anything you would legitimately consider in science, and so unless he's been briefed on all of these flat Earth talking points, the flat earther is going to win that
Well,
debate.
right. But if he's been publicly talking about this, couldn't you just look at what he said and then develop refutations?
Well, he
if
would
you're a
need to
debater,
debate a science communicator, not a special scientist who
Someone who
likes
knows the
inventors
science
or
and the
something.
rhetoric as
Yeah,
well. That's
yeah,
exactly that. No,
yeah.
that's exactly the
Ah,
case. Hold on, I had no. We had it exactly, almost exactly what Aiko said happened
Mhm.
on this channel years ago. Right? We had a physicist, right, person who has graduated and like at the top of their class as a physicist. Come on, and they wanted to do a debate against a flat earther, and they were getting creamed. They were getting creamed by this,
what a loser.
right? Who is it's not a big person, like they were just a part of my community, right? And they had been like asking for, they've been talking about this. I'm like, what, are you seriously flat earth? And they really wanted to fight, and then this other person was there and like, yeah, I really want this fight. So they have this discussion. And they were getting creamed by this person because like they were literally on the debate. I remember this, right? Like because like they would ask a question about something, right? Something random. And this person was literally doing the calculations on the debate, right? And then while they're trying to like do the calculations, you would have something else, right? And something else random, right? And they were all like different things that like you have an explanation in the physical world, but like if
Gish
you're
gallops.
not,
That's what's happening.
well, there's gish galloping, but like more specific, well, to to be more specific about that, they were saying so many different things that that touch on many different parts of science, right? Not just physics, right? That like this person was not prepared to do. Like people who have actually, now there are people on YouTube, I'm sure you've seen this Lactoid, right? Who like deal with flat earthers specifically. There are science communicators who know all their talking points, who know what
Just
to
ask them to
reference
explain
when
sunsets.
things
It's easy.
happen.
It's the easiest debate ever. Just ask them to explain sunsets. They can't. You win. That's all you have to
Oh,
do.
no.
You don't have.
They have, what you were
No,
talking about,
no,
friend?
they do
Right.
not have an answer. How do you
Yeah,
explain
they do.
sunsets? No, they don't.
They absolutely
Makes no
have an
sense.
answer,
Prove
right?
it. Prove it right now. Give me this flat Earth answer to sunsets.
I'm trying to do it right now. But they basically it's like they have like this complicated system.
Smaller when it gets farther
The
away.
spotlight sun doesn't explain sunset. Sunset is
I
passing below the
I agree.
horizon.
No, it
I
gets
agree.
far away enough to where it looks like it's going below the horizon.
No, because then you would expect the diameter to shrink, but it doesn't.
I agree.
Oh, I don't have. Oh, I'm not a flat earther. I'm just saying
Yeah,
that's like
you're
they
not-
have.
I'm just saying.
science.
Look, you don't. No. If you.
Well, first of all, they don't have any arguments whatsoever. But the problem is that they think they are convincing arguments in their mind, no matter
here's
what.
The problem. Well, hold on. Here's a couple of things I want to say. Firstly, if you're a physicist who wants to debate a flat earther, and then like you get a flat earther and you're getting trounced in the debate, like you kind of asked for it, right? I'm not saying the flat earther is correct. I'm just saying that at some point you should be responsible for the debates that you get involved with. That's all I'm saying. The other thing,
which means we
is,
need more science communicators in the world,
Look,
and
they
also
need
means,
to.
I'm not going to debate the flat earther.
Electrode, on the other side of that, it also means that like those those medical professionals who refused to debate RFK, right? It makes sense because they were like, "Hey, this might not end well if I'm not prepared for this debate."
Does RFK really come across well in debates? I'm sorry.
No,
his
he
voice,
doesn't. He's an idiot. But like people fall for that. People get convinced by them all the time.
I don't know if this is ableist, but his voice is just impossible.
No, that's one of his advantages, right? Because of his voice and the way that it works, people give him a lot of deference and they don't interrupt him as much, and they make it helps.
I've thought about that. But here's the thing, right? Again, if you were somebody who's supposed to be an expert in the field, and you have somebody who's RFK, who I've seen the guy have discussions, I've seen the guy having debates. He doesn't come across as like an attack dog in any which way.
Secretary of HHS.
Secretary of HHS, sure. He doesn't come across as like an attack dog in any which way. I think that it's like, this is something where, nobody has an obligation to debate anybody. I'm not saying that these scientists, if they just don't feel comfortable discussing it, that's fine. Mm-hmm. But if you're somebody who is like a science communicator, and I would assume that there'd be plenty of people within the pro-vaccine movement who would be able to have this conversation, it's not like RFK is going to be somebody who is like particularly difficult to have this conversation with. Like you could have a moderated discussion, or I'm not even sure you need a moderated discussion. I don't recall RFK again like cutting people off, jumping in, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, you're right.
Like
you're
a
right.
pretty like calm person to have a conversation with.
Right.
Yeah.
And look, I'm not. We got to be careful about how far we go into this because we're on Twitch, right? I have a healthy skepticism of pharmaceutical companies and doctors generally, for a couple of reasons. But like my understanding of RFK is not the vaccine shit. My understanding of RFK was that he wants to put the fats in camps. That's like was my understanding, that he wants to ban the food dye and he wants to make kids go to the gym. And apparently he's advocating to ban junk food from food stamps, which is based as fuck. So far, I'm not seeing like has he.
Some of these things were attacked by conservatives for years because it was a Michelle Obama proposal. Now he's picking them up, and all of a sudden, people think it's genius.
Wait. This is a 100% fair criticism. I recall specifically.
Sarah Palin taking sugar cookies to the school.
Bringing sugar cookies to the school. Which was that Michelle Obama who was pushing like the health initiative, and then Sarah Palin was like, "Yeah, we're gonna." That was awful, and I was critical of that when it happened. Glad to see common sense being brought back to the conservative movement.
Yeah, but
or the conservatives co-opted the left's actual intention.
You're right. Look, a lot of these people are leftists, right? We got Tulsi Gabbard. We got RFK. Like the right wing.
Wait, she's not a leftist. She's a Republican.
I'm talking about like left wing. Like her whole life. What? She ran in the Democratic primary.
She was a Democrat. Hold on. Being in the Democratic Party doesn't mean that you're a leftist.
She was
okay. Right?
She has not been.
Everyone's a leftist.
She would have been
anything left of center.
If you look at her opinions, like she would be the mortal enemy of George W. Bush and the neocon hawks, right? This is the person. If we're talking about people like Sarah Palin and George W. Bush.
All of it. She's reversed on all of it.
The neocon hawks are fine with
this day
invading Panama for the canal. That's a very neocon hawk thing. Has she spoken out against Trump on that?
I don't know if she specifically talked
or
about
on
that.
Greenland or on any of the other aggressive military Gaza. Like these are all neocon. These are all things that make Gibbs happy.
I don't know. I don't know what her comments are on that. I've been critical about the Gaza suggestion.
She's silent on it.
I am sure that perhaps she is not as outspoken as she was. That's potentially true. But she has a history here of being
Wait.
she does, maybe not Trump in every which way, but she
She's
does have a
outspoken
history.
against Democrats,
Well,
not
no,
against Republicans.
not at the time. Go back during the primary. She's shitting on Republicans for how hawkish they are, right? You have to give
No,
people.
she wasn't. She wasn't. In the primary, she was shitting. No, she was
She
primarily
never shit
shitting
on
on
George
Democrats.
Bush. She never shit on George Bush for the shit.
No. Yeah, sure. When the Republican Party turned on Bush, she also turned on Bush. But other than that, I mean, she's been conservative, or at least like MAGA friendly, I should say, for a long time now.
There's a
She
reason why
pretended
Bernie
for a little
Sanders-
while when she was a congressperson because she had to stay in the caucus, but that ended when she left the party.
Yeah, there's a reason why Bernie Sanders rejected her endorsement. She tried to endorse him. He like he's fuck that. Like a lot of people saw through her, like literally at the time. There was I remember specifically the one I can remember was like Anna Kasparian, who this was at the time where lots of liberals loved her. And I believe she had just exited the Democratic caucus, right? Because their excuse was that she was like going hard for Bernie, and like she had received pushback. I forget exact details on this, but like I forget whether she was like trying to go for the DNC chair or something like that, something along those lines, right? Like the Democratic machine ended up rejecting her in some way. And she ended up leaving the Democratic Party, and she was going to go on for an interview. Anna Kasparian had been criticizing her beforehand, and she was going to go on TYT. And Cenk was going to interview her, but then he's like, "Well, yeah, Anna's also going to be there," and she's like, "No, I'm not going to deal with Anna." Right? And she had left, and Anna just like laid into her with a bunch of criticisms I hadn't heard of at the time. Right? But literally everything she said came into being as the years had gone by. This is many years ago. As the years have gone by, she's been a complete fucking grifter. But anyway, before
can I respond? Okay.
Sure, you can respond.
Yeah, I'm just looking through like her political history from the very beginning. Like back in 2002, she was running as a Democrat.
2002.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like what? Fuck.
Yeah,
I mean,
she
that
was
was a
trying to
long time
run
ago
away from
now.
her father's legacy because her father was a famous racist, and she supported a lot of his racial.
Wait.
Yeah.
This is a weird
You said
smear.
you said the
Okay.
magic word racism.
Yeah.
No. This is a weird smear. So here is somebody who has
Black
like
boys
been
time to shine.
consistently a Democrat since 2022. Since 2002, right around the time of the Bush era when she was opposing Bush, and it's because she's running from her father's legacy. Well, look, I don't know anything about her father's legacy. My claim here is that here we have somebody who has historically been at odds with the more neocon warhawk wing of the Republican Party. She was antagonistic towards the people like McCain when it came to intervention in Syria, when it comes to intervention in Ukraine, when it comes to
and he's providing context as to why.
The context as to why is that she's wants to avoid her dad's legacy.
That's his point is that you're saying all of these things, but
I don't even know how to respond.
Maybe it's easier to talk about the LGBT stuff because he was against same-sex marriage. She was also vehemently against same-sex marriage. But then when she wanted to climb up in Democratic Party circles, she suddenly changed her mind and decided she was for marriage equality, things like that. And all of these, the story she gave was, well, my father believed these things, and when I was young, I just believed whatever my father was, and now I've become my own person, so now I don't believe these things anymore. But they were very conservative. All these views that she had early on was very conservative. Then when she just realizes that Republicans can't win in Hawaii, she starts running as a Democrat and starts shifting her views to make herself look more like a Democrat. And then that shifted when the Democratic Party sort of rejected her because not just because of her past positions on gay issues, although that mattered a lot at the time, but it was also because of her visit to Syria with Assad and basically going represent as a member of Congress, talking to somebody who the United States officially had declared anathema in a way and wanted to unseat, and she went there and said, "Oh, he's not so bad," and started saying that he wasn't really doing all the weapons of mass destruction, which we later found and destroyed under the Obama administration. But she was saying they didn't exist at the time, and she was in his camp. I'm sure she mourned him when he was finally forced out about the
Okay,
in the recent months.
a couple things here. So yeah, in the early thousands, by the way, before Hillary Clinton or Obama evolved on the gay issue, right? This was back in the early
Yeah,
thousands. The Democrats were against gay marriage. Yes,
100%.
in the early thousands,
Yes,
Yeah,
Tulsi,
absolutely.
before all
I've
this,
talked about that many times.
she was involved in like an anti-gay rights organization that her father was involved
Yeah,
in.
I've talked about that many times.
Yeah,
I agree with you.
and so what is this like a double standard where like yes there is a shifting
No, I'm
amongst the
just
Democratic
explaining
Party?
what happened to her. I'm
No,
not.
I you're explaining it, but like the explanation is obviously coming from some kind of motivated place. Otherwise, you wouldn't bring it up. What's the point of bringing up?
No. I'm
What is the
explaining.
point of bringing up Tulsi Gabbard's opposition to
I'm
gay
about to
marriage?
tell you.
You're saying that, but remember, this was back when the Democratic
Okay,
Party
so
was
you're going to
opposed
ask
to gay
me.
marriage.
Hold on. This isn't like you, Lacto. You don't usually, when you ask me a question, you usually let me answer.
I wasn't done with my question.
Okay, go ahead.
I was just going to
Tell me
say,
when you're done.
it seemed like
He's
you were
been on
saying that she
defense a
was.
lot lately.
It seemed like you were saying
Yeah.
that she wasn't a true Democrat because she was against gay marriage. Did I glean an incorrect assumption by that statement?
I'm saying that there were many issues upon which she was initially conservative, and then when she wanted to rise up in the Democratic Party, she shifted those positions. And then when she was rejected from the party, she went back to conservative positions. It's very obvious that she just goes to whatever's convenient. I agree with you that Obama did the same thing. In fact, during his reelection campaign, he didn't want to make the flip on gay marriage, and Biden sort of forced him because Biden was a true believer on that one, and Obama kind of wanted to hide his position on that at least until after the election. And it turned out that it had become popular enough by the midterms where Obama could make that shift. It was opportunism on Obama's part. Like I've said that many times. But with Gabbard, it's opportunism on every issue. It's all like it's way more so than the average politician. And the people of Hawaii the reason she didn't run for re-election is she realized that enough of the mask had fallen off to where she couldn't win re-election anymore. So she just didn't run.
Okay, a couple.
That's what happened to her.
Would you agree that in the
But the
early-
Republicans loved her, so she got a job at Fox News, and
Sure.
now she's working for Trump. I mean, the mask is fully off now.
No, I understand that she's always been like a more conservative Democrat.
Yeah,
But let me ask you this: like, you would agree that in the early thousands, her position on gay marriage was in line with the standard Democrat Party position on gay marriage?
Yeah, it wasn't in line with what people in Hawaii wanted. They were ahead of the curve on that, is what I'm telling you.
I'm
I'm just
like, among
explaining.
Democrats.
I'm just explaining why her position, like why people were willing to forgive her for that one because people did move past a lot of older positions at that time and things were changing. But then it was issue after issue, like the Assad thing, was another problem.
She has reversed her position on gay marriage, by the way.
I'm sorry?
Does she no longer want gay marriage to be a thing?
I think that with more Republicans coming out now wanting to use their new power to flip gay marriage back again, she has not said anything against them. She's been silent on it.
Wait, has she ever?
She's been silent on that issue for a while.
But has she ever advocated to ban gay marriage or anything of the sort?
No. She flips on things that she needs to flip on in the moment that she's in. So she talked about gay marriage when she was flipping, right? And when she was like a Democrat, when she thought she was a Democrat, she was like, that's not my position anymore. And the moment she left the party, she stopped talking about that issue entirely. She stopped talking about any issue that might alienate her from her new home, which is the Republican Party. I
think that Tulsi Gabbard is being held to an unfair standard here. She held the typical Democrat Party position in the early thousands. This is the same position that Obama and Hillary Clinton held. And yes, she, much like Hillary Clinton said, evolved on the issue, as a lot of Republicans did and Democrats did around that time. And yes, you have her now in favor of gay marriage. There's nothing that indicates that she doesn't support that. I think that her position when it comes to Assad was opposed, going back to the beginning of this conversation, her position when it comes to Assad was the antithesis of what hawks like McCain or George W. Bush would advocate when it comes to Syria. And by the way, her position is very reasonable. Her position is maybe we should make sure that the Assad regime did it because there's questions here before we start getting involved.
Well, we know they did now.
Well, no,
that's over. The questions on that is over.
No, I don't think that's true.
Look, Obama sent a ship over there that specializes in destroying chemical weapons. Assad took his entire chemical weapon stock that Tulsi said didn't exist and handed it over because of the red line comments, and Obama was able to destroy them all.
Whoa, hold on. You're
Yeah.
saying that Tulsi Gabbard said that Syria didn't have chemical weapons?
Yeah, that's the whole point. She went and visited him and said that he was being falsely accused of these things
using
and
the
therefore
chemical
shouldn't be
weapons.
deposed because of that.
There was, I know there's an allegation of it was, well, if I remember correctly, I'll find her exact statements in a second. If I remember correctly, she was saying that I don't believe, or something along those lines. Like I'm not convinced that he has used sarin gas against his people. It was a specific. Give me 1 second.
Mhm.
It was a Gouda, I believe. Because and the reason. And
Here
the
we go.
reason
In
why,
2017 is when she said what, like you said, that he doesn't use sarin gas against people or whatever. In 2019, during a CNN town hall, at this point, enough time has passed where it was hard to make that claim. She acknowledged that chemical weapons had been used in Syria by both the government and terrorist groups. So at this point, and by 2019, she knows it, right? But she never stops backing Assad. So, or at the very least, she just avoids answering questions about Assad, like as time goes on.
well, hold on. Here's her full statement. I'm going to read the statement because much like the biolabs comment that she made, which was 100% accurate, I feel like, again, this is being unfairly characterized. CNN and Wolf Blitzer asked Gabbard if she didn't believe the president, at that point, President Trump, the Secretary of State, and Pentagon officials, all of whom came to the same conclusion that Assad's regime was responsible. Gabbard mentioned the previous invasion of Iraq, and intelligence suggested Iraq had weapons of mass destruction, which turned out to be false. Also true. So yes, I'm skeptical, she said. Why should we blindly follow this escalation of a counterproductive regime change war?
But that was 2017.
I have not
already,
seen, I have
but
not
years
seen that,
before.
Yeah, hold on, look, I have not seen that independent investigation occur, and that proof presented showing exactly what happened. And there are a number of theories of exactly what happened that day. I think that's like, again, she's not denying that the Syrian, the Assad regime had sarin gas. She's saying we don't have sufficient evidence to know if they used it.
Well, hold on. But in 2014 is when Assad had to hand over those weapons. She's answering this question in 2017, and she's comparing it to Iraq, where we thought those weapons existed and they never existed. Well, here, not only do we know they existed, we had our hands on them. Like, he had to give a ton of that stuff to the United States to destroy on our ship, like off the 600 metric tons of chemical weapons materials.
I'm not convinced. I'm not
the
convinced
MV
that
Cape Raid was the one that destroyed it.
Tulsi Gabbard specifically denied that the Assad regime had sarin gas.
Oh, well, how can you compare that to the Iraq situation where the chemical weapon or with the weapons of mass destruction did not exist at all? Here, clearly, we know that they existed, and both the Obama and Trump administrations say that he's the one who used the barrel bombs on his own people.
The question here is whether or not this is a valid justification for intervention. Because remember, it was the sarin gas attack that led Trump to fire cruise missiles into Syria, right? And so the question is, okay, is this a sufficient amount of evidence for XYZ to justify military intervention? It's not necessarily that sarin gas stockpiles exist or weapons of mass destruction exist. What Tulsi's saying is that we went to war in Iraq on a lie. The lie being that they had weapons of mass destruction. And I'm not finding anything that she denied the Assad regime had sarin gas. What she was skeptical of was that the Assad regime was the one.
Well, hold on, then why bring up the Iraq thing because if you're not implying that?
Because the implication is it a lie that Bashar Assad used the sarin gas in Ghouta? Not that he didn't have it. Did he use it, right? We went to war in Vietnam, arguably on a lie, with the Gulf of Tonkin incident. There's a pattern here where shit happens, it turns out to be false, and it's too late. We've already sent in the bombs and sent in soldiers. This happened with Iraq, this happened with Vietnam, and now we have a situation in Syria where a questionable gas attack happened when the government's winning, and Tulsi goes there and meets with Assad, and she's like, I want an independent investigation before we start firing missiles. And Trump said, no, fuck you, we're firing cruise missiles.
Okay, but the very fact that he had those weapons meant that he was violating the Chemical Weapons Convention and the United Nations Security Council resolutions against chemical weapons. That was the justification.
I don't think they were a party.
Assad
I don't think Syria was a party to those conventions at the time.
Well, let's find out.
You have to be a party to those conventions in order to then be applicable to you. I think that they destroyed the stockpiles and then joined the convention shortly after the fact.
Let me find out. It may be that he wasn't, but it doesn't. The fact is, he was being confronted by the international community about them because of the danger of weapons of mass destruction to other countries in the world, right? Like that, we're not allowed to have those.
Right,
like
but having sarin gas wasn't the red line. It was using the sarin gas. That was the red line. And so when we're talking about red lines, we're talking about military intervention. I think Tulsi Gabbard.
And he was determined. He was determined to use them. Like, I mean, he was determined by the United States to have used them. And so that, and in order to avoid the red line, because remember, Obama was criticized at the time for not enforcing the red line, but in fact he did, because it was their crossing of the red line that forced them to give up 600 tons of materials. So
just pause quickly. Super chat. I've in the last 5 minutes.
Get better.
Yeah. GSU Gambit says, "Hail GSU Gambit." That's the super chat for $2.
Nice.
Thank you, GSU.
Does it include any sort of like gesture or hand motion or arm motion?
No, nothing. Just no, no, not that quite. No, he doesn't send his heart out to us.
He has none.
Okay, he was a party to the convention as of 2013. So he joins in September of 2013, and the action of September of 2013.
The Gouda chemical attack was alleged to have happened in August of 2013, so the month prior.
Yeah, so he was forced under intense diplomatic pressure to join, but it wasn't until a year later when he had to give up his chemical weapons, which means that he was under the convention before he gave up his chemical weapons.
Well, hold on. So hold on. The alleged attack happens, and he's not under the convention. And then he's under the convention, and then he follows the protocols of giving it up.
The he's not for a year. He didn't want to give them up. He wanted to deny they existed. And then a year later, he finally said, "Okay, fine, I have them," and he gave them to us. That's what happened.
So on 10th of September 2013, the military intervention was averted when the Syrian government accepted a U.S.-Russian negotiated deal to turn over every single bit of its chemical weapons stockpiles for destruction and declared its intention to join the Chemical Weapons Convention.
Yeah.
So look, when this attack happened, which is the attack that Tulsi Gabbard is skeptical of, he is not in violation of the convention because he's not a party of the convention. Syria is not a party to the Chemical Weapons Convention. Do I think it's a good idea to have this convention, countries be part of this convention? Sure. But it's not the fact that he had sarin gas that Tulsi Gabbard was saying, oh, this means that we should be jumping in to go to war, because he's not a party to the convention. He wasn't violating shit. It was the question, did he use the sarin gas on his opponents?
But there were consequences to not joining, right? If Syria failed to comply, then sanctions or military force both could be authorized.
Right, because
they were aware of this.
Yes, because of the alleged attack at Ghouta, right? And so you have Tulsi Gabbard who's saying, well, sure is kind of fucking weird here, where the government forces are winning in August of 2013. Then you have this Ghouta chemical attack happens, which happens to be the red line that the West has set. And immediately you have threats of invasion. And then immediately afterwards, hey, fine, we'll give up the chemical weapons so you don't invade. It seems like what Tulsi's saying here is, I'm not saying they didn't do it. In fact, from what I'm seeing here, the quotes are, we don't know what happened. I'm not seeing her deny that they had sarin gas. It doesn't even look like the Assad regime denied that they had sarin gas.
But by the time she was making these comments in 2017, right, they were already under the convention. They were already found to have had all these chemical weapons. And she doesn't think that there should be a consequence to Assad on this.
Because they had just joined the convention. Like when you join a convention,
they were forced to.
Yes, they were forced to.
At gunpoint.
Yes, at gunpoint. But prior to this, when the alleged attack happened, they weren't part of the convention. That's the point. And so when you say, well, they had all this sarin gas, yes, they did. No one was denying that. The question is, did they have the right to have it? Legally, they did, because they weren't part of the convention against chemical weapons. They had the sarin gas. And then the red line was you get to use it. Well,
I wouldn't say they were allowed to do it. Because already they were being confronted by multiple countries, including the United States and the UN Security Council itself.
Yeah, I'm sure they didn't want them to have
give up that gas before they even joined the convention. Because keep in mind that was also our justification for going into Iraq. It turned out to be a lie, but the fact is the world sort of understood that if those weapons did exist, that would be a justification for going in.
Well, but that was not what we said, though. The justification for intervention in Syria was not, did they have chemical weapons? The intervention was, the red line that was set was, did they use chemical weapons? And
I
that
think it
was
was both.
no, it was whether that they used
Yeah,
it.
Obama's red line was using chemical weapons,
Yes.
but the language that the UN gave to them was having chemical weapons itself was illegal,
Well,
and he simply denied that he had them.
No, in
at that time.
in September of 2013, that's when they were like.
I mean before that.
Okay, hold on. Just because we're talking about Tulsi Gabbard here.
Yeah.
Prior, really at any point, I'll take any point in time here. Did Tulsi Gabbard ever deny that the Syrian regime had chemical weapons?
She expressed skepticism, especially when she started comparing it to Iraq.
Okay, when?
That's what I say.
When did she have skepticism that Syria had
in the interview that you brought up in 2013 or 2017, where she says where she immediately makes the comparison to Iraq?
Yes. Why is that comparison being made?
Because she's implying that they don't have the weapons.
No.
Or didn't have the weapons.
No.
Clearly, we all knew at that point that they did because they gave them up, right? But she's even then she's implying, by comparison, that it was like Iraq where they didn't have those weapons.
No, she's saying it's comparable to Iraq because it was a lie.
With Iraq, we never even. With Iraq, we never even said that they were using them, right? We just said that they were stockpiling them.
Yeah.
And we were even saying that they had nuclear capabilities at that time. Remember the yellow cake stuff that the Bush administration had?
Dick Cheney was out there saying
we weren't saying, oh, they used a nuclear weapon somewhere. We're saying that they had it, and that was itself enough.
We had a different red line. So
Syria having it was enough, if you're going to accept that.
No. We had a different red line when it came to Iraq. Our red line with Iraq was they can't have nukes. That was our red line there, and we were lied about.
And they can't have weapons of mass destruction. Period. That includes chemical or biological.
Yes, that was apparently, by the way, this was post 9/11 America, in which we were fucking insane, and we had this mentality of you're going to do what we say, or we're going to destroy you.
Man, all my conservative friends were telling me I was wrong about WMDs in Iraq.
No, I know. Look, I hold the consistent position of always having opposed George W. Bush. It's great.
Right.
And what I'm saying is that we had the comparison being made is when there's a red line set, and if that red line gets violated, America goes to war. There is a valid question as to whether or not that red line is truthful or a lie. When our red line for Vietnam was the Gulf of Tonkin, right, with the ship that was supposedly attacked, seems kind of weird that happened, giving us the perfect justification. Every single war starts this way. When Japan invaded China, it was because they alleged they blew up a bridge. Turns out it never happened, right?
All right. Do we have? Yes, but that's because evidence emerges later, right? So, do we have evidence that it was a false flag operation with these barrel bombs? That it was actually somebody else who did it?
I don't know about
Maybe
the barrel.
CIA, you seem to be applying, right?
I don't know about the barrel bombs, but what I'm saying is that at the time of the Ghouta chemical attack, there was not an independent investigation yet completed, and I think Tulsi Gabbard was saying, "I don't know. I don't think this is enough to go to war over."
Okay, we can settle this soon enough, right? Because Tulsi's been confirmed. She's in charge of all 17 intelligence agencies at this point. If there's evidence that this was false flag, like you're implying, surely she'll release it, right? Like we'll be able to prove it. If she can't do that, would that change your mind?
No, not necessarily, because she's calling for an independent investigation. If the U.S. intelligence can be wrong, do you agree with that?
Of course.
Yeah.
It can be.
And in fact, there's a high profile
will find out if that's the case, right? Because that's her whole mission in life.
Not necessarily.
Is to prove these kinds of things.
Not necessarily. You can look, if she puts resources into investigating the attack from a neutral perspective, and then after a long period of time.
Well, it won't be from a neutral perspective, but still, it's fine. Adversarial investigations are fine.
Sure, whatever. Yeah, if they bring up some kind of if this happens, which I don't think it's going to happen, but if it does happen, I think that she should respect the results of her own investigation wherever they line up. But I think it's perfectly
Why do you
fair.
think it's not going to happen? Isn't this one of her priorities?
To investigate the 2013 Ghouta chemical attack about a regime that no longer exists?
We're talking about an administration full of people who want to who have access to grind on certain things.
I think that's a cold case. I think that it would be she could not justify the resources to investigate a 2013 chemical attack for a regime that no longer exists. Syria has been deposed. It's over.
I think if the evidence came out that would be a risk for her. So I think she'd rather not know, simply because then she can just say, still claim that she was right as she
You really
goes,
don't
right? But
like
if she
her.
investigates, that's a risk.
You really don't like her.
Well, who does?
I do.
Listen,
I do.
no,
First of
you're
all,
right. You're right.
First of all, she's
Conservatives like
cute.
her. Why do you
She's
think
cute,
that is?
First of all,
Why do you think conservatives like her? And I'm not even.
She's cute. She's a
don't lead with
minority.
that.
Okay, we need more of those.
She's bad.
She's a minority. She's bad. She's
Not
got
as
this
cute.
great like
Fucking
the
baddie.
sleek the what's it
Wait.
called?
Are
The
you saying she's a
gray-
DEI hire?
No,
Yeah.
of course not.
That's literally what he's saying.
No.
Interesting.
No. I'm not saying that she was hired because of her race. I'm saying that her race is a nice little bonus. It's like a little
Okay,
It's like a
all
little
right.
mint at the end of your day.
That's what DEI. That's what a DEI hire would like.
No,
Yeah.
not at all.
Her race was a nice little
DEI
bonus.
hires
a
never
nice little
say
bonus
they're
that you
DEI
realize
hires.
after the fact.
It
Was a nice little mint, okay? And look,
yeah, curried the flavor.
What I'm saying,
just say it.
Flavor.
Say it curried the flavor.
What I'm saying is that here we have somebody, I think, who has, I think, the correct opinion when it comes to U.S. intervention. This is from a like less hawkish perspective, which is that I want like firm questions answered before we, like cowboys, pull out the revolver and start shooting. I wish more questions were asked before we went to Iraq. That was one of the biggest geopolitical blunders. We should be terrified of doing anything like that for the next 50 years. The war in Iraq was one of the biggest geopolitical blunders.
There was no justification for the war in Iraq.
Yes.
Okay. It was based on a lie.
It was based on a lie. And so what Tulsi's saying is maybe we should be a little bit more careful going forward, which is reasonable.
I think she was saying more than that, and she was visiting a country at a time when we were having one position, and she took the opposite position and took it to that other country, which is something that's outside the norms. That's not what you're supposed to do.
Her position was one of skepticism. She was not definitively absolving the Assad regime of all wrongdoing. She was saying that she went there, she talked to him, and she's skeptical, and that an independent investigation hasn't happened, and that he was denying having done it. I think it is a fair thing to do. Just recently, like we almost went to. People are freaking out, almost going to war because a Ukrainian anti-air missile landed in Poland, and then a full
about to go to war with the Middle East.
And then a full investigation happened, and it turns out it was a Ukrainian anti-air missile. Good thing we waited. Good thing we waited, because there was hawks in our administration, like in our country, who were saying they attacked NATO. It's bullshit. And even right now, we have a drone attacked the sarcophagus around Chernobyl. I want to see evidence of who did that before we start jumping to conclusions, right? We have to see shit before we start jumping to conclusions. And this is something that Tulsi has consistently held. I think she's great.
She also said Assad is not the enemy of the United States, and that we should not do regime change.
Yeah, she's generally been opposed to regime change wars, given the context of our blunders in Afghanistan and Iraq and Vietnam.
Sure, but she's wrong about Syria.
So I don't know enough about her record with Syria. I had been following along with that as it was happening, but like I'm not going to pretend like I know a lot. And to be fair, the thing that I wanted to talk about was RFK Jr. So I was trying to get us back to, before we do that, just on her gay rights stances, right? So within the context of her time in office, she was quite an advocate. So this, I'm gonna be referencing the GLAAD, TLAAD organization, on the website. But I also saw in other places, right? Like she was part of the House LGBT Equality Caucus and consistently voted in favor of LGBTQ rights legislation, just like a whole list. And she voted in favor of while she was a Democrat in office. And she apologized for her past anti-LGBTQ views. So before, she was against it. And something that we should mention before I continue on with this, right, is Tulsi Gabbard is part of a Hindu cult, like this Hindu based cult. And they are Islamophobic, and they are very much anti-gay, right? And we can I think we have recordings of the guy who's in charge of the cult, who created the cult, right? Talking about his views on the anti-gay movement, right?
Religious people homophobic?
I agree. Yeah, hold on. But I'm just establishing something. Yes, religious people homophobic, so we shouldn't be surprised about that. Great, I'm glad you're on board. Okay. and she's like definitely their golden child, right? There's a lot to go into about that cult, but I'll leave that in a second.
Also conversion therapy. She supported conversion therapy at that time.
So the rest, so
in
I'm
the early
gonna
thousands.
go down
Still
the
supported
list.
it. You didn't
Okay?
deny that.
So she appeared with her father in an ad opposing same-sex marriage. She criticized homosexual activists who sought to "quote unquote" force their values down the throats of their children in our schools. She in
When was
she
this?
introduced a bill. I can find out for you, but I think this is earlier on.
Sure.
That was in 2000. This one is in
Yep.
2000. Hold on, but there's a lot more here. Introduced bill that ties Title IX protections for female athletes to biological sex. The text of the bill calls for Title IX commonplace compliance to be determined on the basis of biological sex, determined at birth by a physician. The bill would deny federal funding to schools that "quote unquote" permit a person whose biological sex at birth is male and participate in athletic programs, that sort of thing, right, for women and girls. She was a featured speaker at CPAC. And at CPAC in 2024, Gabbard was speaker alongside LGBTQ politicians Viktor Orban, Prime Minister Hungary, and Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene. And CPAC 2023, she basically claimed that the LGBTQ community was trying to gain acceptance for pedophiles by leaving them "quote unquote" minor attracted persons and allowing them to teach in schools. There is no evidence for this. She also claimed that the Biden administration cannot recognize the "quote unquote" objective truth of womanhood. In fact, trans women exist and deserve recognition. That's Glad's editorializing right there. So she shifted specifically when it came to the trans question, right?
Did she
But as
shift?
far as I can tell,
Was she
as far
like
as I
in favor of like the Title IX shit, the trans? Because keep in mind the trans stuff is relatively recent. Like the gay marriage stuff goes back in the early thousands. Transgender wasn't even a conversation.
Yeah, she was also in an ad, in which this was on video. She was in an ad in which homosexuality was compared to, I think, bestiality or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was they were making
was
some
okay with
pretty
that.
nasty comparisons about homosexuality in that ad, and that she was in, and she's apologized for that ad as well. But these are things that, she consistently did until she wanted to become a Democrat. Oh yeah, same-sex marriage was compared to incest and bestiality in that ad.
I mean,
A young
I
Tulsi
got an
Gabbard
opinion on that.
adds, "I can't marry my sister or my brother. Don't open the door to weird marriages." That's that's. Don't let homosexuals force their values on the people of Hawaii.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, at the time, Obama and Clinton were both against gay marriage too.
Yeah, but
This,
they were
this was
for civil unions.
This was like
She was against civil unions too. She was like way to the right of even mainstream Democrats at that time. Yeah,
she was not way to the right.
She was against civil unions, and she was comparing it to incest and bestiality. That's something Democrats wouldn't do.
On April 4th, 2022, Gabbard endorsed Florida House Bill 1557, popularly dubbed the "Don't Say Gay" bill, which forbids
I
discussion
supported
of
that
sexual
bill.
orientation. I know you do, conservative. Yeah, conservative. I'm sure you do. I'm very much aware. Gender identity in public school classrooms for kindergarten through third grade. Gabbard stated the bill, quote unquote, bans government and government schools from indoctrinating woke sexual values in our schools to a captive audience. She also suggested the bill should apply to all grades. Yeah. So, if I had read you that sentence, if I read you just that quote, the bill bans government and government schools from indoctrinating woke sexual values in our schools to a captive audience, who would you have assumed that came from? A Democrat or a Republican? Which one?
These days, a Republican. But I think that the LGBTQ community right now is not the same LGBTQ. Sorry,
no,
in the early thousands, it would be. And by the way, and especially coming into 2008, like the trans thing wasn't even a question. Trans stuff only started coming up like what 2014, 15.
The "Don't Say Gay" bill was just about trans people. This is about talking about sexual orientation in general, right? Like, so to be clear, in any case, right? I'm not looking for excuses as to why she might have. I'm saying the point that we were trying to make is that she did change. right?
I don't
But
think
you can say
you can't prove she
you agree.
changed.
Hold on, wait a minute. Okay, so I can talk about the support that she.
Wait, hold on. Do you agree that a Democrat, like what Obama said in 2007, if that was said today, would you say a Democrat said it or a Republican said it?
No, I remember. No, I remember what. Well, I think I do. Maybe you'll have a quote that might shock me. But hold on. Uh, I remember Obama's positions there, right, where he said, like, yeah, I respect gay marriage, or sorry, gay unions, but not gay marriage. And then he was endorsed by GLAAD, by the same organization I just quoted previously, right? Like, I remember him like sitting on a stage, surrounded by like well, gay activists, I guess, or they were interviewing him, right? And he gives that answer, but then he continues to give his support about the gay community in general, which is why he got endorsed by all those gay organizations at the time.
No, you're missing the point. What I'm saying is that you're saying, well, look, Tulsi said this. Is this something a Republican would say or a Democrat would say? What I'm saying is that, for example, when Obama specifically says, right, quote, I believe marriage is between a man and a woman. I am not in favor of gay marriage. When Obama says this, is this something like, let's say he said it today.
Wait,
Is that something that you would expect a Democrat to say or expect a Republican to say?
wait, hold on. No,
Well,
you're expanding this conversation.
I'm not. What I'm saying is that the left left Tulsi Gabbard, not Tulsi Gabbard left the
No,
left.
can I answer?
That's the
Can
point
I
I'm
answer
trying to
that
make
one?
here.
Hold on. Hold on. You're saying the thing that I'm trying to show is that her position changed, right? You're expanding this to say, well, the Democrats have shifted as well, right? The Democrats at some point, right? They were never anti-gay, so let's not bullshit anyone about that, right? However, what they were against specifically, and the only thing you want to focus on is gay marriage, right? Like
Yeah.
they hadn't moved that bar. So, but that's fair, right? That's a fair criticism. But all along the way, right, it was the Democrats sponsoring anti like gay violence legislation, right? Like the one with the kid who got hanged, it killed in front of his university.
But that doesn't answer the question. We're not.
Hold on. But so that's not so. That's yes, true. The Democrats have changed, but this the thing I'm specifically talking about is her shift in positions, right? You said specifically her positions on gay marriage never changed, and so right, so comparing the woke
They changed
mind
once.
virus bullshit. Hold on, the comparing the woke mind virus quote she gave here in 2022, right? Go back to 2013.
Was she ever in
Gabbard
favor of
has
that?
been a member of the House LGBTQ Equality Caucus during her first, third, and fourth terms of Congress, right? Gabbard co-sponsored pro-LGBT legislation, cited amnesty.
Which legislation?
Hold up. I'm literally getting to it, right? Cited an amicus brief supporting Edith Windsor's challenge to the Defense of Marriage Act and supported the Equality Act to protect LGBT individuals and other efforts to promote LGBT equality, including supporting the Restore Honor to Service Members Act, the Employment Non-Discrimination Act, the Safe Schools Improvement Act, and the Equality for All resolution. During 2016 review, while saying that her opinions on gay rights as a policy have changed, right, from anti-gay to pro-gay this time, her personal views on gay people had not. Oh, sorry, no, this is 2016. I think this is after she left, and maybe she's saying now that her she's more anti-gay now. But she doesn't hate gay people. I think this might be what they're implying
No,
there.
I don't think in any of the legislation you said is contradictory to the "Don't Say Gay" bill. You can be in favor of gay marriage. You can be against like employment discrimination for gay people, and also say that hey, we shouldn't have gay pornography in our kindergartners' libraries. Like you can say all three consistently. The question is not like how right wing is Tulsi. I know she's always been a right leaning Democrat, right? You can have those just like you can have left leaning
Oh,
Republicans.
I'm glad we acknowledge that.
But the question is like is she a grifter, right? Has she like changed dramatically? And I'm not seeing it.
Okay, so she goes from saying that like we can't that being part of the LGBT equality caucus to then saying that the Democrats can't understand can't acknowledge the truth of womanhood, right? And talking about like how and endorsing a bill where you can't have discussion of sexual orientation, right? She's in the well, I
In
haven't I
children's
don't have a
schools,
list
yeah.
of I don't have all No, in children, yeah, in children's schools. Yeah, actually, that's a problem. Yeah, in children's school. Now, I get it. Again, as a conservative, this makes sense to you, right? I get your
Has
standpoint.
she
It's
ever been in
horrible, right?
favor of that, having those
It's
conversations in
disgusting.
schools?
You're saying, hon, that's unfair. What you're saying is that, hey, unless there's specifically a bill that opposes that previously,
Yes.
right? We can't say, hold on, we don't have that standard for anyone else.
No,
We don't
no,
have
no,
that
we
standard for
do.
anything
No, no,
else.
no,
That's
we
bullshit.
do. We do because
That's
you're
bullshit.
treating pro-gay as like a monolith. That hey, if you're pro-gay, it must mean you support everything. So, like for example, I support the concept of gay marriage. I don't support the idea of having, of having gay pornography in children's libraries at their
There
elementary school.
wasn't. Okay.
We've had this conversation multiple times. Like I can't even put up pictures of the books on Twitch because I'll get banned.
And my stance is that like those criticisms were almost entirely bullshit, and uh most of those things there might be a few things maybe that I could agree with you, but most of those things were actually more than appropriate, and that within especially the context of high school, middle school, yeah, actually exploring one's sexuality and talking about how these different aspects, because that's what kids actually do, right? They actually have positive
Bill had an
experiences and
exception for health
and
class, by the way.
they also have really unfortunate experiences that happen to them, and giving them literature to help them navigate that, to show that other people have dealt with these really problematic situations, is actually important. And so, yes, it might sound shocking. Oh my God, you're talking about sex, right? And sucking people's dick and shit, right? But guess what? Those kids are sucking people's dicks. Those kids are actually sucking people. Right now, there's a kid sucking someone's dick, right? Or hopefully their age, but I mean, whatever.
In elementary, I would hope they would not be, and it's a problem if they do.
Like, at any point, the point is that like these are the things that happen. And so, in any case, the thing that she's talking about is that, and specifically what she says in this quote, right? She doesn't want indoctrination about woke sexual values, right? Woke sexual, that terminology, right? The whole anti-woke terminology. But like she's saying, like she's not, at least in this particular sense, and maybe she expands on her views, right? But she's not saying, oh, like it's not the point. It's just that when you're talking about these things, when you're discussing these things, that's the indoctrination.
The straight sexuality is okay. The straight sexuality is fine. It's just the gay sexuality that's a problem.
You also can't
talk
about straight sexuality.
You can talk. I mean, but they do, and it's okay, and it's not talked about, and there aren't parents running in the street, and there aren't conservatives raving about it. Oh my God, these books are too sexual for kids. When like Twilight was out,
and to be fair, there wasn't straight pornography in these children's.
I mean,
I'm sure they're actually
heavily romanticized. Like for example, like all the books that were pretty popular with girls seem to have like an adult like kind of like teenager relationship, especially if you want to sit here and talk about the dynamics of like the vampires of Twilight and all them being like a couple hundreds of years old, and you know the girl being the main character girl being 17. Like there are definitely conversations to be had about the books that are in school if you wanted to sit here and actually focus on an issue. But people don't. They kind of just like, oh, this is gay. Oh, this is trans. Oh, let me hyper focus on that. It's like that's the kind of annoying thing about it, is because like in Dearborn, this became a huge issue when every parent went to the fucking school board and they went to the city hall meetings. We got to get these books out of our fucking schools. You're turning our kids gay. Yeah, you're doing that. Meanwhile, all their kids are like, we had a huge opioid issue. Not a single parent was at city hall talking about the opioid issue. Not a single parent was at the school board trying to figure out what's going on.
But no,
do you remember the buzz?
No. I'm not going to criticize them if they did. But to sit here and when every other situation that can be tackled through a lens of like normalcy, right? This isn't something you can blame on like an ideology. People like popping pills is because they're addicts, right?
Because
when it comes to an ideology, you can easily go fight the ideology.
Ali, what you're saying is like, look, this problem's bigger. Why don't we ignore this problem and go look at that bigger problem? I could say that about anything.
No. That's not what I said. No.
This is what you said.
I'm not gonna let you do that.
There was no parents there talking about opium abuse.
I did not say. I didn't say ignore the issue. I said when there are larger issues, no one seems to be saying a word. But when it seems to be the small issue that it's an ideology that you want to attack, everyone seems to care. So don't sit here and tell me that you care so much. Wait, they have a great concern about their kids being gay, but they don't have a great concern about their kids being
sexualized.
Okay, what about all the underage teen pregnancies? How come we don't have a problem with like straight ideologies?
I think people do have a problem
that
with
isn't
underage pregnancies.
What's a bigger problem? Gay kids? What's a bigger problem? Gay kids or teenage girls getting pregnant and having abortions?
Gay kids aren't a problem, okay? I think that there is a
then what's the problem with having
I think there's a problem of having visual gay pornography. I can literally give you the links to these books.
The visual stuff I can agree with you.
Yeah, and I can send them
to you.
They were in children's libraries. Okay, and I think that you can also talk about teenage pregnancy, which, by the way, the Don't Say Gay bill had an explicit exemption for health class, and I think every student should go through health class, and they should teach proper condom usage and birth control and all that good stuff to hopefully lower the teenage pregnancy rate.
I hear you, right? Like if the bill was narrowly tailored, right, to say, hey, we just have and have like some sort of specific guidelines about like books that could and couldn't be there, right? And saying, hey, like if it's like within the grades of like the elementary school, right, that it couldn't feature graphic sex scenes or something like that, right? You can narrowly tailor. Okay, I go to you next, Psycho. You can narrowly tailor a bill, right? And I think that as a libertarian, you would want the government to narrowly tailor a bill to address those things. You can do that.
When we're talking about public education, no.
You and I, yeah, actually, we could, yeah. You and I, we could sit here together and we could come up with a bill together that we could both agree on. That many people agree on that. Many Democrats could agree on, right? To narrowly tailor to deal with that problem. But that's not the issue that people had with that, right? Like if it's specifically that, just like Ali was saying, yeah, he's fine with like it's something that was too like visually graphic, right? And not having that within children. Okay, fine. I guess we could put that away.
Or
sure,
pushing
whatever.
Sexual themes.
But no, sorry, what was your last thing?
Or pushing sexual themes.
Or pushing sexual. See, I don't agree with that. See, again, that's an issue, right? But what I was going to say is that it was a discussion of these things within classrooms, of teachers feeling, and then being told later on, as I said, right, when we had this, you and I were talking back then, right, as we had these discussions, I said, hey, like there are going to be teachers who are going to be attacked, who are going to be pressured, right, either by parents or by the administration to not talk about their sexuality, right, or by sexuality, I mean, like, hey, I got like a husband, right? I'm a guy and I got a husband and shit, right? And then we had exactly those cases. We had like a school district telling its members, yeah, like avoid all those conversations. When I was told specifically by Doobie, right, by people like you, that wouldn't happen, surely not, right? When the law was perfectly tailored to exactly off
what
of that.
conversations about their sexuality? What are you talking about?
Yeah, no, like I said, like about their family dynamics, right? To say that, hey, hey, I happen to be gay, or hey, I got a wife, like I'm a woman teacher and I got a wife, right? Like talking about that, they were given instructions not to do that, right?
So mentioning that they I'll have to look at the actual story. You're talking about like mentioning that they have what? Because here's the thing, when we're talking about public education, like everybody in the community there has a say as to what they want their kids to learn. In the same way that I'm sure you'd be opposed to having children have unfettered access to Mein Kampf in their libraries. There's no pornographic content there, but I don't want them learning that shit unsupervised. I don't want them to have those ideas. And if I have a say in the public education that I pay for, you're forcing me to pay for it as a contributor to that, I should have a say in what my kids learn. And if I want them learning math, great. We can all agree maybe the kids should learn math. If I want them learning biology,
learning evolution,
yes, we can all talk about that. We can, yeah. And for me, I push strongly.
We don't want them learning about the civil rights movement.
I push strongly for them learning about evolution, of course. But when we're talking about like, kind of social science queer theory shit, I think it's perfectly fine to say. I
think you misunderstand what they mean when they say pornography. Do you guys remember when the Buzz Lightyear movie came out and there was a scene where one of the characters gave her wife a peck on the lips, and that was described as pornography. And so, and by that standard, if you're not going to make if you're not going to make a distinction between gay and straight stuff, then you would have to say that these same parents would object to Sleeping Beauty, because there's a kiss in that one too. Yeah. And yet you only heard the objections from the one and not from the other. And that's what that's what people mean often. This is the Mott and Bailey that's happening, right? The Mott and Bailey is you say, oh, here's pornography, and you pull out like the worst things that you couldn't even show on Twitch and say, see, that's the pornography. And then when people aren't paying attention, what you mean by pornography is Buzz Lightyear, right? So and that stuff gets banned. So like, no, I mean, I can agree with you if there's something graphic that you find somewhere in a library. Yeah, you can talk about pulling that, but it goes way beyond that in terms of what actually gets banned.
Needs to go away. It becomes the whole ideology that needs to go away.
No, it can go further than that.
And it's not just in the schools. It's in bookstores too, in public libraries.
It can go further than that. What I'm saying is, it's when we're talking about the education of our children, it's perfectly fine to go further than that. I'm describing like what got people motivated, because we're talking about the question is like, is to what level has this risen? And the level has risen to where people are openly putting this shit and defending this shit, like Genderqueer. It's the name of the book. You guys can go look at it. And like the scenes that are depicted in that book being in elementary school libraries or middle school libraries. That's unacceptable. And the question is, if somebody has the judgment to be okay with that, then you have a bunch of parents that are pissed off about this shit. And then when they're pissed off about this shit, yeah, they're going to look at like the problem and they're going to say, well, I think the problem is I don't want this conversation happening at all. I don't want these kind of sexualized conversations happening at all. And if we're talking about like a peck,
they're not adults who can have
maybe that's going too far. I don't think that a peck. Maybe I'm
wrong.
We
had this conversation in the 80s too when I was a kid about sex ed.
Maybe I don't think a peck. And again, explicit exemption for health class when it comes to all of this. Just to be clear,
so
you can go all into gay relationships and gay sex and all that stuff in health class in Florida. Perfectly allowed, just to be clear, right? But when we're talking about other things like literature, math, shit like that, maybe that's not the place for it. That's what Floridians were saying. I think it's reasonable.
But no,
so no Shakespeare then. Shakespeare sonnets can't teach that, right?
Gender, which is social dynamics and gender, which is like the forefront of a lot of conversations, whether you be in middle school or you be in college or you be outside of like on Twitch, whatever it may be. Sexuality, gender, all of these things are coming into like conversations, whether it be a young age or not, when it comes to what they're watching, what it means. So like, wouldn't it be smart to have, if you're going to be in school and you're going to be learning, wouldn't social education also be like a decent thing to know how to have these conversations, how to have people come up in like a semi-tolerant way, rather than letting kids kind of decipher on their own. This is kind of like the conversation. It's like if parents don't want to have conversations with their kids about sex or gender or sexuality, then it's like kind of up to, like they're going to have the conversations anyways within the confines of the schools. And if the schools have to deal with them, the schools have to deal with like essentially raising your kids 8 hours a day, then yeah, they're going to have those those conversations with your kids. They're confronted with them.
Yeah. I think there's room for conversation in health class about things like sexual health and relationship health. But
health class is like one month a year.
But I don't. That's different. Every school district is going to be different in terms of how they address.
It's about 1 month to 6
No. Okay, so then let me give you an example of something.
What I'm saying is, I don't have a kid, but if I had a kid, I wouldn't want to pay money to go have them learn queer theory,
Shakespeare sonnets,
to learn queer theory. Okay.
Yeah.
When we're talking about.
You can't do Shakespeare sonnets without queer theory. Can't do it.
I would rather them learn Shakespeare over quear theory in the same way that I'd rather.
No. Shakespeare is queer theory. What are you talking about? The same thing.
Hold on. No, it's not. I'm talking about.
Have you read the sonnets?
I'm talking about queer theory.
Do you know who the fair youth is?
I'm talking about queer theory as developed in the 70s. As this whole concept,
I know.
This concept of gender identity. Gender identity as this construct didn't exist back in the time of Shakespeare. It wasn't a thing. This is a relatively new invention.
It doesn't matter. No. The concepts existed. They weren't called queer theory. They were called something else.
You have John Money who coined the term gender identity, like in gender role. You have these thinkers that are coming up out of the 70s and 80s that are developing this concept of gender as this interchangeable.
But they're not inventing something new. They're just giving names to something that have always existed, but now are being acknowledged.
That is a controversial point. My point that I was going to say before is I would rather them learn Shakespeare.
Read the sonnets with me. Let's do 10 hours on the sonnets, and I'll tell you.
I would rather them learn.
You'll change your mind.
I would rather them learn classical literature over modern queer theory in the same way that I'd prefer them to learn math over blacksmithing, or math over the best way to gut a fucking clam.
By the way, Shakespeare is
no. The way why is it always one or the other with
as
you?
a parent, because there's
They're
only
the same
so many
thing.
there's only so many hours in the day. Okay, as a parent,
There's no distinction.
If I was a parent,
They're the same thing.
I would want you're okay.
They're-
You're
Well,
telling
can
me
I just quickly explain what I mean by that?
You're telling me that the concept of gender identity, this was around the time of Shakespeare,
is all throughout the sonnets. 100% all throughout the sonnets. I can go through them with you. Okay, they existed. They weren't called gender identity at the
What were they
time,
called?
but it was the same concept. I mean, we can go through them, but there's a point at which Shakespeare starts describing the fair youth as a man with a woman's features, and he specifically is painting the fair youth as being so beautiful as to essentially be a woman. There's a sonnet after sonnet after sonnet because he's in love with the fair youth. Fair youth is a man who's like considerably younger than him. We think he was like 19, and Shakespeare was considerably older. And a lot of people thought it was scandalous for a variety of reasons. Over the years, some of those poems were actually banned in the 19th and 20th centuries, and discussions of them were banned. And I've taught them in my AP Lit class, and it was impossible for me to teach them without explaining some elements of queer theory. And yeah, if the wrong parents like heard that I was teaching Shakespeare in that way, they would try to ban Shakespeare sonnets in my class. I guarantee you. I mean, I don't do AP Lit anymore, but when I did, and if it was today, I think it'd be much harder for me to teach the sonnets today. We're not talking about anything new. This is I suppose it is modern because Shakespeare is early modern, so Shakespeare is still modern.
No,
but
this is ridiculous. You're telling me that there's not a substantive difference between the kind of like pride flag in the classroom, sort of gender discussion, gender theory, shit that's been coined and pushed as theories by these modern thinkers, and some shit from Shakespeare.
Are you look? If you're asking me whether or not I can teach Shakespeare sonnets and all the gay themes in it without hanging up a gay flag in my room, yeah, sure. I never hung up a gay flag in my room, but we still discussed all of those things when we were doing Shakespeare sonnets and several of his plays, by the way. And it's not just him. Like, what if you were doing the poets, if you're doing Sappho, classical literature, which is all about like lesbianism, you absolutely 100% will find these in your classical themes in early modern and even medieval.
You can, I understand that you can, whenever you're teaching any kind of concept, like, look at the peripherals and like stress test how far somebody's willing to go. And so if you want to, like, for example, like there's a substantive difference between me talking about let's say go in front of a bunch of kids in a school and talk about like what led up to fascism, and then me going to a school with like a Hitler flag behind me, sig hailing, and telling all the students about the evils of Jews, right? Now, both of them have to do with Hitler. Are you telling me I can't talk about Hitler? That'd be ridiculous. How can I do XYZ if I can't talk about Hitler? No. What we're talking about is we don't want you doing this shit. Like, this shit right here is not the kind of classical education that parents want, that they're paying for. They are paying for it. And in Florida, they're saying, look.
Okay, so now you're not just saying it should be classical, but you're also saying it should be certain kind of classical.
In Florida, you're saying you can have this conversation in health class, and we're talking about gender identity, and we're talking about sexual relationships, and we're talking about that kind of stuff. But outside of that,
so I can only talk about Shakespeare sonnets in health class.
I don't think that Florida made any kind of restriction on Shakespeare sonnets. I think that there's exceptions. I think there's exceptions when we're talking about like foundational tenets of like English.
Those
and
rules
Western
would apply
literature.
to Shakespeare sonnets.
Let me try to expand on this. Right. And address two things. One, right, like part of the reason you could say yes, these things should be strictly defined in health class. But the thing is, teachers have these conversations all the time. I had conversations in school, right, about sex and sexuality with teachers outside of health class. That happened all the not all the time. But we had teachers who did that, right? I remember a teacher specifically in middle school who would he was like the cool teacher, right? We only had him for like a few like months or weeks, right? Like 2 months or something. He was like substitute or something, but he was fantastic, right? But he like related to us. And he related to us as middle schoolers, right? By like saying all these things that teachers didn't, but like they were important for us to hear. about attraction and all in human sexuality. Like he talked about these things, and those were really valuable education. These moments happen. But furthermore, there are moments where teachers just like share what happened to your life. Hey, we went on a family vacation, right? Who went on a family vacation? Well, me and my husband, my gay husband, we went on the family vacation. Well, if a person hears that and the don't say gay bill is vague enough that teacher can be attacked because now you're discussing sexuality outside of health class, the sexuality that I don't like.
Has that
That's
ever
the issue
happened?
that I was talking about. Oh, hold on, we'll get back to that later. I got to get another source for that one, but I'm going to go to a second point. Hold on. You can hold on to that part. I'll have to go and find that source for that thing. But the thing I was going to discuss right now is the thing where you talked about saying that the community decides, right? Like you're saying that we pass this bill and we are going to decide that these types of books are not good for our community, right? Or good for our students or children, correct? That was your
In
position?
Florida, it's a state law, yeah. So
Yeah.
we don't want this kind of education in our state, basically.
Sure. Okay. But like, who is the we, right? Okay. So I'm gonna. There's two
Voters.
states, right? Utah and Florida, right? So these are two different articles. I can put them. I can give them to you in a second. And Spotsville County, Virginia, or maybe this is okay. This is actually a few states here. Um, in Spotsville County, Virginia, educators spent up to 40 hours a week reviewing titles after a mother of two students single-handedly challenged over 70 books in her school district. In one
Based.
Utah district, 199 of 205 challenges were tracked to one married couple. A review of those titles took 10,000 hours of staff time at a cost that exceeded $100,000, right? None of the educators will receive compensation for the extra work. In Niles, Michigan, yeah, there's a few states. In Niles, Michigan, the school board recently blocked the circulation of nearly 200 diverse children's titles that the nonprofit We Need Diverse Books donated. The donations include an illustrated version of the beloved Langston Hughes poem, I Too Am America,
Yes.
with art by Brian Collier, and the picture book Grandma's Purse by Vanessa Brantley Newton about a young Black girl who playfully looks through her grandmother's handbag. Although district teachers selected the text, the school board, most of them whom received backing from conservatives, We the Parents, a political organization, refused to release the books to school libraries. Okay, so that's one set of individuals, right? A very tiny subset of individuals who are actually banning all of these other books, right? Even if most reasonable people, and I think including you, I think even including Lactoid
Prime.
here. Oh yeah, okay,
There's
sorry.
something wrong with the thing you
Maybe I'm
just
giving.
said.
Maybe I'm okay. Hold on, and before you do that, this is the second thing, right? So this is talking about
Can I address
specifically.
the first part of what you said?
Okay, all right.
I just want to address that. You were saying, well, this is a small group of people that are. Well, no, it's like parents who have brought something to the attention of elected officials, the school board, who are elected by the community, who are then determining policy. So it's you're right. It's like a small group of people deciding this, a small group of elected people. I would say this is the case with all government.
No, not elected people. No. Well, sorry.
The school board's
Sorry.
not elected?
Sorry. No. Sorry. Two things. Sorry. I didn't split that. Apologize. Right. They're the parents, right, who aren't elected.
True.
Right. These parents are bringing up. They aren't elected.
But they don't have the power to ban it.
No. Hold on. But we've empowered them. We've given them the power to effectively ban. When hold on.
Who gave them the power?
Through laws. Through really
passed those
awful
laws?
Hold on, God, don't talk to me like I don't understand how laws work, right? I'm saying the laws are bad. I'm criticizing the laws.
Yeah, you can disagree with the laws, but also recognize that like this is a community decision.
Like, but no, because this is exactly what Ika was trying to say, right? There's a Martin Bailey, right? At first, you can say, right, you can push, right, that we are going to ban gay porn. That's the thing that we're going to get rid of, right? We're going to get rid of like dangerous woke nonsense, right? That's the banner that you go under. But then after that, the things that actually get banned by extremists, right? Especially since there's no way to effectively block or limit their ability to ban, is that they can take up a massive amount of time of these officials, effort, right? Like of their work time. They can gum up the works where you have to like look and review all of these books And then eventually it's just going to be like, well, instead of reviewing, why don't we just like not bother, right? We have situations where like we have books, and even in this article, there's another article I can try to find as well, right? Where books are being donated. We're going to give this to the public school free of charge, which I know you like because you don't want to spend money, right? Well, we're going to give you free of charge, but hey, we actually can't accept these books.
Yes,
they might get challenged, right?
Yes, whoa. We should every book that gets put in a children's library should be reviewed. Yes.
No, they are reviewed. No, not that.
They have the porn get in.
But no, they hold on because there was no. Okay, hold on. Sorry, we're gonna.
How did genderqueer get in?
Hold on. Because that might have been actually I don't know that one in particular, right? But that might have been actually useful for a mature discussion, right? You talked about having controls on these books. Well, did those books have control of them? Like, do you know? Like, were those books available?
Yes, they were in the libraries. They were accessible in the libraries. Children could just go grab it.
I worked in the school library, right? In high school, right? We had plenty of books, and not all of them were accessible. They were in the library, in the physical library, but you need special permission to check them out. That's the thing that happens, right? And so if there's Mein Kampf in there, actually, I would like Mein Kampf in there.
And Mein Kampf is in a lot of libraries. I'll just tell you, I've been in schools where I've been able to check it out, and it should be, because kids need to know what that ideology looked like, so that if it props up again, like if a term like America First shows up, they need to know that America First existed in America 100 years ago. There's a lot of we can't forget our past. Okay?
I do not think Mein Kampf should be put in a children's library, and in my library, I could just go grab a book off the shelf and check it out.
Well, to be fair, I only see it in high school. Okay, but it's high school.
I think Mein Kampf should be in the hands of history teachers, who then do a guided lesson on Nazi Germany. I think that's the only way to do it. I don't want to have that shit. Just like I don't want other equally horrendous books like the Communist Manifesto.
But hold on. What if I'm a teacher and I want, like, I'm doing a guided discussion of this, right? But I need my children have access to these books. And I'm saying, hey, I want you to be able to sign out these books so that you can talk about. You can go home and read them. You can discuss them, right? Or do that on your own time. Hey, if you need this book, right? If you can't find it in your local library, you should be able. Yes, like I said, exactly that.
Yeah, not in the library for children to go grab.
It is in the library. It is in the. I can tell you, I've been in many high school libraries, and they don't all have it, but a lot do. Yeah, and they are generally, kept by. If there's a kid that has like special problems like noted in their file, then the librarian will know that, and they won't check out a book like Mein Kampf to them. But then there are plenty of other kids who don't have any of that in the background, and they can check it out. And maybe that school says you have to be a junior or higher before you can check it out.
We say special problems. What do you mean by that? Also, Aiko, your video went away.
Conservative they're a big issue. We can't trust them.
I think it's because
I'm asking Aiko because obviously he's not going to say conservative students. So they're not going to these schools aren't politically testing kids. What I'm asking specifically,
unfortunately,
you're saying unfortunately.
I'm joking.
I know, but like to some extent, we are politically testing our kids because we don't allow Nazi conversations to occur in the hallways. There's an Overton window of acceptable politics that we allow for our children in elementary schools. And what's that Overton window? It's decided by the people who pay for that public education. And the people who pay for that public education have decided that the sort of modern gender identity discussions are outside of the Overton window to be occurring outside of health class within these elementary and high schools. Middle schools.
What I've been saying is that those laws are unfair. The thing that I'm criticizing is that this is a reactionary movement that has gained support. Reaction movements gain support from the general audience all the time, right? You can scare people into say there's a big fucking problem, right? And maybe you can point to one or two examples, like, hey, like a scary immigrant who's done something badly, right? You can run that just before an election, right? And to get people scared of immigrants, you can say, hey, there's one or two examples of an immigrant like hurting a citizen, and then you can get the public terrified of all the immigrants. You understand this. I know you do. You understand this process when used to jump support reactionary politics, right? And so, yes, you can point again. I'm not familiar with that particular book, right? But you can point to a book and say like, oh man, but maybe this looks really inappropriate, right? And you can say it was in a children's library, right? Whether it actually access to young children or not, I don't know. But let's say that even that was the case, right? Even if that was the case, you can use that to say, well, now we have a larger issue, and now we need legislation to allow every idiot to be able to come in and to challenge these books. And this is the second article I was trying to get to. The majority of book challenges in the United States came from 11 people. Two of the most prolific, Bruce Friedman and Vicky Baguette, hail from Florida. Friedman and Baguette have each challenged hundreds of books in Clay and Escambia County, respectively. Baguette has challenged more books in Santa Rosa County. Over half of all book objections in Florida during the 2022-2023 school year came from Clay and Escambia County. Friedman and Baguette frequently challenge books that include LGBTQ characters or discuss the existence of racism, whether or not the books include any sexual content. Baguette previously told Popular Information that she
There's the Mott and Bailey.
that she challenged a book called "And Tango Makes Three," a book about two male penguins who raise a baby chick in the Central Park Zoo. Because there's a reason she was concerned, quote unquote, a second grader would read this book and that idea would pop into the second grader's mind that these are two people of the same sex that love each other. Her explanation for a children's book, right? Just about two male penguins raising it, that like it might remind this child at all about gay people, which we've empowered. So you can start with, right, with your idea. Hey, we shouldn't have gay porn in the library. Okay, I can agree with you. I can reach across the aisle and I can agree with you. But the bill that you not you, sorry, but that conservatives designed was a bill that empowered these types of people to ban anything they didn't like, right? Including the most anodyne, basic, like as simple messages of like inclusion, of love, acceptance, right? Of like showing different angle, of talking about people's experiences of racism. All of that gets banned, right? And then on the other side, right, you're going to keep saying, but genderqueer, guys, how did genderqueer get into the library? It was a mistake, bad. But like now
it
we
was
have
defended.
hundreds,
It was not a mistake,
and it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter for my point.
Well, those people are always on the defensive.
Hundreds,
that side is always on the defensive.
Now they've given a very small amount of people, not the community, not the same community who was initially outraged by the examples you gave, right? These are the people going to these conferences. There's these freaks, right? These fucking freaks that go to these conferences and say, these meetings, the school board meetings, right? And who like they only have to present the list, right? All the work they have to do, right, is to find a book that they don't like, right? They don't have to even read it. I think we had cases where they didn't even read the thing, but like they don't have to even read it. They can just present the name, and now it's on the library to do a massive amount of work. And then the result is, and this is the last thing I'll say, the result is that, well, the next time we order books, okay, we know what's coming towards us. Maybe we don't order this new book, right? Like this new children's book talking about like a black girl dealing with racism in her community, right? Maybe we just don't do that. Or this other book about like
The Chilling Effect.
A Chilling Effect, a gay kid coming out to his family and being scared, right? Like now you might agree that shouldn't be included, right? But you've already empowered the fucking freaks to stop that. Done. Sorry.
Okay. Couple things. Aiko, your disembodied voice is very unnerving. Are you working?
Oh, sorry.
I'm in. I need
a
yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
I was just waiting on Prime to pull me in.
Great.
Sorry.
Prime, I don't like to focus on like the fact that there's a small number of individuals who are pushing for this. This is the case with every political movement. You're going to have a small group of like hyper interested individuals. You could probably look at every single movement, like when it comes to any kind of specific legislation or any kind of specific problem, especially when it comes to like school boards, and you're going to see like a very small group of people involved.
Okay.
And the small group of people are bringing their concerns. They're highly politically involved and bringing their concerns to a school board, which is an elected body that has been elected to determine the curriculum of the education. Now, my support, kind of my philosophy of what I would like to see education be, is I would like to see education be. I'm particularly skeptical of public education that people are being forced to pay for when it's teaching things that are political and teaching things that are politically disagreeable, perhaps. Like although there wouldn't necessarily be anything.
Evolution?
Hold on. Well, evolution, I would say, is like a undeniable fact, right? But what I don't think is an undeniable fact is, like,
Many Republicans don't agree.
let's say Republicans suck, and like this becomes a new class in some
They
like
do.
curriculum, right? And the whole class is how they just focus on all the bad shit that every Republican has done over the past 20 years. They don't say anything about the Democrats, right? And they don't lie about the Republicans. They're not teaching falsehoods. They're just focusing 100% of their attention within this class, just focusing on why Republicans are evil. Or not why they're evil, but like everything bad that a Republican candidate has done, X, Y, Z. Look, Trump cheated on his wife. We've got a whole study book on like how Trump cheated with his wife. Stormy Daniels called his dick like a little mushroom, blah, blah, blah. And like going through all of that, right? I would be vigorously opposed to this kind of curriculum because what it appears to me is the state mandating certain ideological concerns to children against, in many cases, the will of the parents. And to me, this represents a grave threat. I think it represents the state subsuming the individual, the responsibility the parents have to their children. And this is an awesome power that needs to be checked. It needs to be limited. Now, I think it's fine to teach objective things when it comes to math, when it comes to biology, when it comes to history even. And I understand that history is tough because although you can teach objective history, which history you teach can become a problem. Which history you teach can color the way people view certain events. And so I think that people should have an understanding of what has occurred, but that's going to be a very difficult one to navigate. But there should be an affirmative effort, at least, among public education, among the school boards, to do their best to prevent any kind of ideological loading that occurs within these public schools that parents are being mandated by law to pay for. It's not like they chose to send their kids here. It's that you have to send your kids here. Otherwise, the state will come fuck with you and give you tickets, truancy tickets. They will come for you. And so, okay, the kids have to go and learn this shit. Well,
you can homeschool your kids.
You're a parent. Well, a lot of people can't homeschool their parents or homeschool their kids because they might not be able to afford their house if they do so, right? They are being forced.
More gathering, so like
there's limitations on this. Yes, I understand that. Like we have homeschool. People are coming after homeschooling, right? Homeschooling is one of the few sort of, I think, remnants of this sort of like belief in the family. Maybe not the few remnants.
Homeschooling is used mostly as a way to avoid evolution teaching. By the way,
it often is. It often is, and I disagree. I think that it's their right to do so. I disagree with teaching kids, I think, provable falsehoods. Although that gets really fucking messy because if we're going to pass a law against that, you could argue that under some people's views, you wouldn't even be allowed to teach kids religion whatsoever because there is equal evidence for creation as there is for God, generally speaking. So if we're going to ban it,
no, yeah, but you must understand the schools. Like it's not illegal to like believe what you want to believe, or even be taught by your parents at home these things. It's just that there's standardized tests that make sure that you understand the standard things that you're supposed to understand. So you're supposed to understand evolution, right? But if your parents also tell you other things that aren't true, they do have that right. Sure, but you still need to pass a test that says you understand evolution.
My point. That test, in my opinion, shouldn't include what's the best political philosophy and name John Money's like controversial XYZ gender identity theories, right? What I'm saying is like this shit is being posed to us as science when I think that it's often ideology. And I think that's what a lot of the parents felt in Florida, and was a lot of that feeling sort of driven by the extreme examples, as often is the case with political movements. Of course, like when you had the Rodney King beating that happened, it wasn't just the fact that Rodney King got beat. That was just the most visible example that people were looking at. And when we're talking about like genderqueer and the porn that they were putting in children's libraries, it's not just that, is that triggered people's anger on this, because this was the most visible example of what the fuck are you doing to my kid? What the fuck are you teaching my kid? What is my kid able to see? I walk in here and there's pride flags, and you got books with naked people sucking dick in front of my fucking middle schooler. This is unacceptable.
Okay, that's the Mott. You're going back to the Mott.
No,
all right,
I just said. Wait, this is not a Mott and
Let's talk about the Bailey.
Can you? Wait, no, Aiko. Can you talk about racism? Like when we look at Rodney King generally. Do you agree the people rioting over Rodney King?
You're talking to somebody who teaches
Rodney King.
You're talking to somebody who is in a sort of a different subject, and I want to know what you think about this, because what I coach is involves a lot of different ideologies. In fact, you can't do a debate tournament without talking about ideology. Okay, so it's run through and through with what we teach here. And there are speech and debate coaches in public schools all over this country. How are they supposed to avoid talking about ideology in those classes?
No, I understand it's difficult to avoid. We're talking about history and like specific debate courses. It's difficult to avoid talking about certain ideologies. This is why I said, this is especially true with history class, okay? Because I was taught in history like nothing but true things, but I walked out of high school with this warped opinion that the Native Americans
how do you not talk
peaceful.
about queer identity when you're teaching Shakespeare sonnets?
Yeah. When you're teaching history,
or I just gave you a whole list of them.
I agree. I agree. But like one of the examples I brought up from the very beginning was like there is going to be a difference here between like teaching about Nazi Germany and taking a position on Nazi Germany when you're teaching kids about it. That's the difference.
I definitely take a position on Nazi Germany.
Well, because it's
in class.
You take the position that it's bad. Would you be okay with a history teacher taking the position that it's good and teaching?
No,
kids?
because
why not?
But that's just it. Because
why
that's
not?
just it. Because you do and should teach ideology in class, and there are certain ideologies that are within their own Overton window that you can discuss or advocate for, and then there are things that are beyond the pale that you cannot advocate for in public classroom.
Who decides
and I think Nazis are the perfect example to bring up, because obviously everything we read, especially in 8th grade, because 8th grade is, at least in Texas, is when everybody reads about the Holocaust, right? That's certainly an ideological opposition to the Holocaust and to the Nazis that every teacher teaches. And if you were to, in fact, there was a famous example in Texas, in South Lake, Texas, that district that's very close to me, and I have a friend of mine who used to teach there, but got kicked out when the conservatives took over. And it's on tape where they're telling all the teachers to be careful what books they have in their classroom. And then somebody mentioned you always have to show both sides of everything. And somebody brought up, hold on, I teach this book about the Holocaust. I'm supposed to do both sides on that, and she said yes. Because that's what I'm going to ask
you the question.
The new board.
Who decides what the acceptable Overton window is in a elementary, middle, or high school?
Well, we all do. I mean, school boards do, and then the states do.
Yeah, when you say we all do, are you talking about Florida voters, maybe?
Yeah.
Great.
But what I'm saying is that the Overton window
they've decided this is outside of the Overton window.
Well, first of all, Florida voters got so incensed over this that these policies. This is the article that you were just given shows you that they're swinging back to the other direction. They realize it went too far. Okay. Part of it is they banned some conservative books, and so that's what they're really pissed about. But yeah, I think there is, like, you have to debate what's acceptable and what's not acceptable, right? But certainly, like, opposing Nazi ideology is inside of the acceptable part of the window. I think we all can agree.
Wait. I agree with that. I agree with that. What I'm saying is that
not the people in South Lake.
Stop. What I'm saying is that in Florida, they have decided that along with Nazis and along with plenty of other ideologies and beliefs like human sacrifice, communism, et cetera, that like genderqueer theory.
Communism is not outside the window in debate class.
Well, I think it should be outside of the realm of the Overton window when it comes to teaching kids what's acceptable.
So let's let our friend Ali in, and then let's go to GSU Gambit, who's probably going to.
Sounds like he agrees with me, so I want to hear GSU Gambit. But anyway, go
ahead.
He's an ominous voice. You don't want to hear from him.
But yeah,
good point.
I need the cam because I don't even.
Lactoid needs some backup. Let's be fair.
I've been doing just fine against all of you. Come on.
And then I want to get to the point that you want to have with me earlier, Lactoid. But anyways, so we keep having a discussion about like the voters and the people who want like the Overton window, whatever the fuck, the community, so on and so forth. So like we do, I feel like it's, at most like a 60-40 split, like, conservative, Democrat, whatever the fuck it may be, liberal, like whatever you want to do it. But the whole time we're talking about like this community of adults who are just like clearly not having these conversations with the kids that are having these conversations. And it's like, Lactoid, like school is the only place where these kids kind of like that's their like kind of town square. They get together all day. That's their job, whatever it may be. It's their work. They're going to be having these types of conversations. They're going to be doing like the amount of kids that were like, exploring their sexualities in the bathrooms of the high schools. Like these things happen all throughout America. And it's like, how do you want
there's a change in rate. Homosexuality has remained so much like the same, like over time, but like specifically like gender, like differentiation, gender diversity, or whatever they call it, has exploded in the past however many years.
Because people are exploring it now, as like teenagers have always kind of explored their sexuality, whether like it be gay. Now they just have different terms to put to the things that they're feeling.
No, this is brand new. This is brand new.
Yeah, this is new.
Non-binary.
I know it's brand new. I know to the people, I know it's brand new. I'm not like disagreeing with you. But like for example, when I was in college and when I was gonna study, get a degree, I was studying interpersonal communications and human gender and sexuality, and it's like all this shit was discussed and talked about 10, 15 years ago, 12 years. So it's like really it's new to us. It's new to like the mainstream public. It's new to like kids. It's new to parents.
Well, it's new to everybody.
At the end of the day, like if I know, but people are so okay. It's new to everybody. But the fact of the matter is like these kids are having these conversations. If the parents aren't informed enough to have these conversations, right? And they just want to shut the conversation down. I mean, that's cool. That's fine, whatever. But your kids are going to have these conversations. And if the teachers aren't allowed to have the conversation, I know. And if the teachers aren't allowed to have the conversation, then the kids are just having the conversations amongst themselves and just have a bunch of ignorant kids.
I think there's a difference. I think there's a disagreement.
Right?
There's a disagreement between like how much of this is like is indigenous, like natural sort of conversations and theories that people are coming up with, like the kids are coming up with on their own, as compared to some sort of social engineering, right? As opposed to like other forces at play that are interested in like putting in these theories and putting in these concepts. Well, I understand that, like, yes, as like, the online is also a place where people like learn about this stuff. But again, that doesn't change the fact that like there is a argument that there's some significant portion of this which is being like socially engineered. Let me just ask
you. Do you have any proof of that?
If you, well, we are.
No, I believe this.
Yeah, I mean,
this is the whole concept that heteronormativity is bad. I'm teaching this to make these things more common so that they're talked about and more pervasive in the culture. Your root ideology is this. This should be the outcome. More people are going to talk about it because you're going to teach about it. Like you don't disagree with this.
Because you teach something that exists doesn't mean that you're actually pushing any sort of narrative. And like Lactoid earlier was like saying before when it comes to
by definition
with Tulsi Gabbard, like, he wants concrete evidence. So do you have any concrete evidence that something is being pushed, some agenda is being
No. It being
I'm talking to Lactoid.
It being a topic in education is pushing it. Period.
So talking about Nazism in a certain context is pushing
period.
Wait, if you're talking about Nazism like in a positive, prescriptive way, yes, it is pushing Nazism.
I would agree with you.
If you're talking about gender, like gender diversity, in a positive and prescriptive way, if you're saying it's good and it's okay, you are pushing it. Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Wait. So if you're neutral, it's okay. You can't be neutral to it. You have to be negative.
Neutral is pushing it. Neutral
is different. Jesus not on your side.
Negative. Yeah, these two positions are different, right? GSU is saying period, and then Lactoid is saying, oh, well, if you're talking about the positive light, right? If you encourage it at all, right? Obviously, then you're pushing it. But GSU
no. Wait. Lactoid agrees with me. If we brought up Nazism in a vacuum and just talked about it, and we didn't also label it with bad labels, that is pushing it. If you open up a school like, we're going to talk about Nazism, and like, here's Adolf Hitler.
That's a tough question, actually.
With Nazism, Lactoid and GSU, real quick. So, like, especially during these times, right? If you have, like, 13 to like 16-year-olds. I don't know what. I don't remember
Hold on,
exactly
hold on,
when
hold
you
on. Wait.
learned
We
about
can
like
short
the
circuit
Holocaust
this.
and Nazis.
We
And
can
whatever. I
short
didn't
circuit
say.
this.
Wait, we're on my
Wait,
hold
wait.
on right now. This was my hold on. I held on
No,
first.
no, this was Corey's hold on.
No.
But
I'm
no,
telling you,
wait.
I was the
The
one who
thing
held
that
on first. I
Lactoid,
promise
wait,
you.
wait,
Ollie
I
wait.
has been
promise you're
holding
not
on
more
for a
annoying
long
than
time.
I am. I promise you're not more
Lactoid
Get on
annoying than
said,
camera,
I am.
GSU.
I
no,
promise
no,
you're not
no.
more annoying than I am.
No, Prime didn't send me
I
the
don't know
link.
about that.
Lactoid
This is
said
my question
earlier.
that I'm asking, but I'm asking a
Lactoid said
question.
earlier.
But it's my
We're
question.
not seeing them.
But it's
He
my
said earlier.
question.
No, wait, wait.
I
But
did
it's
give
my
it to
question.
Ali. Let Ali go. And then
Yeah, but he's gonna take us off topic when we're right here. We're right here talking
then
about.
you can bring us right back. You can bring us right back.
Oh
Go
my
ahead.
God! It's gonna take him 30 minutes to bring up some fake
It
ass
won't.
scenario
It won't.
that won't matter. Go ahead. Go
Fine.
ahead.
Ali's
Hey, I
go.
waited 45 minutes to answer Lactoid's question, so
So about the vacuum and such, it's like, okay, so like you are gonna have students, especially particularly like right now with like
Prime,
kids that are gonna be on Twitter, they're gonna see like Kanye West saying what he says, right? I like Hitler, he's a good person, so on and so forth.
That
So
shouldn't be in our
like
schools.
you're going to at minimum have at least a student a question like, why did Hitler do what he did? Right, and it's like you're not. It's not always a positive but it's a description to like history as to like what happened.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the
You know,
response should.
it's not always negative.
The response.
It's showing different
Yeah,
perspectives.
the
You have to show
response.
different sides.
The response should be go ask your
So
parents about that.
Lactoid, remember
What?
earlier you said
What?
two state. Yeah, it really should be in some cases. But
No.
Lactoid, you said two things earlier that were very, very important. You said I wouldn't want Mein Kampf just available in my library
Yep.
for kids to check out without supervision. That it's a negative thing, and we don't want this thing. The reason why you said that is because you understand that bringing up some of these topics and just allowing them to sit without also like layering them, like giving them the baggage of them being considered negative is presenting that ideology without this context, which is pushing it. And we can, and when we say pushing it, I'm not saying that we're pushing people to it, but we're pushing it as a conversation that people will intellectualize and make a decision. And when you do that open type investigation on things that people consider bad, you're pushing it, and some people are going to choose one way, and some people are going to choose another way. That's why you don't want the book there in your library without the teacher telling people it's bad.
I mean, that's
Is Twilight
not a
bad?
bad point.
Should teachers tell kids that Twilight is bad? Should Twilight be banned from the theaters or from the
It
libraries?
would make kids a lot less obnoxious. Just straight. I mean,
Should it be? I mean, should it be banned? I don't care about obnoxious. I'm talking about like
Wait,
pedophilic tendencies.
is your question if a body of parents that pay for education should they be able to ban things that local education system is teaching their kids? I think all of us would agree. Absolutely.
They're not banning it for their kids. They're banning it for all of the kids
Yeah,
in the district.
Why don't you just say your kid can't read it?
Yeah, pull
fair
your own
enough.
kid out and say, okay, have her do something else for the book report. Everybody else
No, because they're
still do it.
forced to pay. They're forced to pay education fees.
No.
So?
Don't worry about pulling them out. Why not just say, hey, like my child, like this is a banned book list for my kid, right? They aren't allowed to check
Because
out
they don't think the environment that's being created is healthy for their kids either. It's
But the
You
not
don't
other
get
just
to
that.
control other kids' environment.
What about the other 40% of parents who do think the environment is
This
being
this
created
is
healthy and they disagree?
we understand.
And now
No, we
your
under,
ideology is being forced on them, and they
no
are
it's,
also paying members of the system.
because
That's
we
not even
understand that there's a
40% though.
wait. We understand that there's a tyranny of majority in a democracy. We understand that.
Hold on. But there's also a tyranny of minority, right? Like, and which is exactly what I was trying to get to. So it isn't the majority, right? So now, but you can say that, well, the majority of people voted for for people within a school board election, even though most people don't vote in school board elections, but still, we can ignore that part, right? We can say the majority of people
Or the people that did vote.
Hold on. Yeah, the people that did vote. That's fine. We can go with that, right? Either they vote directly for the school
Wait,
board.
Prime, send me the link. They're gonna say I'm a disembodied voice, and you haven't sent me the link.
Hold on, it's
Oh
the
yeah,
same link
please,
that you
please,
always
yeah.
had. Okay. All right, hold on. Fuck.
I left all of the chat. Oh, I found the ABE one. I stay in ABE. Hold on.
Okay. All right. So, fuck. Trying to get back to what I was saying.
Tyranny of
Minority.
minority.
The
Or
tyranny
whatever it was.
minority. Indeed. Yes. Right. So, we can say that within either the context of the school board election or maybe a general election, right? That the majority of people voted, let's say for Ron DeSantis, right? Ron DeSantis helped push the Don't Say Gay bill in Florida, right? And the book bans, right? So he pushed that. So you can say, well, the majority of people in that community voted for this. Well, one, that's not actually the case because most people don't like understand the platforms, but still, it doesn't matter. They voted for a Republican, so they voted for this person to push these things, right? However, right, the once they create this bill, right, this bill that has lopsided effects, right?
What do you mean by lopsided?
Sure, I'll tell you again. The reason why it's lopsided is that to challenge a book, all you have to do is submit a name. Submit a name of the book, right? And then it's challenged. Now the school board is going to have to review it. Now that sounds like that should be exactly how that works, right?
Exactly, it should be.
Yeah, except that if they're banning whole categories of books, right? They don't have to look at them. They don't have to read them. The challengers, right? All they have to do is put a name down, and then they can challenge it. And then what that does is that puts the onus on the school to re-review the books, which they already done before. And then what happens is that at some point, like our friend Aiko said, there's a chilling effect where when ordering new
books, disagree with this.
Hold on.
I heard y'all. I did hear y'all say this earlier.
I'll give you hold on. So I'll give you proof in a second, right? But where individuals where it now become hesitant to get books that might trigger these conversations, right? And remember, by the minority, I mean, like I said, 11 people across the United States did the majority of book bans, right?
You just agreed with me. That was fair beforehard. Come on.
No.
You're going back to that now.
Let's say it's 11. You did. Y'all did.
Wait, hold on. Let me be clear what I was agreeing to. I agree that it is the case. It is the structure of movements, right? That it tends to be a motivated minority. That doesn't mean that I'm saying that that doesn't validate any size minority that does any that wants anything, right?
But they're not making the decisions though.
There's a movement of minor attracted people who could, if empowered, right, make all kinds of changes that I wouldn't agree with.
Don't get banned. Don't get banned.
It's a tiny group of individuals.
No, I understand, but they're appealing to politicians who have the broad support of the people. And
Florida, but they don't. But they don't. Hold on. But this is the Martin Bailey thing that we were talking about before. They don't have the broad support, right? So again, Lactoid, you can say, right, and maybe rightfully so, right? If you're looking at very specific books, you can say that, hey, look at this. This is completely unacceptable, right? And maybe I can agree with you with this book, right? That you can produce maybe a list of half a dozen books, completely unacceptable. Agreed, right? But what the reality is now we have thousands of books that get banned that are completely acceptable because you've given the power of them to easily do this. It's not that we didn't have the ability to check to challenge books previously. We did. We just lowered the barrier. We just vastly lowered the barrier to be able to do this, and so that's
this is the case for every problem.
Tyranny of minority.
Wait. No. Wait.
That's a lie.
Hold on, wait. Can I respond?
Go ahead.
There's a lot that's been going on here. I had rushed home so I could get All right. I think there's a lot of things that are happening here.
Okay.
And I think Prime, you did this earlier. You're appealing to bad policy and bad implementations, and you're using that to say that the rules should change. We should all agree that if parents are concerned about the environment, that some structure of their educational process is being created for their kids, if they have a concern for that, they should be able to levy any kind of concerns, and those concerns should be addressed.
They should be able to levy.
Now, what you're saying is because these people have submitted lots of books, and because this school, the amount of people doesn't matter because a lot of no, it doesn't. It doesn't at all because a lot of people have offshored handling this situation to probably this group of 11 people. So it doesn't matter that this is a collection of 11 people.
No, they didn't. Not to these people. No, you can agree with
So,
the
so
problem.
hold on.
And these people don't have kids in every district in the state
I
either.
listen.
Mhm.
I listen.
They're not even
No,
parents.
wait. Prime. So you think it's only those 11 people? You think nobody else agrees with these
No, I
people?
didn't say no.
Okay,
I was
that's my point.
no.
My
Hold
point.
on. To be clear, I was very specific. I read the article. The 11 people did the vast majority. I even gave the numbers.
No, but that doesn't matter. I'm explaining why
Of
it
course, it
doesn't matter.
matters because my whole point is that now you the bad implementation that you're talking about, right? Which I agree with. That's my argument, right? That bad
Wait.
law is allowing for a tyranny of the minority. That's what my
No. Wait. But this is the thing. What you should say is that those school boards should have some better review process. They should have had all of these books reviewed for. This goes back to what Lectoid asked. Why the hell was this whatever book with people sucking dick
that's not
never allowed? No, hold on. No. Yes. If when a book was brought into the library, they did a review and they had a way to publish those reviews. When you come and ask why the hell is book XYZ allowed, you send them the fucking review. You don't. It doesn't take any new
But
process.
then you have to put that in the law.
You know what?
Put that in the law then.
Prime, you know what? We're in fucking
Put that in the law.
2025. You have a fucking web app just
Put that in
sitting
the
there.
law.
You
Okay,
go
well,
search.
then you agree with me. Then put that in the law.
No. That shouldn't
You
need to be in the
change
law.
the entire structure. You're saying, okay, well, why are you criticizing this bad implementation when I can come up with a good implementation, right? Okay, great. You and I might be able to figure out a good implementation for this. I'm not saying that no books ever should be ever challenged. That's not my point. I'm saying that the structure of the law, as written, as these laws are presented, has empowered a tiny group of extremists, right, to ban anything that they want, right? And then their word becomes more valuable, more powerful
Those
than anyone
extremists.
else.
No. You're doing a sleight of hand, and I don't think you're doing it on purpose.
Okay.
These 11 people have not banned anything. The laziness or the inability to create a good system on these school systems are what is creating this bad process.
No,
Not the
that's not the case. No.
Hold
This
on.
is at the state level. The problem is at the state level. It's what they state pet, not the district.
No. I don't care where the policy exists. Whatever that layer is, you're saying that this group of incompetent people can't solve this trivial problem. Therefore, the 11 people are the problem. Listen, I don't care if the 11 people reported every book in every fucking library.
I agree. Right? Like these 11 people, again, maybe we're saying the same thing loudly at each other. The 11 people shouldn't be able to like derail the whole system. You're saying that they should have a better review process, right? Like that there should be a review process.
No, I'm saying these 11 people shouldn't change what they are doing at all. No matter how abhorrent it is.
I agree. I'm still with you. I hear you.
It's just that they should be ignored.
The 11 people can still exist, and they can still be crazy as shit and racist as shit and bigoted as shit, right? And submit like those people. They should be able to like go and forth. Like I have a grievance, right? And some of them don't even live in these communities, but it's fine, whatever, right? They can still just like submit these. No, they're sure. Like I said, it's fine, right? They can submit a grievance saying, "Hey, I found a problem within your libraries. Here,
and then be ignored,
right?" And then then there should be a review process that like takes into the fact that extremists like them do exist, but like say like okay, well this is like you said, like go to the website. This is the reason why this is here, right? And it's already been pre-approved, and so it's or whatever, right? We can come up with a system. We can come up with an equitable system. What I'm criticizing is the implementation of the law, not the idea of the challenging, right? So yes, I'm allowing them to challenge, like you said, right? They should be able to do that. I'm saying the implementation within Florida specifically, but across the country, these books, this implementation of this law is damaging, and it gives too much power to the extremists. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So wait. We agree in a different way.
Okay.
The Floridians, elected officials who brought about this legislation that implemented this process that creates this problem. It's on the Floridians to advocate for policy that changes that if it isn't meeting their needs. So it's okay. It's okay in a democracy for us to enact some bad policy and say, "Oh shit, damn, we don't have a way to deal with this."
There was a settlement gay bill. Well, I have it in front of me. There's a settlement on.
Well, I'm not talking about a settlement. That's like a lawsuit. I'm talking about they can advocate for law changes that creates a better system to address these reviews.
And they have.
And that's it. And that's all. Nothing bad happened.
Hold on. Don't say nothing bad happens, because there's opportunity cost, right? There are books that aren't gonna come back. There are fucking librarians, because I have another article, right, talking about librarians who like quit the job, decades, been there for decades, right? But because we empowered these extremists, right, to attack these individuals, they like end up retiring. They were run out of the business of librarians, and guess what?
So
We will have a bunch of people
we
coming
should have
in
more
who are
passionate
librarians,
librarians.
right?
We should have a new workforce of passionate librarians.
They were
Cool.
exactly passionate. They were extremely passionate. Okay, whatever. But like so I hear you, right? Like, you're saying that the democratic process allows for these people to have a response, right? I agree with you. I'm not questioning the democratic process. What I'm questioning is the implementation of the bill as it stood. I'm not saying
But the bill
have a democratic
wait,
process outside of
wait,
that to
did
actually
the,
alter it.
wait. Did the bill outline that they should have no review process and they should be encumbered by the amount of requests? That's not in the policy. That's implementation.
No,
That's
hold on, but there, okay, but the bill should be, like I was saying to Electra before, narrowly tailored to have to deal with this, right? So if they're going to have, if they're going to say, well, we're going to have a review policy, well, then narrowly define it. The bill is bad if it allows for it. These things have been happening, and so the bill allows for it to happen. I say, well, the implementation is bad. I'd say, I'm just saying the bill is bad, right? Let's change the bill. Let's have a more narrowly tailored bill, and then both of you and I and Lacto can hold hands and stick down the road and know that we have changed the world.
You and I have argued on the same side for years that we don't agree with comprehensive legislation. So there's not going to be anything novel in this conversation. I'm also going to agree here that we should.
This isn't
What? No, you're saying what? You're saying that it's comprehensive in some sense. You're saying that it's. Maybe you're not saying that it's comprehensive.
The bill is not.
No, he's saying it's vague and then it can be taken advantage of.
Yeah, or vague, comprehensive. Yeah. I agree with you. Those are two different things.
You can also take advantage of hyper specificity as well, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's true.
So,
you can badly create a law. I agree.
But let's talk about why we are here, though, because I think this is like the unimportant part of the conversation.
We're here for me to get subs.
The important
support the channel in case you haven't.
Hey, yes, he was here. He's got all the subs for you.
So the most important part of this is why, Prime, I tell you that you should not be an extremist. And you always argue that, no, we should be extremists and we should settle down. And I've told you since I got to know you that this is not how we should do politics. So what happened is there's a social culture war happening amongst us. Well, this is transaction and everything. And we all fall in different parts of this spectrum, right? And when you decide...
Go ahead, yeah.
I'm definitely the more correct part because transport.
Then you're with me.
No. I think you disagree with me on transport, so you're like way radical and crazy. So okay, but listen, you can't put all of these backdoor things ahead of the social war that's at our doorstep. And when you decide that whatever this book that Lecto's referenced, that I looked up, that's kind of crazy. When you decide that this is going to go into a library, you're going to get a crazy response. When people that don't even believe in trans ideology, and I'm not saying that that's a good thing that people should believe that, but if people don't believe that in their state, they find out there's sucking dick books in the school library, what the fuck do you think is the response going to be?
That's the mod.
No.
We're talking about the Bailey.
No. What the fuck do you think the appropriate response is? Imagine
the appropriate reason. One response again.
I gave a response.
No. Here's a mistake you guys are making. Like the constant like Mott and Bailey statement, which is like, look, we all have a problem with this, right? It's the other shit that we don't have, that is fine. You're sneaking in the other shit. That's not what we're saying. We're saying we do have a problem with the other shit too. Like, it's just, this is the most extreme example of what we have a problem with. And the thing that took...
So then handle the stuff we all agree on and get rid of the mod.
Because the thing that it took for people to... Because the question is, why are people reacting this way? And the thing that occurred that got people to stand up and listen and to pay attention to this shit is because they got the dick-sucking books. And then they looked at that and like, that's ridiculous. Whoever has the judgment to allow this into an elementary school library clearly must be fucked up in all sorts of other ways, right? When you see one, like when I see like, staining on my wall, that must be it. No, it means there's water damage behind the wall. There's something else happening here. It's like a problem.
This is the definition of reactionary, right? What you're doing, no, it's literally the definition of reactionary.
No, but that doesn't matter.
No, it does matter. It does matter. It's important, right? No, it does matter. It does matter, right?
It matters to you.
Let me say my thoughts, right? And then you can understand, right? And then maybe you can disagree, right? And be wrong. But in any case, right? It does matter how and when we create a legislation, right? Do we create legislation where like we've identified an issue, right? And then we like study a problem, we form a committee, study a problem and come up with like model legislation, send it to our legislators, and then they like approve it, or maybe we send it to get like directly voted on by the people, right? You know, in an election, right? That we take our time to craft this piece, right? Or right that's one way of doing things. Or you can have a story of an extreme incident that happens within an industry, an organization, what have you, right? And that mixes out to the public, and the public is scared, right? And they demand action. And so, and in response to that action, a hastily crafted bill, which otherwise might be actually helpful, right, is crafted in such a way that it does more harm than it does good. That's what I'm saying has happened. I'm saying that Lactoid, right, is like showing his like. Well, I mean, he's agreeable to reactionary politics, right?
I'm agreeing too.
Yes. Go ahead. Okay.
No, I'm agreeing too. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. There are certain moral situations that can happen where I'm gonna agree with the extremists too. If I found out, like they were talking about in Florida, that they're teaching that slavery was helpful to the slaves. At that point, this is what I'm going to do. I'm too busy. Because
they're objectively correct. Then you have to teach it, right?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So
you and I would agree.
No. Listen. I'm working, so I really don't have time to look into what are all the books in the school library. So guess what's going to happen? There's going to probably be some extremist that comes to me and says, they're teaching that slaves were helped by the slavery, and I'm gonna say, wait, no, there's no way that shit's true. And then they're gonna send me a fucking book, and then I'm gonna open the book and be like, oh shit, the state is corrupt as fuck. And then this group is gonna advocate on my behalf, and I'm gonna give them my support, even if I know they're gonna overreach, because what's in front of me is so devilish and needs to be removed from the environment that if they overstep, I don't give a fuck. This is why extremism is not good.
What if that is the overstep? What if the other side, conservatives, because they were given authorization by people on the other side who mirror your reasoning here, and the overstep is they start buying books that say that slavery was good.
Guess what happens?
That's the culture war. Yeah.
Eventually, we gonna only have math books in certain language arts, and our literacy rate might improve. Our literacy rate might go up. So listen. I'm not gonna send my kids to a school where they're taught slavery help them. That's never happening ever. So if there's an extremist group that wants to, if there's an extremist group that wants to be active on my behalf, then I'm going to give them my support. And if for some reason it causes us to over-index 10% on books, I don't give a fuck. Because my kids are not.
What if we over-index for 80%, right? Because here's the thing, right?
Well, guess what? Well, eventually we gonna only have language arts and math, and I'm cool with that world too.
Yeah, of course I know.
You can't have language arts because the things that you're reading have themes.
Physics.
Yeah.
Physics is pretty good too.
Yeah.
I know you are extremist another way, right? You are like consequently you've been over the years you've been against the humanities on again, right? You made it clear.
No, I'm not against the humanities. No.
Majoring them. Sorry.
Wait. No. I'm not even against majoring in them. I'm not okay with any state funding that supports majors that lead to poverty. So if you can show me that there's a
you can reconcile that. They need a guaranteed paycheck at the end, a state funded.
No.
Look, even science, even math doesn't work, right? Terrence Harrod says 1 times 1 is
hold on.
Yes, he doesn't have a math degree though.
Hold on, I've been very clear on this.
Degrees don't matter.
No. I've been very clear on this. If you can prove that people who usually take this major usually come out successful in life, then that major should be completely, totally free.
What does
because
successful mean?
because
Hey, did you know the majority of CEOs have liberal arts degrees?
No.
Not STEM.
Hold on. Wait. Let's be clear. I have not said we should ban these things from colleges. I'm not saying that they shouldn't be taught. I said we shouldn't be spending money that goes into paying for those degrees if they can't be proven to be useful. If they're proven to be useful, then they should be free.
But they are. They already have been proven to be useful.
No.
You have an issue with how they're used.
No. CEOs having humanities degrees is completely different from not incoming freshmen, because they're like exporting seniors' ability to find a job in that field. Those two conversations don't connect at all.
Yeah, but you get different results if you track right out of college. If you track right out of college how much you make versus 30 years later, you're going to get two different sets of results.
Yes,
the people with humanities degrees do quite well, but it takes them a while to get to that level because they have critical thinking skills and they can move ahead and they can do everything else. An engineering degree, you'll get a good paying job right out of college. That's different.
Listen. I don't agree with oppressing minorities, and a lot of people do. And I know, like, that's just the thing. If I'm a minority and I don't have a lot of money, I don't want the state to shoot me into this program where I'm gonna leave this program worse off than I came in, and I may or may not be able to be successful. If the state is paying for it, I feel like this should be state by state, and states should have their things that are producing for the economy, and they should elect certain degree fields where they say these things are usually translating to great economically successful citizens. And here's our list. And if you go to school for these things are free. If it's not on the list, you have to pay for it. And I'm not against people paying for stuff. But it's just
I'm just saying. I think you'd be surprised what would be on the list using that criteria.
I'm gonna go down the list of majors by median starting salary, starting at the very top: chemical engineering, computer engineering, electrical engineering, aerospace engineering, economics, physics, computer science, industrial engineering, mechanical engineering, math, physician assistant, civil engineering, construction, finance, MIS.
Oh my God! How can we sign up?
Philosophy. This is like the first time you're getting into some kind of like social.
No, we're getting too low. We're getting too low down the list. You only get like
those are great. A lot of your CEOs have those.
And then let's talk about the very bottom. These are the bottom income earners: education, religion, Spanish, interior design, music, nutrition, criminal justice, drama,
none of this should be free.
Hospitality, and
so you're saying teachers are underpaid?
Sociology, graphic design, psychology.
This is the choice of government.
Hey, notice is everything that they want at the bottom.
So if you start with education, yeah, I agree with you. We should pay teachers more.
We should pay teachers way more. Yeah.
If what you're saying is we shouldn't be training people to be teachers because those jobs don't pay anymore. What happens when we don't? Who do you want teaching your kids?
Wait. Aiko, I can help you. Aiko. If we weren't producing so many shit major people that only pull from the system and don't put into it, if we were producing better citizens, we would have more money, and the system would have more money to pay the actual teachers. And second off, a lot of teachers
don't have money in America.
No. We don't have money in America now.
If you don't understand that, okay. If that's what you took, that's what you took from what I said. Okay.
That's what you said, that we'd be producing people that made more money, and but like it's like we have people that are going into STEM, we have people that are going into engineering, we have so many people going to school and college that we also have a surplus of people that are doing the humanities.
Oh my God, computer science teachers are paid $200,000 a year because I know a few. Oh shit!
Every single wait. You know a few computer science teachers that get paid $100,000. That means every computer science teacher gets paid $200,000 a year.
I think the vast majority of college professors of computer science get paid quite well.
What's quite well? You just said you know a couple, so everyone gets paid $200,000.
Did I say that, or did you say that dumbass statement? Which one of us said that?
I heard that.
Which one of us said that?
It came out of your dumbass mouth.
Hold on.
Oh my God, I know a couple of things.
Let's be honest. Which one of us said that stupid ass statement? Go ahead.
You did. You said it word for word. We just heard you.
No, I didn't. What did I say? This is crazy. Y'all about to change my words.
Does somebody want to go back and clip it? Yeah, you just said that you knew. You said, "Oh my God, I know a couple of."
He knows a couple.
You said you know that
A couple. Did I say all of them make 200,000?
Yes.
Did I say that?
That was what you said right after that.
You
Yes.
know that. I believe what you said. I believe what you
This
said
is why
that
people
you
need
know
like
that
humanities in schools and stuff, so you can
it
have
said
conversations, debate, and speech, and all these things are important.
I believe what you said. You know that computer science teachers get paid this much because you know a few, right?
No,
But
no,
you
no,
didn't
no,
say
no,
all. You didn't use the word
no, no.
all there. But
But
you
I
said
No, and then
you know
after that he
that
said,
But-
therefore that
What I said,
computer science
then I-
teachers make that much.
what I said was computer science teachers get paid well. And then I highlighted some that I know that get paid well. And then he took that statement and said, I said all teachers get paid.
No,
Let me answer the question. Let me answer. So, as of
just wait.
Google,
No.
Google
He's,
says,
no. I don't care what Google says.
But he's right.
So
They
when,
do get
when
paid
you,
well.
No. So
Average
They do,
salary
I
is
know they do.
65,000.
So when you said the
You
statement,
said teacher, not
you said
professor.
it all exuberantly, and you were kind of painting the narrative that just like if you're a computer science teacher, you just get paid amazingly. That was kind of the narrative you were painting
You
to
get
the
paid
point where
well.
you know a few, so that you're pointing from anecdote. Like, hey, I know a couple, and they make
His
$200,000
anecdote
so
happens to map onto reality. Okay, because according to Google,
Oh wait,
like
200K.
So
no, I never said
not 200K.
You didn't say 200K.
But according to Google,
I didn't say that was the average.
According to Google, the average salary is between 101 and 180. Top earners earn about closer to the 180 at 171. The bottom 25th percentile still earn around 92,000 per year, which is very high for the bottom.
I said they're paid well.
I did Google too. It pulled its data from ZipRecruiter. It says 61,000
Yeah, are
per
you
year.
looking at? Well, did you do computer science teacher or computer science professor? Because he said professor.
Well, teacher, because that's what GSU said.
I said professor.
GSU said teacher.
You're changing all of my words. Y'all have changed everything. I specifically said professor.
I heard professor.
I specifically said all computer science professors are paid well. And then I specifically highlighted a few that I know and what they make. But I never said that was the average. I literally said that in 2 sentences, and y'all have created 2 fake narratives from it.
I just told you what I remembered you heard. But yeah, okay. If you're talking about professors, you're narrowing it down to a smaller group of people who are at the college level
that aren't professors. Which is a majority of teachers. So obviously you picked a niche classification. Most professors make more than $100,000 a year.
Wait. No, that's not true. But wait. You got to understand why I brought this up. Because he said, who's going to teach the people? And I said, in these fields that are good, the teachers are going to make good money because there's a lot of fucking people coming through and donating back to their schools and all this other shit. So there's going to be a lot of industries to support the teachers that are teaching the shit that's important.
Yeah, sure. I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem with if you have an education degree, odds are you're teaching at the K through 12 level.
88,000 to 280,000 is the range for I did average professor pay rate America. 88,000 to 220,000.
Wait, just I just want to clarify. Are you saying you said professors or teachers?
Yeah, so even if you said professor, once again, I don't give a fuck what professor.
Sure
most professors make that much.
Hold on, how are you getting that? When okay, maybe we're getting different fucking AIs here. Okay,
I literally
because when I look it up,
average
salary.
I just looked at professors. I said average pay rate professors.
I'm getting between fucking 80 and 90.
Hold on. If we're still talking about professors,
when people Google shit,
I just looked it up too.
What you want to see?
What are you getting?
English professor,
what's your AI giving you, Aiko?
English professor average is 92,000. Average for an English professor is 92,000. So yeah, if you're a professor, period, you're going to make way better money than if you're a high school
Which
teacher.
is why that statement doesn't fucking matter. Why, that a professor makes that much.
Oh, let me just tell you.
Is it location based?
I know lots of English professors in particular, and I can tell you they make money.
Masters or a doctorate to be a professor, they make a lot of fucking money.
Yeah,
we were talking about
you.
We were talking about
idiots. You guys are idiots.
Wait, hold on, wait. Yeah, we're idiots.
They make more than that too because they also
you did exactly what the fuck I was saying. You tried to use a niche. You tried to use a niche category and make it seem like the overwhelming people. If you just become you said professor, but the conversation we were having was that teachers are underpaid, and that you're saying because they're teaching dumbass fields. So you tried to use computer science as a field that if you go into teaching into that, which you said professor. but everyone that's watching
Yes,
took
you didn't
that
say
as
professor.
teacher.
FYI.
I did say
I don't
professor.
care if he did. I don't
I
care if
did
he
say
did.
professor.
He said he did it, so I'm going to use it. So
Did you
you
go back
use
to the VOD?
professor when
Yes,
you
I
know
Yeah, go back.
Wait, and,
Go
and,
back
and he
to
said
the bottom.
professor.
just
He said
make
professor, Corey.
fucking money.
He said
Jesus
teacher.
Christ!
He said
Yes, you're
teacher.
the idiot.
Oh, I did it.
Damn,
Wait,
GSU.
so
We can do it now.
first off,
And
we
English
were
professor
we
specifically.
were having a
92,000.
conversation about college, and all of a sudden, one of you dumb folks just talked about third grade teachers.
So
The entire premise of the conversation
Third
was
grade
about
teachers
what
should not
college.
make $90,000 a year.
No. We
The
were
majority of
having a discussion about computer science and how going into computer science makes a lot of money, so on and so forth. Then Lactoid brought up that the lowest paid things were like teachers.
Were we not talking about college?
Then I said, so you argue that
Were we not
teachers
talking
should
about
get paid
college,
more,
Ron?
so on and so forth. I said,
Were we not talking about my ideology on what
this is how we got
majors
this is how we
in
got
college?
into your
it was
ideology.
because the bottom item on Lactoid's list was English, and people who get English, I'm sorry, not English, was education, and people who get education degrees tend to teach K through 12. That's where they are. So that's why we started talking about K through 12.
No. Lactoid.
If you have an education degree, you're going to be teaching K through 12.
It could be because the only job you can get with an English degree is become English professor.
Listen.
Well,
listen,
no, more likely you'll be an English teacher.
Please listen to me.
Like a K through 12 teacher.
Please listen to me, Iko.
That's fair.
He listed out 10 of the bottom degrees. So you can't couch this conversation on just education. He listed out a whole
I focused on the bottom one. The one that was absolutely at the bottom.
The one at the bottom. Yeah, Corey.
Okay.
So GSU seems to have the issues with the context of the conversation. So if I remember correctly, and also again, check the bot if you want to gamble on like whether you said teacher professor. You said teacher. And lastly,
maybe there's a different part where y'all started saying teacher and y'all fucked me up. I said professor. I'll check the bot.
Okay.
It might be your fault. It still might be our fault.
I'll go with you.
He's making the gambit.
Wait. So I'll go with your professor. How is that relevant to Lactoid's point? Do you need an education degree to be a professor?
Wait, do you understand what the conversation was?
That's my point.
Lactoid was answering context to a conversation that me and Prime were having about what colleges should allow for degree.
Okay. No. How does your point, professor?
No. Hold on. Because obviously you don't understand. I'm trying to help you. Me and Prime were having a conversation that we've had before about my ideology about what majors should be free and paid for by the state. So the entire premise to every resulting conversation is colleges. It was the entire premise. What should colleges pay for and make free? I even said it should be different state by state based off what's valuable to those states. This is why the context of college is important and not the context of a third grade teacher. Do you understand that?
Okay, I believe I understand that. So then I try to help me connect the dots in terms of when Lactoid was reading the list of like lower tier degrees in terms of whatever outcome and salary. And then I believe Alcow brought up and there's like, well, yeah, education, and that's lower paid. And then he was trying to make the point, whether, I don't know, serious or not, of like, whatever, education should be paid more. People with education degrees should be paid more. And so then I think you brought up the college thing, and then you brought up the college thing and the college teachers. And then you wanted to amend it to college professors, but you don't need, to be a professor, you don't need an education degree. Okay, so it's a tangential point, as in to be a professor.
Let me help you. No, let me help you. Okay, so there's two things happening here. And one of them I didn't know was happening until you just expanded, so I appreciate you. When we say college professor and college teacher, I'm okay with those being indistinguishable. I thought
I am not. In most people are.
But you didn't say college teacher. You just said teacher.
Hold on. Wait. Understand that the context for this entire conversation to me was college. So if y'all were making a distinguishing factor between college teacher and college professor, I wasn't. No.
Well, computer science professor.
I wasn't trying to make that distinction. So if I said teachers, and hold on, wait. This is important. If I said teachers in the context for a conversation for college, I think of college teacher and college professor as the exact same thing. What I was trying to exclude was teacher of like high school, teacher of middle school, teacher of elementary school. So when Lactoid listed out those, when Lactoid listed out those degrees, and I was keying in, I even said to him out loud while he was talking, yeah, all of the shit that they want is the lower paid ones. Sociologic said, well, why are people in those fields lower paid? To which I said, well, if you look at the fields that produce great people. The teachers in that field make great money. And all of the context for that was college.
And then you said computer science teachers, right?
Yes.
Which is what. So it's not that computer science teachers make a lot of money. It's that professors make a lot of college professors in general make a lot of money. And the average if you're a computer science teacher in high school, you make squat diddly. It doesn't matter if you.
But I'm not talking about high school.
I know you're not. I know you're not. But then your argument doesn't mean shit. Most college professors make an average of $157,000. So if you become a professor in anything,
I guess where I'm lost a little bit is like what's the point of this? Like, are you like? Is the point of this saying that people on the bottom of like the list that I read, like they should be paid more? I mean,
no. I think GSU's argument was that like we shouldn't have to pay for certain degrees that aren't economically like feasible, right? Which would then mean like education degrees shouldn't necessarily be a thing that's like funded or however. I don't necessarily know how he implied that we were all paying for it. Like I think that's I think what we
wants more grants.
But the reason
so me and ICAO we're coming at it from we're like, okay, well if you just don't pay any teachers at all and you don't think teachers are like they're not successful because they're not economically whatever. So but then you have no one teaching the kids, and then it became a conversation somehow about college professors.
I don't think he ever said to stop paying teachers.
I know where the confusion came from. Can I point it out? The confusion came from the fact that I was responding to the thing about education degrees. And I don't know where GSU came from, got college professor out of that, because if you have an education degree, you're teaching K through 12. That's just the way it goes. You don't get an education degree, certainly not a bachelor's in education, and then go be a college professor. That's not how it works. I mean, unless you end up becoming a professor of education, in which case that might be your first step. But the vast majority of people with education degrees are teaching K through 12.
Because I was talking about
they become CEOs.
Can we stop? We're having a meta conversation on this one moment in time. Let's move past that, okay? All right.
Let's move past it.
Yeah, sure.
I think y'all all understand that I was saying what I was saying about college.
I think we need I'm going to follow an ICO spirit. I think we need to pay lawyers more. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Where are you on the list?
Right?
Hey, if you're a good lawyer,
English majors the number one major for law school is English majors.
I agree.
I think lawyers get paid amazingly. Don't you guys get paid fucking?
It's not enough.
What's it called?
I agree. We should pay labor union lawyers a lot more, right?
Let's not go too far. Okay.
Wait, what?
When you get paid a percentage of the sale?
By the way, we can't unionize. Right? It's against the law.
I want to hear your
phrase. What's that phrase when you get paid for? Lawyers get paid commission. You literally make as much you make as much money as you are of a lawyer.
I don't care about
merit pay.
Yeah, Prime. I want to take us back to where we were. I don't know why the fuck you wanted to go down the college thing, but you decided to. So I went with you. But hold on. My root point was there's a social war afoot. And extremists like you will do things like, let's sneak in the sucking dick books into the school. And when you sneak the sucking dick book in the school, Matt Torn's going to revolt. And I'm probably going to revolt with him when it's the sucking dick book. But what should happen is what happened. I think you're saying what happened is like injustice or something bad. I see it as something good. I love people caring enough about their kids that they were like, look, I don't know what the fuck is going on, but you extremists go figure that shit out.
Let me restate
right there.
Please.
I don't know what the fuck is going on.
I've got an analogy.
I don't know what the fuck is going on. There you go. That's the key of this, and that's where the reactionary.
No. But the reactionary. I know.
Okay.
I have an analogy here that I think will help you understand this. Okay. Let's say you found out, Prime, that like one of let's say you had a kid. A beautiful black child who was in a history class, and you found out, like one lesson plan or something, a secret recording, that the teacher was actively teaching like phrenology and how like the Nazis were right and like the Jews are evil, et cetera, right? Let's just say and they were handing out pamphlets like Henry Ford's pamphlets. To all the different kids, right? Henry Ford's Jewish pamphlets, to all the different kids, okay? Now, let me ask you this. Would this be enough? Would you say, okay, look, we got to solve, we can't have that happen anymore. Or would you say, I'm now skeptical of everything this teacher has taught when it comes to race?
Exactly.
No, I can answer this. I can deal
Yes.
exactly with this, right? No, don't worry.
Can you answer it though?
No, hold on. I'm going to deal with this
I just want to.
directly because
I hope you. I hope you
okay,
do. Go ahead.
let me do it. Let me do it. Okay, so
I'm gonna
lactose, right?
only care how he thinks about Jewish people because I know that he can compartmentalize black people and Jewish people and white people, and he's probably just uniquely hating
It's the
of
Mott and
Jewish people.
Bailey. The Jews were the Mott, and the black people are the Bailey.
Oh
Go
no,
ahead, bro.
no.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Lactoid friend.
You would call for their firing.
I no one, but that's it. Hold on, it's a limited problem. Okay, so one, maybe I maybe I wouldn't even call for a firing, but I'd say, hey, I'd go to the teachers. Maybe I would call for the fire. I'm not sure. Depends on how bad I think the problem.
You wouldn't call for their firing.
No,
That
no, no,
teacher
no,
that
I'm saying,
Nazis were right.
wait, hold on,
Jews?
hold on. Wait, no, he didn't say that. He's about Nazis. He's talking about phrenology, right? But
no, I also said not. I said Henry Ford's
He
I
Jews
also said
didn't
pamphlet.
hear the Nazi. Sorry, I didn't hear the Nazi. Sorry, I didn't hear that.
yeah.
Okay. No.
Okay.
Well, then in that case, well, yeah, sure. I would call for
Pulls
their
out the
firing.
calipers. I think that'd be enough for me too.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, literally the calipers. I was like making that in my hand, like the calipers. Yeah. But I would like call for the firing of that individual teacher. What I wouldn't do is then demand legislation that says, well, all these teachers we have to have cameras in every single class.
You're missing the analogy.
I'm not missing the point.
No, you are.
That's
You
what-
are. I promise
No,
you are.
You are.
Okay.
You are. Let me explain.
The point is, you found out that's happening at every school now.
Yes.
Like
yes. Yeah. So this is why I asked you. Like, wouldn't you be skeptical of everything this teacher has taught about race? In the same way, let's say like we can make it more 1-to-1. Let's say this Nazi guy you found out is responsible for approving all the curriculum that the children read on World War II history. I am ordering a review of every single book that this teacher has ever touched. I want to review. I want to make sure there's nothing from Henry Ford in any of this shit. I want to make sure that Hitler's writings aren't in any of this shit. And yeah, I'm going to be very skeptical, and I'm going to be looking at this with like a discerning eye because I know that somebody who thought it was okay to put in Nazi propaganda was in charge of approving this shit. In the same way that if porn gets through this shit, now I am skeptical of everything.
Yeah. Hold on.
Because they thought it was a good idea to approve this, so clearly they have no judgment.
And I can still accommodate what you're saying, right?
That's the Mott and Bailey.
So, yeah. So what you say, is that we have a bad individual. We have a bigoted individual. Oh my God. Hold on. In America, right? And within the education system, someone is bigoted. Holy crap. Stop the presses, right? That's never happened before. And we don't know how to deal with it. But Prime the genius, he's already got it, right? I can understand that. One, we have bigoted people everywhere, right? This is news to you because you don't understand like how bigotry works. That's okay. Well-known problem with black people. However, I get I have a problem with you on this particular issue. I'll say it to you every time. But however, I can say that yes, these that we need maybe to have maybe a more comprehensive review process.
And that's what those 11 people are doing.
No, that's not a comprehensive review process. It's exactly not what that is, right? If I thought like that, if I wanted to keep the book process being perverted in that way, I'm like, okay, why don't we like come up with a plan, right? Let's work with the educators, right? Let's work with the people with the library system. Let's work with the distributors. Let's have a conversation. Let's bring people together and then say like, let's come up with a review process that we can all come agree with, right? Whether it be a committee, right? Maybe we could have parents on that committee. We can have lots of things, community outreach, and we can take our time, right? Because this is an emergency. The world's not burning down, right? No one's going to die. So our response, right, doesn't have to be reactionary. It doesn't have to be, hey, let's re-review every fucking book and then give the power of the most extreme people in our community, right, to then clog up the machinery of our education system to use valuable taxpayer dollars, right, on bullshit attacks, all right, empower the most racist, bigoted people, right? Because the response to your thing, right, the thing that actually happened was that we empowered our most racist and bigoted individuals with the process that came through, right? So no, I wouldn't do that.
That's what happened when extremists
are Can I say one thing?
Like a non-reactionary.
Let me say one thing, Prime. It seems odd to me though, how you're like, oh, it's one bad individual. instead of looking at the systemic nature of what's going on here.
Ooh.
The systemic problem.
The system that allows
this to happen. The people involved in the education system at every step of the way that subtly push this on people, maybe in an unconscious manner, right?
No, because Lactwood, you can say this because you don't actually understand systemic racism. That's exactly why. That makes sense to you as a dunk, right? Because you don't actually understand.
So that makes sense.
I actually did give you a systemic answer, right? I said, hey, like there's a problem with the system of reviews, right? And I gave the answer that included multiple stakeholders, right, coming together to actually solve the issue, to deal with the system. I even give it up and down the process, right? I talked about the publishers, right, like the wholesalers, right? I talked about the parents, all across the system. I gave you that, but then in response, you're like, "Well, you didn't."
No, wait, Prime.
You didn't count for that particular teacher's education in kindergarten, so you didn't look at the system.
Let me help you. Let me help you. The key point in all of this that you're missing were your words when you said this isn't a fire. You don't understand the pressure that these parents and or organizations were putting, saying, "Wait, we have porn in school. Well, let's burn the fucking system down." The situation. Listen. Yes. So the situation wasn't, "Oh, let's call up a few parents and let's have some conferences and let's figure this shit out." You don't have that time. People are like,
"Of course you do."
Oh, you don't.
Yes.
You're missing what the systemic problem is.
What was going to happen? What was the exigent threat? Am I using that term right?
The exigent threat is that everyone is going to remove people like you from.
Thank you.
That's
fine.
No. I'm telling you. I'm answering your question. Okay. The exigent threat is your ass is going to be removed, as you should be, from Congress. When people say, "Yo, there are kids fucking in books at my school," and you say, "Hey, wait, Prime, I need you to be quiet." Just like you're telling them. No, and I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the enraged parent. I need you to be quiet. I know there's people sucking dicks in books, but I need to call and get together a group of people so we can figure out which of the dick sucking books we want to ban. Because we need to have multiple Zoom meetings over multiple weeks to figure out how many dick sucking books do we want to allow. No, Prime,
Gambit. No, I'll give you even a bigger threat, right? Hey, Gambit, right? It turns out in the daycare centers that you're sending your kids to, right? There's satanic cults. Did you know that? They're sacrificing kids.
You're talking about the ones that can treat kids as transgender and not tell the parents? I agree. They should roll all of that
within the daycare. Hey, the daycare centers, like
we agree.
The response would be that we should bring in the FBI, right? We should bring in the
all the police, absolutely,
and then we should drag these people in front of television cameras, right? We should shame all these individuals, right? Our local professional child caretakers, and then we can say, hey, they're Satanists. They're Satanists. Our child's in danger, right? Then we can try to convince our child that they've been molested. We can do that, right? And then we can come up with a whole industry, right? We can come up with a whole industry of like a remembered, what was it called? What's the term, Michael, right?
Of like let's talk. Past, right? I'm just saying something we can agree with. The person who approved the sucking dick book probably should be charged as a sex offender. I'm pretty sure we should create
whatever.
But it wasn't just one person. It was a system that pushed it and allowed for it to happen. And this is why I'm saying, like, I think that the systemic analysis is a little bit short-sighted. It's not that there's a systemic problem where, like, a couple books got through. There's a systemic problem where people think it's okay for this kind of ideology and sexualization to be introduced to students, right? To be introduced to kids, right? That's the problem. And so when you have enough people who believe this, there's going to be a bunch of parents in Florida who are going to look at this and say, this concept needs to be wiped out, right? Well, hold on. According to Floridians, they believe it is. And they combated it with this legislation.
I tell you is that once again, you actually don't understand systemic racism. You're saying the words, right? You like you're trying to like ape the language.
No, that's systemic, bro.
And no, it's not. Hold on. I will draw it out for you in a second. Calm down.
I'm listening. I'm not interrupting you. I'm making ad libs, but I'm listening. We're making music. Black people make music, Brian. We ad lib. I'm still listening to you.
Okay,
That's still
okay, okay.
interrupting. You're just interrupting by
Okay.
ad-libbing.
No.
Okay.
Prime should be in enough conversations with
I-
black individuals to know that we ad lib, we amen. I go to church. So
That's
sometimes
gonna be my get out of jail free card. I'm ad-libbing. I'm ad-libbing.
Prime, when
You're
the
not
preacher's
black, Corey.
preaching,
I'm ad-libbing right now. I'm not.
when the
I'm
preacher's preaching
This is
and we
cultural
say
appropriation.
amen, we're not actually interrupting the preacher. We're just saying amen. The preacher doesn't
Amen.
stop.
Then you say
Yo, what
amen.
the fuck
Okay,
y'all doing?
camp it. Then when I'm talking, say amen. All right. So anyway, Lactoid.
And this is a secular panel.
No, it's
Lactoid.
not. No.
I hear you, Ben. So you're saying what you said previously, right? Make sure we're on the same page here. You said, hey, there's a lot of people, right? A lot of these individuals who believe that this type of book, right, with the cock and balls book that is on Lactoid's mind, right? The cock and balls book is acceptable, right? And then you said that indicates a systemic issue. That's your response, correct?
No, not just that.
Oh, no, don't say anything.
That's not all he said.
Yeah,
He said yes.
That's not all I said, right? But that's part of it, yeah.
But hold on. Yeah, I know he of course he had a larger answer, but this is the part I'm focusing on, right? Like that is not a system. Hold on. Sorry, let me stop there. What else was evidence that was a system?
I can tell you what else he said.
Hold on, not you. Lactoid.
No. I'm just gonna help.
Lactoid.
I don't want to silence my friend.
No.
I think my friend should be able to step in and add what he remembers.
As always, it's the white man's burden to like come up with
I don't want to speak for so. Yeah,
just you, not you, because
I feel like I have improperly monopolized.
I'm only gonna say words that he
don't
said.
say anything. Don't say anything, because I want to hear what Lactoid has to say. Because you're gonna have your own ideas, and the Lactoid.
No, I'm not. I promise I'm not. I promise I'm not. No.
Lactoid. I don't care. Then wait. Lactoid. What was your other evidence it was systemic? Then maybe I missed it. To be clear.
So the argument is that this is part of something, right? The kid sucking dick is part of something, which is that it's part of a larger group of people who, in their belief, they want to gain acceptance, usually for LGBTQ issues, and because LGBTQ is in many ways inherently sexual, they feel as though as part of this, they want to push sexual themes upon children.
Okay.
Right? And so the systemic portion is this kind of belief of, well, we need to normalize gayness. We have to normalize queerness. That's the systemic issue, right? And the question is, well, why would you want, like, why would you be normalizing sexual activity? What does that lead to? What's the question?
I'm going to ignore that question. I'm going to ignore that question because yes, once again, I was correct. You don't understand systemic racism. You're trying to draw a parallel between systemic racism, right, systemic bigotry, and this systemic issue. Hey, I'm Lactoid, right? I'm a libertarian, and I understand the language of systemic racism, right? I'm out there debunking it all the time, so I understand it. But clearly, you don't, right? Because systemic racism that wouldn't rely on the individual beliefs of the participants of that.
Wait. Hold on. It can absolutely rely on people involved in the system.
Let me tell you, understand, right? No, it actually doesn't rely on that at all, right? It relies on
it doesn't have to.
The mechanisms and institutions that create some sort of unbalanced, like racially unbalanced outcome, right? That represents racism. That's what it was.
Yeah, so like, but hold on. What I said fits into what you just said, though.
One second. Because you're talking. Hold on. You're trying to draw a parallel. And I'm saying a parallel doesn't make sense, right? So your parallel is like there's a group of people with a belief, right? And their belief is problematic in some way.
Sure.
Right?
Cops holding racist beliefs, let's say.
Cops holding racist beliefs. Cops themselves having racist belief isn't a systemic issue. It's an issue
it is when they represent the power of the state.
It is on. Oh my God. No, but that's not, because again, you don't understand what systemic racism.
No, Brian, wait.
No idea. No, hold on. He actually has no idea what systemic racism is.
Wait, I think you're going too extreme.
He's boiling it down. Hold on. He's boiling it down to racism of the individual. That's not the problem. Or I mean, that is a problem. It's a separate problem. But that's not the issue that we're talking about.
Prime saying racism not a problem. Did you hear that?
Well, yeah,
No,
we're talking
no,
when
no,
we're
you're
talking
wrong.
about the justice system again, another system, institution we could talk about, right? We're talking about the laws that have been put in place, right? We're talking about the
The books that have been approved. Yeah.
no the the structure of litigation, right? Of the fact that of like how difficult it can be to get proper representation. I mean, you worked in a what was it, a free lawyer within the, what's it called again?
I forgot the name
I
too.
interned for the public defender for a short
Pro
period.
bono.
Public defender. Thank you, sorry. Public defender. You work for public defender, right? You understand like the limited resources that they have, the spread across a lot of individuals who lacking resources of their own have to rely on the office of the public defender, right? Like all of these are part, right? And we call that, right, a systemically unjust system, right? But it's not dependent on the beliefs of the individuals involved within that system. But the thing that you focused on is like, well, there's a group of people, right, in terms of Florida, right, in terms of these LGBTQ advocates, who have a belief that you find problematic. Just like I have a belief, I have a problem with individuals who find racism, like who are pro-racism, right? But that's just racism, and this is just like a pro gender critical.
I have something in my chat. Let me ask you a direct question. Let me ask a direct question.
Hold on. I would ask you one too first. Prime, wait, because I think you're going too far.
Okay.
It is true that when we talk about systemic racism, sometimes we call out that there doesn't have to be a person acting in like animus or maliciousness specifically, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean that's the only thing that can represent systemic injustice.
Okay.
You can have a system that is controlled by a tyrant, and that there are still systemic issues there. So when he's calling out the racist cop that's beating white people because he hates black people, that's just as systemic of an issue as uh, the unconscious biases that are causing cops to do one
No,
another.
it's not. No, that's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Yes,
No, it
yes.
is.
Can I ask? Can I ask?
It literally isn't. You're literally wrong.
No,
I want to ask a
you're
question.
absolutely wrong.
Let me please.
You're just talking. No, hold on. Prime is just talking about as that system ages over time and more people may move in and uphold the same policies that the racists held, but they're not racist themselves. You're just looking at a different time scale.
No,
slavery was a systemic problem. It isn't that you had to wait until black people had laws.
No, I'm not.
I maybe like I want to educate myself because obviously I don't know anything. Let me ask you. Let me give you a specific scenario, Prime, and just tell me, is this systemic racism or not?
Sure.
Okay. You have a bunch of police who hold a biased belief that black people are criminals. Because of this biased belief, they target black people more often. Black people therefore get arrested more often, which reinforces their belief that black people are more likely to be criminals. And this continues on forever. Is this systemic or not?
Absolutely, it is.
I think it's cyclical, but I wouldn't call that systemic in the same way, right? So you're talking about a body of individuals, right? A group of individuals who are taking actions that just like self-reinforce, right? Yeah. Well, like you've got a self-reinforcing system, self-reinforcing belief, right? We see them in all kinds of areas, right? We see in religious circles, right? We can have self-reinforcing beliefs, but we wouldn't call all those like religious individuals who have like self-reinforcing beliefs within the Bible. We wouldn't say that's a systemic issue. Like that's a different.
Yes.
Like I hear you, right? Like it's I see where you can see some similarities, but that's not what we're talking.
You don't need ignorance for systemic. You don't need ignorance to have a systemic issue. That's what you're saying.
I'm not relying on it. That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
I agree. You don't need ignorance.
You're literally saying right now.
You don't need individual beliefs at all.
Yes, when I'm saying ignorance, what I'm saying, they're ignorant to the effects of their actions. You're acting like we need ignorance to have a systemic issue.
I'm saying no, Gambit, because you're not listening to me. So I'll try.
I am listening to you.
No, you're not, because if you did, then you want to ask that question, or you want to make that statement. Like I'm saying that the individual and what's going on in their head, whether it's an active belief, right? A passive belief or complete ignorance, right? None of that matters, right? That because when we're talking about systemic racism, we're not talking about these individuals and their belief systems, right? We're talking about the institutions that they operate in, right? And how that interferes with society and how that has like disparate impacts, right? That's what we're talking about with systemic racism. With regular racism or bigotry or ignorance, right? We're talking about individuals there, and those individuals, yes, right. Then it matters what those cops are thinking. Then it matters that like a systemic thing could be that
Is slavery a systemic issue? Was that a systemic
yeah,
issue for Black America?
yeah, it is. But why do you think I think it's systemic?
I don't even know if you think it's systemic,
I
but
do.
anyway.
I'm saying it is systemic. Why do you think I believe it's systemic?
Okay, I'm going to tell you why it's systemic. I can't tell you why you think what you think.
Yeah,
I think
you know
it's
what I'm saying.
systemic. No, I get what you're saying, but I don't think you
Then you
believe
should
what
be
you're
able
saying.
to at least if
No,
you,
no,
if
no,
you
no,
understand me,
no, no,
then
no,
you
no,
should
no, no,
you
no,
should be
no.
able to.
What you just spit at me was incoherent, and you're telling me to take your incoherent words and give them to you in a different situation, which because it's incoherent, I can't.
Oh, okay, all right.
If it were coherent, I could at least give it to you in a different situation. But what you're saying is incoherent. Okay,
Okay.
so listen. So listen. What like Tar said is systemic, right?
Slavery. What's slavery? Why is slavery systemic?
Because it is a system in place to create unjust outcomes, whether it's known or unknown to the actors, to create disparate outcomes for Black people. That's why it's systemic. It's an institution in place to create outcomes. Yes.
Okay, well, that's pretty close to what I was going to say.
Okay, and it's what Lactoid said, but what you latched on to.
Lactoid didn't say
No.
anything like that.
Yes, it is, but you latched on to him using the individual to ignore the greater point that he was saying.
But he didn't.
No,
No, I listened to him
yes,
closely.
no.
I
Listen,
listened to him
he's
closely, and I
talking.
gave him the chance to restate his point to make sure I wasn't missing anything.
No.
He didn't talk about that. He talked about the individuals and their
No,
beliefs. And that there was a group of these
no. That's
individuals,
not all he said.
and so they allow these things to go through. That's what he said. That's exactly what. Well, not exactly what he said, but that's the essence of what he said. Absolutely.
Okay, listen.
And I gave him two opportunities to make that clear. Absolutely.
Okay, listen.
Said.
Okay, listen.
There was no system. He didn't.
Let me.
Pull out institutions. He didn't do any of that.
Yes, he did. Let me give it to you. Let me give it to you. Okay. Slavery creates bad outcomes for Black people. Correct.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The conservative or whatever group we want to name for this conversation, that group of people feel a system that embraces sexual ideology in kids is creating bad outcomes for themselves and their kids. They don't care if the people that are approving the book are Primecayes, super left wing crazy people, or if they're not super left wing crazy people. What they care about is the books that are being approved and the negative effect that it's going to have on their kids.
Okay.
So you like really micro focused in on him saying that the people doing the approving today are also Primecayes, but it doesn't matter if they're Primecayes or not.
No,
it doesn't matter.
Hold on. That's a separate issue. We can go back to that topic, right? So
wait, hold on, wait. Let me ask Lactoid a question
because you're talking about something else.
Let me ask.
I moved on to a different subject.
I just want to ask Lactoid a question. Lactoid.
Okay, hold on. To be clear, hold on.
But you care.
But before you do that, right? To be clear, I'm specifically. So those are two separate issues. Talking about like the like why this bill is either good or bad, just or unjust. That's different from my critique of Lactoid, right? My critique of Lactoid is narrowly focused on the fact that Lactoid is categorically wrong when it comes to describing systemic issues, right? It came through in the joke that he made previously, and then it came through when he tried to rebut me in terms of like, hey, well, there's a system of these individuals, right, with their beliefs, and then that lets these books go through, right? So that's what I was criticizing. So let's not mix the two.
No. I understand that, but this is why I said I think you started to hyper focus on something that wasn't important. Because you should, to me, have no. To me, you should have. Okay, so if I ask the question to Lactoid and I say, "Hey, Lactoid, let's replace the individuals that believe that sexual ideology should be pervasive in kids. And let's replace those people with a conservative that doesn't believe that, but is still taking the same actions. Do you think Lactoid would then say, "Oh, you know what? That's cool"? No, he'd still identify it as a systemic problem. The problem here, I think that you are
He
missing
doesn't know
is
what a systemic problem is. Yeah,
Can I
exactly.
no, 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 no,
can
no,
do,
no.
do
Wrong
you
again.
can I ask you, in a society in which there's no concept of race, could you be systemically racist?
What does that have to do with anything? I don't
Well,
understand what
because you're saying it's
that
entirely
matters.
irrelevant to somebody's beliefs and thoughts here about this. So my question is, if you have like a society, let's say we snapped a finger and the concept of race disappeared from everybody's minds immediately, could there still be systemic racism if there's no such thing as race anymore?
If there's disparate
No.
outcomes to a no, hold on, yeah, because if there's disparate outcomes to a group, right? However you want to define this group, look at this a group because and these systems have a disparate bigoted impact on that. Then yeah, that'd be an issue. Yeah,
No, but if there's no concept of race, that can't
we
be.
wouldn't call it racism, maybe, right? But it's a
It'd be
like
it'd be
okay,
colorism.
maybe I'll say that. Yeah, we wouldn't call it like systemic racism, but it'd be a systemic issue, right? For this discrete group that we're talking
No, no,
about.
but
We would
no,
say the word
I'm using the word removing the concept of race specifically to like eliminate this concept of the grouping. So
okay.
I snap my fingers, and all of a sudden, all of us become like me, where you just
Okay.
can't tell what anybody's race is. You just look at them. The whole concept of race has left your mind. Everybody kind of looks like a beige. Everybody kind of looks the same, right, to
Sure.
you, and everybody sees it this way. Now, could there be systemic racism?
Yeah, actually, yeah, it could be, right? Because let's look at the issue that you're talking about, right? And so, let me to make sure that we're on the same page, right? You're saying that everyone like appears to be beige, but we still have our different colors, right? Like it's just that in our psychologically we can't tell the
Well,
difference.
I mean, well,
Correct?
what's
Wait,
colors?
what?
Colors are
Hold on.
only what you perceive, right?
Yeah, I know, I understand, right? But I'm just like trying to focus
Wavelength
on
too.
Yeah,
what's
wavelength
beige.
frequencies, but that's not how we're interpreting it.
Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying. I'm just trying to focus in on what's actually changed in the system, right? You're giving this hypothetical, you're changing an aspect, right? Trying to focus. If it's the case, though, that I live where I live, you live where you live, right? And the people like you, who actually do look like you, even though you can't tell the difference, right? Still live in the places they live, right? And they still have the power that they have. Then you could have a systemic issue, right? For instance, that is like like uh, um, uh, like housing, like a housing discrimination, right? You could say that a group of people that live in this area, right, that kind of look like all of us, right, but that live in this area, like we're not going to give them loans, right? Like, you could redline a
Wait,
group of people that look exactly like you, correct?
but
Right?
you're asking.
And then the
You're
group would be, hey, this neighborhood is being discriminated
he,
against, right? So it wouldn't be race, agreed.
he
Wouldn't
didn't.
be race, but the outcome is, and in fact, nothing has to change in the real world. If the only thing that's changed is that we've lost the ability to distinguish color, right? Well, then the system that we put in place can still operate because they don't
He
rely on the individual's
he didn't
behavior.
ask. He didn't ask you would there still be tribalism in different forms. He asked you would there still be
I didn't
racism.
respond
The
with that.
answer
I
is
didn't
just
respond
no.
with that. That's
That's
good
what
So,
because
you're
I didn't
responding with
so
now.
the
I
reason
didn't respond with
the
tribalism. I didn't
reason
respond
the
with
reason
that.
why I'm asking
Yes.
this is
No, I didn't. You
and
didn't. You're not listening. You don't understand it
I
either.
listen to everything that you
Like
said. Unless you don't understand tribalism.
maybe you have like just
it's
a
not tribalism.
look, maybe you have like a different understanding, but like, so look,
The correct
I'm
understanding.
sure I'm looking at Wikipedia. Okay, institutional racism, also known as systemic racism. That's like the very first paragraph. And like here's a paragraph right here. Other examples, sometimes described as institutional racism, are racial profiling by security guards and police, use of stereotype racial caricatures, the under and misrepresentation of certain racial groups in the mass media, and race-based barriers to gainful employment and professional advancement. If we're talking about racial profiling, that's like one of the examples given on Wikipedia, then that's like a lot more than me that has this misunderstanding, because my understanding is racial profiling is done by people based on their internal biases about people's race. And so if you have a bunch of cops, for example, in the hypothetical I gave earlier, who have this racial belief and are racially profiling black people, and this reinforces their beliefs, their racial profiling of black people, Wikipedia would agree with me that this is systemic.
I'm going to look at the definition. I'm looking for that article. If you could send me the
Sure.
article,
Yeah.
I'll take
Yeah.
a look at it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, everybody here except Pride agrees that it's.
Does everyone? Did everyone else agree?
What?
I didn't.
Yeah. What? I'll look at it. I'll look at it.
But I'm also not staking any claim at all, like whatsoever. I'm definitely
Nah,
not.
you got to make a positive claim right now.
I have no problem saying that I'm ignorant on systemic racism in comparison to Prime.
Don't. Oh my. Yo. No, white people like you.
Isn't that what he's supposed to do? Isn't that what he's supposed to do?
No, it's the most dehumanizing, disgusting thing.
Dehumanizing.
I'm white, so I can't understand racism.
The first thing.
No.
I look on. So I looked up.
That's
Just putting this out there. I'm gonna read the thing that you said, right? Yep. But like the first thing that pops up when I searched for it, right, was a study talking about systemic and structural racism. Here's the abstract of this study, right? Racism is not always conscious, explicit, or readily visible. Often it is systemic and structural. Systemic and structural racism are forms of racism that are pervasively and deeply embedded in systems, laws, written or unwritten policies, and entrenched practices and beliefs that produce, condone, and perpetuate widespread unfair treatment and oppression of people of color, and with adverse health consequences. Examples include residential segregation, right? Which doesn't. Okay, well, I want to.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Hold on. Sorry, I won't editorialize. So, unfair lending practices and other barriers to home ownership and accumulating. Well, hold on 1 second, right? Residential segregation actually doesn't require racism. You can do that.
Yes, it does.
No, you don't. You can residentially separate people for all kinds of reasons. Let me finish. I'm going to finish the abstract. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Right? Sorry. Examples include residential segregation, unfair lending practices, and other barriers to home ownership and accumulating wealth. Schools' dependence on local property taxes, environmental injustice, biased policing, and sentencing of men and boys of color, and voter suppression policies. The article defines systemic and structural racism using examples, explains how they damage health through many causal pathways and suggests approaches to dismantling them. But systemic and structural racism permeate all sectors and areas. Addressing them will require mutually reinforcing actions in multiple sectors and places. Acknowledging the existence is a crucial first step. So, like, literally the first thing that came up in Google, like, that was my definition, right?
It said bias policing. That was one of the examples you just read.
Yeah. Bias policing.
And you said housing segregation.
Hold on. Bias policing, yeah, and housing segregation, yeah. People can be segregated along all kinds of axes. It doesn't require race to do that, correct?
Great. But you're reading something about race. You're reading something about institutionalized racism. So of course they're talking about segregation on race. What the hell are you talking about?
No, but no, sorry. Oh, sorry. Then you don't understand what I was talking about, right? Okay, that's a mistake. So I was talking about, like, in terms of housing discrimination. Period.
I'm talking about what the abstract.
Okay, great. Oh, then we had a miscommunication, because that's what I'm referring to. Like, we can have housing discrimination on all kinds of axes. There's all kinds of reasons why you can have housing discrimination. But if you're talking about specifically racial housing discrimination, then that requires race. Fair enough, okay? But I'm talking about housing discrimination.
No. Not only does that require race, but it also requires what Lactoid is also bringing to the conversation, which is some sort of either implicit bias or unconscious bias. It also requires that. The reason why people don't want to live with that group and they want to live with people that look like them is because either they think their group is better than that group, or they think that group is
at all. It doesn't require that at all. I'm sorry, you don't know the history. You really don't have. Hold on. Why did white flight happen? Why did white flight happen? Right? Part of it, yes, was because the people with black.
Did you just say part of it? Yes. What I said?
Hold on.
You said part of it was what I said.
Hold on.
Right? Does that not mean required?
It could be. Hold on. Then you understand what I'm saying, because you don't understand what I'm saying, right? Let's try it again.
First off, you interrupted me. You interrupted me, and now you're telling me to hold on. But go ahead, Ron.
I will. Thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, but I love you so much.
That's why you're losing your voice. This is great.
People with lactoid skin color, right?
If you lose your voice, you're losing. You're losing if you lose your voice. I'm just going to let you know. That's how the audience is like, yo, he's been screaming so much that he's losing his damn voice. He's crazy. He's a buffoon. But go ahead.
I still haven't fully recovered my voice. That's true. But Lactoid, I want to put him in the center of this, right? To, make him the example to work with. It's always fun for me. But people with lactoid skin color, right? Part of them, yes, they had explicit bias against brown individuals, and then they wanted to leave, right? Some of them had implicit, right? They didn't say they were racist, but they felt some kind of way. And then some of them had none of that, right? Why did they leave? Because white flight was made possible by government subsidies. Government subsidies, like through the what was the
Why were those
Veterans
government
Act, right?
subsidies
Was
made
it
possible?
sorry, huh?
Why was those government subsidies made possible?
Those
Oh
government
shit!
no,
Oh
yeah,
wow!
to expand the suburbs, right? To invest in the country, right? One to give jobs to returning veterans, to make sure that
Did they
they had
give it to
something
the
to
black
do.
returning veterans? Did the black returning veterans from the Vietnam War get it? Oh
Yeah,
shit, they did it. I
hold on,
won.
hold on.
Damn.
Yeah, hold on. I agree. We're talking about racial um uh, uh
Yes, we are.
segregation. There can be a beginning that includes these elements, right? Where like yeah, there's a
So you're
racist element.
agreeing with us that there are
Hold on.
people that had unconscious or either conscious biases against black
I
people?
literally just said that. I literally just said that. I went to great pains to say
And
explicit. Hold on. I went to
no, no.
great pains to say they have explicit racism and internal racism, and then no racism altogether.
And I'm
Right?
telling you that
All
no racism doesn't
were
exist.
included. But what I'm talking
And,
about, hold on.
I'm not telling. Hold on, wait. You're
Unless we're
moving
talking
past.
about me.
No. You're
Yes, we are
moving
talking about
past.
Lester, indeed.
No,
I am
no.
the
You're
no
moving.
racist person.
You're moving past what I'm saying, and you're not understanding the context of what I'm saying. Yes.
Hold on. You haven't let me finish what I'm saying.
You have. I
No, hold
understand
on.
you.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You haven't let me
You
finish.
want me to explain it to
Oh,
you?
I'm going to finish. I'm going to
You want me
finish.
to explain it to
Okay, great.
you?
Okay.
Yeah. Why you do it again? You usually ask me to explain it to you. I can
Okay,
explain
hold
it to
on.
you.
So white flight was made possible by
By
these
racism.
subsidies, right? By institutions, by institutions
By
that
racist
empowered them,
institutions.
right? Institutions that empowered these people to go, right? Like, and it was continued on. The reason why, so even if, right, like, let's say a racist, right, wrote the bill. They wrote the bill. Well, yeah, they did actually. That's exactly what happened, right? Racists wrote the
Yeah.
bill
Oh
in
shit.
which they
Yeah.
wouldn't, yeah, when they wouldn't allow um, black people to engage with those subsidies, right? Like I believe this happened under FDR. I don't know, but Ico could help me out with that. But whatever.
Starting with the New Deal and onwards. Yes.
Yeah. That it didn't include black individuals. Racism happened there, right? So racial racism happened. So that's the racist moment. But what distinguishes the systemic part is that it no longer requires that afterwards, right? It could be the case that those lawmakers who created the president who signed it, right, and all the
Oh, what did
original
I say
actors.
earlier?
Hold on,
What did I say earlier?
hold on. I'm still not done. Amazing, I'm still not done.
No, you're
And
still
all
talking
the
like
original
10 minutes.
and all the original actors die, right? Yet still, like white flight happens. White flight takes place. Why is it taking place, right? It could be that every single white person, all of them are non-racist like Lecter. They don't see race anymore. They don't understand it, right? But they have access to these resources. They have a system that gives them the benefit of being able to move out of their neighborhoods, right, in their small households to get a much bigger household with a lawn and everything, right, and push this idea of the American dream, but only the American dream for certain types of people. But they wouldn't. Again, they can't even interact with that, right? But still, it perpetuates. That's the difference, right? So yes, if there can be a kernel of racism that starts any particular system, absolutely, 100%. No one's denying that. I'm talking about the system in itself can continue and perpetuate, even though every single person involved with it is no longer racist at all.
Can I go now? Okay, so like Todd, you might remember an hour ago when I was trying to explain Prime's position to him, I said Prime is just looking at a different time. These things come about because of racism, racist people overtly or implicit biases, and then he's looking at a different time scale where those people have left. Did I not say that a fucking hour ago, word for word? That's literally what I said. I said you're looking at a different time scale, Prime. You're not looking at when it was created and the ideas of the people who constructed this. You're looking at these systems perpetuating past the people who created them. Racism is absolutely needed for these systems to be constructed They're not needed for the system to be continued. Yes. No. Hold on. Wait. I know what you're about to say.
You don't know what I'm
Because
about to say.
you want to give a pass to racist people. You want to say, oh, they mistakenly constructed a system that just disadvantaged all black people. No, that's not what's happening.
No, not what we're gonna say at all.
No, I just want to make
medical racism,
and then I want to hear yours. Right. No, it's not. It's not at all. It's not.
No, actually, it is. Actually, it is.
The idea that black women are these estranged monkeys who can deal with all sorts of pain. All of this shit comes from racism. But hold on. I want to make my statement.
Criticism is valid.
No. I want to make my statement and I want to pass it to you.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that all of these systems are constructed due to either conscious or subconscious biased people. We don't have to say racist. We can say whatever software we want to say. But they are constructed because of these people's beliefs. Period. But go ahead.
Okay. All right. Well, all legislation, period, is made with people's beliefs in mind. But I mean, like,
no, that's not what I said. No. You're not. Hey, you're not.
Okay. Go ahead.
Listen. I said all systemically racist legislation is made by people who are consciously or subconsciously racist. That's what I'm saying. I'm not just saying all laws are created by ideas.
Okay, great, because that makes this easier for me then. All right, then I'll give you another example. Medical racism, right? Where there's disparate impacts on certain groups, right? These can come about, right? Like, I'll just give you an example.
What's an example?
Yeah. I'll go straight to the example, right? So I worked in the hospital, and something that we were trying to dismantle, right, is where we had poor health outcomes for people from like South Asian backgrounds.
Oh, okay.
No.
It's going to be the same. It's going to be the same correlation. Go ahead.
Okay, Southeast Asian backgrounds, right? Why was this happening? Because those people didn't. They had a different relationship with doctors, and they had they weren't expressive as to their issues, right? Like, it was part of their culture where, like, you don't complain, right? Like, people of those individuals, like those backgrounds, don't complain, right? Now, the system we have in place, the way that our doctors were interacting with them, they would, in the way that you're used to, right? They would say, "Hey, what's the problem, madam?" Right? Like, are you feeling any issues? And they wouldn't give a problem, right? They wouldn't give something. They would have some sort of indication. They would be trying to say something, but they wouldn't say directly, because then that would sound like complaining, right? So we have a problem, right? Where it doesn't originate with any of the doctors, right? It was no hospital administrator who decided, I'm going to fuck over Asians, or even implicitly saying like Asians are a problem, and so I'm not going to provide proper care for these individuals. It wasn't any of that, right? It just happened to be a cultural class, but it still had a disparate impact. It was a systemic issue, right, in terms of how we interact with our institutions. But it still had disparate impact. But it wasn't an issue of like an individual, as far as I know, as far as I can tell, of having implicit or explicit bias. There you go.
Okay. So first off, yes, I dealt with this. When I had to go to Singapore, they were like, hey, you can't tell people straight up no. You got to code it in this soft ass language because they can't deal with no. Mm-hmm. I told all them motherfuckers no, and they didn't like it. But anyway, back to this point. So what I would say is the issue that you're bringing up is not an example of systemic racism at all.
No, it's not systemic. No, it's not racism. I'm saying I'm giving you a system with disparate impacts, right? I'm not saying this is
yes. I'm saying that you can have
construct a system. Yeah, you can construct a system without that has a disparate negative racial impacts, right? That doesn't start with the kernel of racism. Yeah, but still people being
wait. Your point to Lactoid wasn't that there can be things that's systemic that aren't racist. Your thing was we can still consider it systemic racism just because it has disparate outcomes. That's literally what you said, almost word for word.
My problem with My problem with Lactoid is that he didn't understand what the system is, period, right? So I was pointing out what the system is. So you all then automatically we landed on systemic racism to talk about.
Listen.
My problem is that he doesn't understand what these systems are in the first place, and he confuses that with individual racism. That's my issue.
Listen.
I have a separate issue that
You agree that all disparate outcomes from a system are not that happen along the lines of race are not systemic racism, correct?
Systemic racism doesn't require. Sorry, hold on. Let me, because maybe I made a statement that I don't actually mean.
Yeah, you're about to. Right? Yeah. Go ahead.
No.
No. It's cool. No. I know when I pointed out, you're gonna be more hesitant to do it now. It's
fine. I'm trying. I don't know the best way to express this.
I know the best way.
I'm saying that you can have a system that's systemically racist without any one racist having been involved. Yeah, so you can call that system. Sorry, but yeah. So I said before, with the systemic racist, no, you can actually call it structural or systemic racism, if you wanted. Yeah, you could actually call it that. But
I'm saying you can't.
People get confused. Okay, well then that's where I disagree. People get confused with that because they're like, well, no one was racist involved. Yeah, exactly. That's the fucking point. You don't actually have to be racist to be involved. It has a racist. The racist part. The thing that we're pointing when we're injecting race into this is the impact, not necessarily the originators.
And what I'm saying is, I don't think you can give me a single example where there were never. No, you didn't, because you also said that wasn't systemically racist. Unless you want to walk that back.
No, I did. Wait. That's why you didn't listen to me.
Wait. I did listen to you, but I didn't. You didn't say that. So hold on. Wait. You're saying a medical system that doesn't understand the interaction with Asians is systemically racist against Asians because it doesn't understand their cultural way that they treat their doctors.
Impacts. Yes, exactly. Right. Now, again, none of those, because that sounds weird. I know, because people who don't understand this think, oh, like there was no individual racism. There was no guy in the hood. There was no. Hold on. No, don't prime me. Right.
No one would call this systemic racism.
No guy in the hood, right? In fact, maybe there was no white people involved, and white people usually are the problem, of course, right? So there was no whites. Maybe it was literally all Asians who created that system, right? It could have been, right, like these fourth generation Asians who don't actually understand the culture of their own country, right? Or their ancestors, who don't understand that culture, and they could have created the exact same system with those disparate impacts. That could have happened, right?
No one outside of you would call this systemic racism. And I think you're only doing it now because I pointed out that you were going to have to walk back to my position. And as soon as I did that, you said, you know what? No, it is systemic racism. But it's fine. I know you agree with me. It's cool. We'll DM later.
No, I
we'll
don't agree.
About it. And I'll be like, Prime, how
can I give you an example of systemic racism that happens without any individual racist being involved?
Sure,
standardized testing and disparate impacts.
It isn't systemically racist still.
Yeah, well, it is because
no, it's not.
You get you get some groups that, like, I can tell you, in the area of education where I've worked, if you're able to go to a prep school, all right, which are predominantly white, you're going to get 80% of your kids. 80% of your kids are going to get commended or higher on the PSAT, simply because they're prepped. Then if you go to the public schools where there's a lot more minorities, you get 1% commended or higher on the PSAT. Actually, less than 1%. Disparate of 80 to 1, okay, or close to 100 to 1. And it's if you give an IQ test to those same groups, which they've done, the IQs are the same. So the difference is in the ability, how well prepped you are. And the fact is, members of minorities are far less prepped than higher concentrations of groups that are more white. But there's no one there that's saying, okay, you're black, you're not going to get the preparation that this white kid gets. There's no individual that does that. It's purely systemic.
Let me know when I can respond.
Yeah, that's it. I'm done.
Okay. All right. When we talk about our education system, and we talk about how our education system is funded, there were extremely racist actors that set up this system. And what you're talking about is now that we have schools being funded in these ways, and this school doesn't have these resources and the disparate outcomes of that, you have to trace back to why. If you just say in a vacuum, well, we don't know what's really happening and why the black schools aren't preparing their kids for tests, and you don't understand that the reason why is because they don't have the resources, and the reason why that is because of all the systemic factors that I know you know of. Yes, you can say the blanket statement, oh, it didn't involve anybody racist. But if we actually look at what happened, we actually look at what's going on, we understand that it's racist people that set this system up. We're just still impacted by it today. So guess what? Just like Prime did, you're just looking at it on a different time scale. If we look at why these issues exist and how they were erected, it's absolutely due to racism. And you're just looking at the system as it exists now, where less of those people are in power.
Yeah,
and
but the point of
systemic
racism is that it can perpetuate itself with anyone actively trying to perpetuate it. And
yes,
I'm
but
part of this system, right?
Yes,
and you could argue that my participation in the system is leading to some of these outcomes because I have right now, for instance, I have one black student out of probably about 150 that I teach. So I'm not getting I'm not putting enough people out there of in certain minority groups to be able to fix this, right? So you could say that I'm a part of the problem too, but that's not my intention.
Wait. The important point is what I said. You all keep saying you don't need racist or subconsciously racist people to perpetuate a system. I've consistently said to y'all that the answer to that is yes, but you need them to construct it. And you keep going back to perpetuation, but you're not talking about construction. And that's the point that I keep trying to bring y'all back to. Let's not talk about perpetuation because you're just looking at it later. Look at how these systems were constructed. They were constructed by people that either consciously or subconsciously.
Okay, let me tell you another one then. Can I do another one that I think might meet your test? Sure. Facial recognition technology bias. I don't think there was anybody at the beginning of facial recognition that said, I want to fuck over black people by making it so that they can't, these technology won't work on them.
You know what does happen in employment, though? You know who's more likely to have the jobs that they test facial recognition on, and how often those people get callbacks, and why all of those reasons.
Yes, I teach that every year. Yeah. Where the same application goes out, but one has a black sounding name and then one has a white sounding name. And yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree with you. But that's bias, either conscious or unconscious in the mind of a person. That's not necessarily just structural. But facial recognition technology, that's purely structural.
No.
That's a problem that was not intentional. That there wasn't a racist person who intentionally did that. But it's in a system that's...
You're talking about the secondary effects. I'm always talking about the primary effect. I agree with you that there can be secondary and tertiary causes that aren't linked to direct racism, but I'm talking about the primary causes. The reason why we have this separate workforce in that white people have an extremely low percentage chance of being called back and blah, blah, blah. All of these things compound to create these secondary and tertiary effects that you're listing out. I'm always talking about the primary.
So hold on. Let's go back to the example I give, the disparate medical impacts, right? Okay. So we'll have two timelines, right? One where people of black to white skin color are involved and they create the system, and they do it with hate, right? The deepest hate, fuck them Asians is what they have in their mind, right? And they create system, a system.
The Asians are fine.
Those aren't the ones you had a problem. Good to know, right? But then in a separate timeline, right? It's a different group of people who all love Asians, right? They have best friends who are all Asians, right? And they construct the exact same system now, right? Which has the exact same disparate impacts. Now, look, when we're describing this system on the other side of it, right? This is, let's say 2 decades have passed, right? Me as the observer, right? Let's say I was, well, actually, it doesn't matter if I'm Asian or not, but like me as the observer of these systems, I don't know who the originators are, right? Like, I don't know Lactoid's name and I can't blame him. Or I don't know if the room was filled with, Corey's, because Corey's half Asian, right? I don't know who it was filled with. I'm just describing the system that has disparate racial impacts, right? I would describe that system as systemically racist because of the systemic racist impacts. I'm not interviewing Lactoid, right? And like digging deep into his past and figuring out like what's going on in his head. That part's unimportant. When we're talking about systemic racism, it doesn't require a litmus test, right? To say, well, that guy's a racist and that guy's not, or whatever, right? None of that matters. When we're describing it, we're talking about it from the impact. That's why we can describe these systems that way, right? We're talking about individual racism. Then I do have to interview Lactoid and like finally bring out his true beliefs to the forefront, right? Like that's how that works. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I'm happy that we're able to interview and understand where things come from, which is why earlier I asked you, is this system systemically racist? And you said it's not because you knew it wasn't. Now what I'm having, now what, now what, no, you didn't misspeak. You intellectually thought and you gave us your intellectual thoughts on the topic. And then you notice, fuck, I'm done. And now what you're and now what you're having, and hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. No.
When you say teacher instead of professor, right? When you ever do that, I can tell. I can just go on. Hey, Gambit said the wrong thing the first time, right? And so invalidates the rest of his points. Good to know. I'm going to remember this, Stanley. Go ahead.
Yes. So now that you've changed your answer, you're asking me to do something where I don't have the faculties to do. I don't have the faculties.
I do. Don't worry, I can take care of everybody.
No, I don't have the ability to compel you to tell the truth right now. I don't have that ability. You have to willingly say, you know what, Gambit, you got me, like you were about to say earlier, and Lactoid started smiling, and it was real cool. Like I wish we'd had a screenshot of it. And then you were like, you know what, fuck, I can't do this because we're still streaming. We're not in a private room. So I can't compel you to tell what's in your heart right now.
Okay, well, what you want to ask me?
No, that's it.
What was in my? What do you? What? Okay, whatever. Okay, so I'm ignoring.
Oh no! What I was asking: do you think that system is systemically racist against Asians?
That system is systemically racist. Oh, the system I described, right?
Yes.
Yeah, both of them are systemically.
Okay, wait.
Okay, wait. About the impact.
Hold on. Okay. Yes. Let's see if you're going to go back on two statements that you said, not just one. The statement that I said that you agreed with, which is what tore down everything, where you had to think, oh fuck. I said, do you agree that there can be a system with disparate outcomes on race that is not systemically racist? And you said yes to that question. So you also have to be going back on that now, or you have to explain to me the difference between this system and the system that you wouldn't classify as systemically racist. And also, wait. This is a statement I said earlier. I said, Prime, wait. You've called out a system that has disparate outcomes on race, but that doesn't mean that it's systemically racist. And you said yes to that. So you wanted to call up, yes. So you wanted to say that there's a system that could exist that has disparities, negative impacts based off race that are not systemically racist. You're saying this system, the Asian doctor situation, it does not have people that are systemically racist. But it also should
individually racist. Don't mix
up. I'm not.
But you made a mistake. What do you mean you made a mistake?
No, I didn't make a mistake.
But you said the wrong thing. You just did.
No. You're just adding to clarify.
Individuals who are systemically racism, and that wouldn't be systemic racism, right? That would be individual racism. So hold on, you said the wrong thing, Gambit. How could you say the wrong thing? No. I'm gonna go back.
That's not what I said.
Correct that? You're gonna correct it?
No. That's not what I said.
Systemically racist. Those individuals who are systemically racist. That's what you just said, right? So you're gonna take that back?
No, I said systems. I said systems. Okay, so explain to me the difference between the Asian system, not individuals, Asian system that you just talked about that you do classify as systemically racist, and a different system that you wouldn't call systemically racist that also has negative impacts, negative disparities based on race. No. I gave you a concept. And I asked you, do you agree with it?
And then yes. Sure. Okay. And then
so you're also taking that back.
Yeah.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on.
Hold on. If you let me talk, then you understand what exactly I'm taking back. So yeah, I agree. I'll take back my words then, right? Because you gave me right a hypothetical with no concrete answers or concrete grounding, right? And in that moment, I said a statement. But once I examined an actual system and I thought more about it, I'm like, no, actually, that's incorrect, right? And so I reissued my statement. Okay, I corrected my statement. So yes, that's the case. Sure.
Okay, so
So now maybe you're going to try
no
to
no
give
no
me an
no
example,
no
an
no
actual
no.
example.
Yes, I always go to the pants example.
The pants example.
There are. How did I do this? Because I've got you to agree with this before twice now, and I keep having to do it. But we can go through this again.
Okay. Well, while you're thinking that, hey guys, one, consider helping out the channel. We're like already over time here, but we haven't gotten any support really. Sean gave a membership on YouTube. And G again give $2 super chat, so I appreciate that. But we haven't really gotten any support. So, guys, if you appreciate all these conversations, will you agree with me or disagree with me? Right? Whether you choose to be correct or you choose to be wrong. Then then consider helping out the channel. Right? We do need your help. It's like the month is more than halfway over. We only had like 2 gifted subs, so consider helping us out. And Textology gave up 300 bits like a long time ago. So we don't have support. So if you're sitting here, I see a lot of you guys come back. Consider helping out the channel by subbing to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs. It's really important. It helps me out. It allows me to do all this. So if you find value in this, consider doing that. We have Amazon Prime Prime Gaming. I see a few of you out there who do consider using that free sub here. Aiko, thank you for gifting a sub. Thank you for kindly supporting this community. Now we have 3 gifted subs for the month. But yeah, so consider helping us out, gifting bits, even subs. If you want something, before we I'll still be here for a bit. So if you want me to respond, or whoever's left with me to respond to something, then consider supporting the channel with like a super chat on YouTube, maybe, or through bits donations, and we can answer questions. But we do need your help. So you haven't helped out yet, then consider helping out the channel. That I can't do it without you. So sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. We really can't do it without your assistance, but thank you for Aiko for the 1 sub. Okay, go ahead. And guys, we're all past time, so if anyone needs to leave, you guys can head out if you like.
Can I just insert a quick little thing that I was just going to mention?
Wait, I have a small example because I actually want.
Never mind.
I actually want you to answer this too. Like, I want all of y'all to raise your hands. All right, I want you to raise your hand if you think this system is systemically racist. All right. So, Prime, me and you are in engineering. You've written programs.
Wait, which
before.
system? Fill me in.
I'm about to describe it. So, Prime, you are on your computer and you write a PowerShell script. And your PowerShell script is going to generate a random number. And there are people in the waiting room. And the person whose number gets pulled by your random program is allowed to come onto the panel.
Okay.
So let's say there's lots and lots of people in the waiting room. For some reason, your PowerShell script always chooses a number for a person that's white. And the black people in the waiting room are never allowed to come on stream because their random number isn't chosen. Would you say that system is systemically racist against black people?
What's the demographic of the people in the room?
If it's
unknown, it's unknown.
If it's 80% black and 20% white.
There's a contradiction in your description. You said random, and then you also said always. So if it's always picking white people, it is not random. There's something in the system.
No, that's not true. No, that's not true.
You said always.
Yeah, that's not true.
No.
It could be the case that it just so happens that every time you flip the coin, it lands on heads, right?
Yeah, no, but if it's always, then the longer that system goes on, the less likely it is that it's random,
less
right?
Likely.
Because
it's less likely. But what he's saying is, let's say hypothetically, it always lands on a white person's number.
Yeah, then it's not random. Something happened to make it not random.
No, that's not true.
It's systemically racist.
Let me ask this then. Like, we can change it. Let's say I flip a coin 200 times, and every single time it landed on heads. When I flip the coin, any one of those 200 times, when I flip the coin, was it random which one it would land on?
No.
Yes.
200 times in a row, the odds are very much against it being random.
Wait, what are you saying? You're saying that probability is not real. The probability.
No, I'm saying probability is real. That's precisely why I gave that answer, because probability is real.
Probability
200 times in a row,
Probability has no effect on results.
I understand it's unlikely, but you would agree unlikely things can happen.
Exactly.
Of
course, yeah. Believe me,
it's not impossible.
Look, I bet on black at a roulette table, and it came up red 12 times in a row. So I understand these unlikely events can happen, right? Like I lost $2,000.
Was that racist against black then? If it hit red 12 times in a row?
Yeah, was that
well,
racist?
no, because 12 times it is at least more in the realm of believability.
Michael, this is wild.
It's a hypo. It doesn't have to be believable.
Yeah.
And also, like, there's certainly a chance that because I had been winning a lot that night on the strategy of doubling down. You know how that works. And it very well may be that they fix the table. That's in always in the back of my head.
This is literally the hot
Wait. I mistakenly.
No, you're right.
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry.
I'm probably wrong on that, but I'm just saying it's in the back of my head.
But wait, we have to understand that probability and results are different. And just because there's a probability does not mean it's going to have an impact on results.
Yeah.
Right? When you could literally flip a coin and get heads 10,000 times and die, and you only got heads while you were alive, right? Like that's possible. That's probable.
But it's far more likely. It's far more likely that it was fixed. If it was 10,000 times in a row,
that is far more likely is irrelevant to the results.
No, it's not irrelevant.
It is.
Likelihood, especially when you're talking about public policy, likelihood absolutely is a massive factor.
Wait, Aiko. The reason why he's asking this question is because he's trying to get at, like, if there is something that's entirely race neutral, but it just so happens to have a disproportionate effect on one racial group, is that systemically racist? And so the hypothetical that he came up with is on something that truly is completely random that just so happens to select white people for every single panel.
It's not random.
But you're saying it's not, but I'm saying in the hypothetical, assume that it is, right? It is part of the hypothetical. If
X is not Y.
If you didn't eat breakfast this morning, what would you be?
Racist. According to his logic.
Eventually. The hypothetical assumes like it is a precondition. It is guaranteed random. And the second thing that's guaranteed is that it happened to pick white people every time for the past 12 years, let's say. And so for 12 years, Prime has only had white panelists, despite there being a plenty of black panelists who would have been great, because it just so happened that every single number landed on a white person. His question is this systemic racism?
Yeah, and that's where I have to question the premise, because
we're talking about. You can't question the premise. It is true. It is defined to be true.
This in the world of debate is what we call fiat abuse, where you assume the answer that you want to hear.
Yes, this could be an LSAT question.
Wait. Hold on. Let me take control of this panel. Okay. All right. Because I believe Aiko forgot the question that I asked him, which is why he's responding in this way. The specific question I asked is, I didn't ask for your argument. I just asked you to raise your hand if you believe this system is systemically racist. So I would like all of you all who think it's systemically racist to raise your hand.
Because Aiko's not accepting the premises. That's why he's raising his hand.
No. But I know what Prime has.
I'm following your rules. I'm raising my hand.
My primary argument here isn't with Aiko, so I'm okay with Aiko. Yeah. I don't know what Aiko. You're an incredibly intelligent individual. I don't know. I don't understand
we're good
right now, but it's fine. Yeah. But Prime, I'm waiting to see. Your hand is down, so my assumption is you're saying. But my assumption, Prime, is you're saying that there's a system that has an outcome that's disproportionate, and it's also not systemically racist. It's not because your hand is not up. That's the only thing I can assume is that you agree with me. You agree with my definition that there can be systemic outcomes unfavorable by race that are not systemically racist. Is that what is like? I'm assuming that's what you mean, but I see you're still thinking, so I'm gonna wait.
It's a great question, actually.
No, I think it's a good question. No.
You're about to do it again. Go ahead and say yes. Go ahead. Go. Come on. We're here. We'll keep getting here. I'm gonna keep coming up with new tech, and we're gonna be here again and again as long as you want to stream. As like we can get. But I'm waiting.
I'm glad to spend time with you, friend.
Go ahead.
Yeah, for now, I will say, I can't say that this particular system is if it's truly random, right, and which is embedded, right? I realistically lie to it. If it's truly
Absolutely.
random, then yeah, it can have. Well, hold on. We can say they have. We can still say it has disparate impacts, right? We
Yeah,
can
for
say
sure.
that. Yeah. The system has outcomes that are systemically sorry, uh,
Hmm.
part uh, of the system. I think. Hmm. Okay, I got to think how I want to phrase this. No, but I'm not going to dodge because
No, be careful.
no,
No,
I'm not.
no, be careful because there's implications once you answer this question.
Okay, so
Just be,
you want me to answer the question yet? Okay,
no,
then
no, no, no,
I'll
no.
think
I
about
want you to
expressing myself
answer it.
then.
I want you to
Well, hold on,
answer
but
it. But
you said be careful, so
but
I'm
hold
gonna be
on. No, no,
careful.
no, wait. But I am
I'll
giving
be
you the
careful.
out that you can say, "Hey, I want to think about this, and I'll answer later."
Oh, okay.
But
Well, then
because
I will. I'll think about it. Then.
because when you answer this question, all I want you to know is I'm gonna give you my next question now. I'm not even gonna wait.
Okay,
I'm gonna tell
go
you,
ahead. Sure, go ahead.
explain to me the difference in that scenario versus the scenario with the Asians and why you label one as systemically racist and why you don't label the other one systemically racist. So that's your other homework when you
Oh,
come.
I can do that. I can do that, right? Like, so let's say the answer is no, right? I'm not going to give the answer no yet, right? But let's say the answer is no. What difference I
Wait,
would say,
you would have to say the answer is yes to get that question.
or
Oh
sorry,
no,
yeah,
you have to say no.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah, you have to say no. I forgot the question
okay,
I asked.
it's fine. Oh my God, he made a mistake. Oh God, hey everyone, he's walking back his statements.
I catch my own. I don't have to be
He tries.
reminded by others to get me to change mine. But go ahead. No, let's go.
um, like the difference between the one is because in the systems that interact with humans, like the systems that we design. We don't design these randomized systems, right? For the
We literally do randomized control trials. You might not ever get an
no,
Asian person, so you might not get that feedback that this is the type
no.
of
Well, sorry,
medical care that I need.
but the system that I described isn't randomized, right?
It
Like we
is.
could. All you're saying is
All of healthcare is based off randomized
all
stuff.
of healthcare is not. Hold on, you're saying all of healthcare is randomized? Is that what you're saying?
No, no,
I'm
no. The
pretty sure
way
you must
that
be
no, no,
missing that.
no, no, no. What I'm saying is that the the data behind why we do what we do is based off some sort of randomized trial.
What would you say? Maybe a better example. What would you say about the
It's not
lottery,
even
Prime?
been a randomized trial because it's like the participants who participates within the trial, right?
No,
Like
but
it could be individuals who had come to the hospital. It could be individuals who had like been part of a study. It could be individuals who specifically
no.
have a condition, right? Like and then among that group, it could be randomized. So that's not completely
No,
randomized.
no,
Yeah, go ahead.
no. Wait, what do you mean that's not completely randomized?
It's not. Hold on,
Who those participants are, and the procedures that we develop based off of those participants are random to that.
yeah, hon, you can within the set, right? And
A
who
set of random people.
sure, hold on. No, hold on, listen,
The
right?
set of
Like if
all people, you randomly
the
choose
set, hold
some.
on. You if you who is chosen within that set to be randomized because we don't choose within these healthcare systems for you don't get access to every single person in the world, right? We don't. And the people
Yeah, I
that are
didn't say we did.
chosen, yeah. So yeah, the people are chosen are the ones who are
Are
uh
random.
not necessarily random. Hold on, who is in the pool, right? So okay, hold on. You're designing a system, right? In code, right? You have a bunch of items and a bunch of objects, right? And then you randomize those objects. Well, those objects are the objects that you created, right? Or they're pulling from like a database, right? With a bunch of objects, and you're randomizing those objects. So the system is randomized, right? Within the data set, right? But it's within that data set and not all information in the world, right? So within all humans in the world, it's not all of them who could possibly be part of the study, right? There is a selection of
It's a
individuals,
selection
and how that
bias.
selection, yeah, exactly, selection
No,
bias.
no, no.
Within,
But okay, I understand what you're saying. You're saying that I have some criteria for the people that I select, and you're saying the set of all people is not that set that is going to come to my randomized
yeah,
trial.
yeah, yeah,
But what I'm pointing to is
mhm.
that you have a set of all people. Yes, you put in filters to come up with a smaller set, but it's not material to the individual that's chosen. That individual that's chosen is still random.
So what you're saying, are you saying, GSU, that like the sample that you collect, you control that sample to be representative of the general population?
Yes, but the people in that set are totally random.
Right. And so you, like, for example, you random. Oh wow, a little bit late. You randomly. You randomly.
Literally panel over.
You randomly.
I made it. It's not over, right? Yeah. See.
Like for example, like Prime.
2 minutes.
Maybe a good
2
example
minutes left in the panel.
would be, let's say you
It
have.
ends at 11:30. What are you talking about?
Oh.
Let's say
It's
you
not
have
really
like,
okay.
maybe a better example. Let's say you have a lottery, like a countrywide lottery, like the Powerball or something, and like everybody starts buying tickets, and it just so happens that there's no racial disparity between who's buying the tickets. Okay, let's say that you have like an equal proportion of black people who are buying lottery tickets to white people. Okay, and so then they spin the ball, like they spin they spin the balls to do the Powerball. Prime, would you agree this is randomized at this point, right? You have like
that's racist.
Well, hold on. I want to hear Prime. Like, is this like you?
Prime might say it.
Yeah, assuming the proportions are equal among purchasers of lottery tickets.
One second, Gibbs. I think you're might be using the wrong mic because you sound different. Just check.
Yeah, let me look at it real quick.
Yeah, no problem. So to friend Lactoid.
And there's a follow-up question, just to be clear.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Thank you. Yeah, it sounds randomized. Yeah.
Okay. Let's say it just so happens that for 10 years in a row, white people win the lottery.
Let's say black people in this example.
Sure.
Fair
enough.
People winning sometimes.
We can manifest it. Okay. Let's say for 10 times in a row, black people win the lottery.
Why not 10 years? Wait, why did you go to a state?
I said 10 times
in a row. To a smaller time scale.
For the next 200 years, there is no racial group that wins the lottery except for black people, okay? And every time they win every single prize. They win the jackpot, they win the $1 million, they win everything, okay? And it just randomly.
Yeah.
It just happens.
Include it's no longer random. Yeah.
But okay.
I don't know how to deal with that.
What if God himself, Aiko, came down and looked you right in the eye and said, Aiko, it is random. I am God. What's your response to God?
I would question whether that is God.
Wow.
Probably doesn't just.
That's a good thing.
Doesn't say that happens.
Have you ever heard if you meet the Buddha on the road, kill him?
It's okay. Look, I'm just gonna. I would argue at that point it is randomized. Now, I think here's the question though. Now that you have this randomness, it just so happens that black people per capita are much wealthier than white people because they happen to win the lottery for the past 200 years in a row. We also know that wealth is self-perpetuating. And so now you have a society in which black people are overwhelmingly wealthy and control almost all facets of government and power and lobbying, etc. And white people are all disproportionately impoverished because they got unlucky for the past 200 years. Would you call this systemic racism, Prime?
Yes, I would. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I would. No.
Even though it is guaranteed and hypothetical to be random.
Hold on. But then you added something else in there, right? So like at first,
those are two contradictory guarantees.
Yeah.
No, they're not.
They're not.
No. Hold on. They're different, right? So like you're saying we've created a system where because like to be clear, right? What you said is the goalpost is moved later on, right? What you said is that randomized as to who gets the a lottery turns out to be black people, right?
Yep, every time.
Separately, right? In terms of the outcomes to society, right? These individuals have access to the government, right? They're in power and
because they're wealthy.
Because they're wealthy. Yeah. So that's what I'm talking about right there, right? Now we have a system that says, well, the wealthiest are the ones who have access to these power, right? Like that's a system that you can design. You can design a different system, right? Where the wealthy don't have any more access to the levers of power or
Prime.
are any more likely to be within government.
Prime. Just to be clear, this system pre-exists the lottery, and so all racial groups have an equal chance of gaining this advantage within the system.
All equal.
So for example, if it just so happened that white people won the lottery, then they would be in power. But
But it doesn't.
but
But
in
it doesn't
this,
matter. But it doesn't matter what the source is, right? It could be the case that instead, right, we just happen to have a group of individuals who are black, right, who happen to
yeah, so it's not racist because it was random.
Wait.
hold on, right? It's not. Well, one second, because like there could be a group of individuals who just randomly, right? A random shuffle of individuals landed on property, right? That had incredible amount of resources on
Via
it,
the
right?
lottery.
And they were able to leverage that resource. They won the lottery there, right? They leverage that resources. But now then we have a system, right? Like a separate system. There's two systems here. A separate system in which those people are far more likely to have access to
Yes.
levers of power, right?
But just to be clear, the system is entirely race neutral, race blind. It is only by random chance that black people control it now.
Yeah. The important thing. Hold on. Wait.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
Hold on.
That's not true.
It is if they won the lottery.
No.
Hold on. One second. Lectoy. Wait. Lectoy, also interject this into your system. You also don't have to pay for lottery tickets. The lottery is free to play. So if
I already started with the assumption that the lottery tickets are being bought in equal proportions.
No, because he's going to say these people have more money, so blah, blah, blah.
I don't care about that. And that's not my response. That's literally unimportant, JSU Gambit. Thank you.
I hope so.
It's not unimportant to my argument.
Because it sounds like you're going to nonsense. Okay, go ahead. I'm listening.
I'm talking about a separate system. So you created two systems. You don't seem to realize that, right? There's the randomized system, either through the lottery or through landing on a property that has an incredible amount of resources. One where we're having individuals who are rich, right? But then now we have a governmental system on top.
But that's not what he was asking you about.
But no, he did. He asked me about.
You're getting lost. Like you're getting lost. Like maybe no, you are, because maybe this is a better way. You've Planet A and Planet B. Planet A only as white people. Planet B only as black people. If I flip a coin and it lands on heads, then Planet A explodes. If it lands on tails, then Planet B explodes. Let's say I flip a coin and it happened to land on whichever the planet the white people were on, and then that blown up. So now there's only the planet full of rich resources that black people live on. Was me flipping the coin systemically racist?
Hold on.
Yes.
Just hold on. No. I can answer the first question. The first question that Gambit answered, right? And the question that you're posing, you're talking about randomized, right? I'll say that sorry, Gambit, we can hear like you rubbing against something, just so you know, we can hear that. We can say that that randomized system is not systemically racist, right? I'll say that.
Wait,
right?
Did you hear it now?
However, the second thing, right, is like what follows after that. So what you've done, okay, so the randomized system, we'll say not systemically racist. Okay, right? We're flipping a coin, not systemically racist, okay? But then you attach on a separate system, right? You say specifically before that we're talking about now who has access to power. It doesn't have to be the case that it's simply the richest individuals. In our country, in the country that we have now, yeah, that tends to be the case, right? Look at Congress. Congress happens to be.
I'm not asking if it's classist. I'm asking specifically if it's racist.
I'm not talking. Is it? No. I'm talking about a disparate impact, right? So, I'm saying that now, an example you have, right? You said black people had the access to the government, right?
Yes, only because they happened to win the lottery so many times and gathered they gathered the capital necessary to do that.
I get you.
Is that systemically racist?
So what you're starting, and I'm going to say yes. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to say yes because once again, you start off with something that isn't racist, right? You start off with the beginning of something that's not racist. It was completely random, right? And it just happened to be this group of people benefit. But the separate system that you're trying to attach to, you're trying to sneak into this, right? Which I won't let you do. The separate system, the governmental system, it was created by those individuals or those humans, right? That's the system.
Why was it created by them?
Sorry. Okay, I can even let go of that. No problem. It's a system that they uphold, right? A system. It was created on high, right? It was already there, right?
Yeah. Why do how are they able to uphold it?
Through their wealth and power. It's a
yeah. So what I'm saying is like from point A to point Z at every single stage of the system in this hypothetical, there is no racial prejudice whatsoever. And by random chance, it just so happens that when you get to stage Z, you have one racial group in charge.
Yeah. But it's not the case as random. No, that's what I'm saying. At stage A, right at the start, that's true. Not at stage Z. That's not true.
Where is the racial prejudice between A
There's
and
no
Z?
racial prejudice. I know, because again, lack to it, because you're not listening, you're not understanding at all, right?
Well, no, that was my question. So you would agree there's no racial prejudice between A and Z?
There's no racial prejudice. Yeah, there's no racial prejudice, because once again, and I said that an hour ago, it's the results that matter, not the intentions of the individuals.
So why don't you just say A is racist then? Because they're winning the lottery. Like, the result is they have
no,
more
I'm
money.
not saying, hold on, because again, I know, because you're so focused on the R word, because that triggers.
No. The result is they have more money, Prime.
This is your fault. You didn't listen to the question he asked you.
Yeah.
He asked you, is there any systemic racism from A to Z? And you said, no, there's no racism from A to Z. And then you started yelling at him, saying, yes, you're worried about the wrong thing.
No. I said no. I said no. I said there. He said there's no systemic racism from A to Z, and I said,
he asked you that. He asked you that question.
Okay, well then the answer is there is this. Then I answered that question. I said specifically, you're not listening. I said specifically there is racism. Systemic racism.
No, you said there isn't.
Yes, there is.
Now you're saying there is. Okay. So there's systemic racism, and
sorry. So he said racial prejudice. The word he used was racial prejudice.
Well, no.
Right?
Right. The reason why I'm asking this is because it would appear that if you're looking at results, if you say, look, if there's a disparate result, this is systemic racism, then you don't even have to go to Z. You would just stop at A, because A is black people, just by luck, disproportionately winning the lottery. And the result of that is black people being wealthier because they disproportionately won the lottery. That is an uneven result, isn't it? Because they're richer?
So hold on. Before I'll deal with that.
Okay.
Right? Before we get to that. I want to deal with the second system. I wanted to acknowledge that there is a second system. Do you acknowledge that after A, right, the first step being the lottery or whatever the fuck, right, where wealth is distributed, after that, right, there's a government involved, right? That's what you're saying. There's a government involved.
A colorblind government, yes.
A colorblind government.
The government is immaterial.
That pays, the government. It really is. Hold on, GSU Camp is right. The government is somewhat like immaterial. So the reason why
it's not immaterial. It's very important because you don't.
It's immaterial in that if he wouldn't.
I won't.
No. Listen, Prime.
I'm not going to let that go.
No,
it's immaterial to the hypothetical.
No. Yes, Prime. You're not listening. Prime, just please listen to me. It's immaterial in that he shouldn't have even made that statement because it doesn't matter at all to the hypothetical.
Okay. All right. So this is why the point I'm focusing on this part, right? Because I understand what you're trying to do, right? You're trying to say, hey, Prime, I can design a system in which there is no that you won't call as disparate impacts you won't call systemically racist, right? But the way that you do this, right, is to completely remove us from reality, right? And this is what Ika was trying to do.
That's why I gave you an example.
Oh my god, Gambit, please let me fucking finish. Thank you. Right? What Ika was saying is that you can design a random system, but it seems like it would be extremely unlikely that such a thing would occur, right? And I would, if you told me, right, if I didn't have a guarantee, right, if you don't get the tightly constructed system, right, if you simply told me that this system was random, I would question that. You can Lactoid says, right,
which is why I gave you one you can understand, and you didn't answer it.
I don't care.
I know you don't, because you can't answer my question.
Let me fucking finish my word.
Because you can't answer my question.
Afterwards. You can go after. No, I won't answer. I don't give a fuck about your question until I answer. No, I don't.
You were afraid to answer. You stop.
I don't care. I don't care.
I know you don't. I know you don't, because I'm smarter.
Later on.
Because I'm smarter. I know.
I don't care. Okay.
Yes, that's why you wouldn't answer my question.
I did answer your question. I did.
No, you didn't.
I said no.
No, you didn't.
I said no. Just now.
No,
I just said no. Like I said, hey, on the first step in terms of distribution, right? If it's random, I said no, not racial.
And what question did I say I was going to ask?
I don't care. I don't care about that. Hold on.
I know you don't. I know you don't.
I got him. Shut up, please, because I gotta finish this. I won't move. I won't budge a fucking inch.
I know you
won't
won't.
budge a fucking inch until I get this out. It won't happen. So I can yell at each other for hours, or I can get this shit out. Thank you.
I know
Anyway,
you're never going to answer my question. Go ahead.
You can ask your question afterwards.
I asked it earlier. Don't act like I'm asking you
You're gonna
something
wait.
new.
You're gonna wait.
Yes, I know I am. I know I am.
Then,
Go ahead.
let me do it. Okay, Lactoid. Oh my god, my fucking voice. Lactoid friend. Okay. Here's my problem.
I get a response before GSU goes.
Yes, because he wants to talk about immaterial shit to our whole entire argument.
Go ahead, Brian. Go
ahead, Brian. Talk about the government and his random ass.
I had a purpose for that, okay? But obviously we're getting caught up on it.
Go ahead, talk about the government.
I'll talk about real life. Actually, I will. Yeah, I'll do that.
We don't want to talk about real life.
I know I graduated. Hold on. But this is my point. Is that the system that you have to construct is wholly
unrealistic fantasy. Sure.
Yes, almost wholly outside of reality, right? And you're saying, hey, Prime, if this almost completely unrealistic scenario happened, right? Hey, would that be systemically racist?
It's not unrealistic.
Right? And then I'm forced to say, and I have, that no, it's not. That you're almost because there's like a slight possibility that this could happen, right? You're almost entirely fantastical situation. Yes, is not systemically racism. Okay. So you got me there. But on the second system, the reason why I'm harping on it, because that's a system that actually happens in real life. It's a system that reflects our actual reality. So then I talk about the real thing, the thing that actually matters, right? That's not simply a thought experiment. I talk about real fucking shit.
No,
and then you tell me immaterial.
No, you're already okay. The government in this case, like it could be any government. Let
him talk about the government. No, you didn't let him finish. You didn't let him finish.
No, he did let me finish.
The government here is simply it's in the hypothetical. It's not reflective of the real world. So yes, this is a hypothetical. It's a fantasy example. It's not meant to be a reflection of real life. I understand that there's a lot more happening in real life. This is also the case with every trolley problem. If I give you a trolley problem, you're not going to say, well, why is she strapped to the trolley? This is entirely unrealistic. I'm not asking you this question as to the likelihood of who is strapped to the trolley. I'm trying to gauge a deeper question. What is your definition of this? What is your principle here? And so the reason why I'm asking this question is we're looking at a hypothetical fantasy example, just like every trolley problem. And in this hypothetical fantasy example, every white person and every black person starts out the exact same, clean slate. We're all in this big equal rock with equal buildings and equal everything. And except there's a twist. There's a lottery that everybody has an equal ticket into. They've all bought equal tickets into. And this lottery just so happens, by random chance, awards jackpot after jackpot after jackpot to black people. And the government, which is entirely colorblind and unrelated to any kind of government we have in current society, and the institutions and the corporations and everything that you can spend money on, all this shit, which is entirely colorblind, just so happens to become dominated by black people over time because they happen to win the lottery and they can start buying shit over time. What you're saying is when they start buying shit because it leads to different results, that's when it becomes systemically racist. But that would appear to be contradictory to the definition of unequal results is equal to systemic racism, because you don't even have to go beyond step A. Because if step A is black people are winning the lottery disproportionately, then by virtue of having won the lottery, they have more money. And so if black people have more money because they happen to win the lottery more, then if disproportionate outcomes mean systemic racism, then you have to say step A is systemically racism. It doesn't matter if they buy shit in step B or if they buy shit in step C or D,
but I can
E, F, or whatever.
But Lactoid.
Can I respond to Lactoid?
Hold on. But Lactoid, if that's what you want, I can do that, right? I can say that you're completely unrealistic fantasy, right? That yes, that is systemically racist. I can give you that answer. But here's the thing, right? The other side, being Lactoid and Gambit, right? They have to construct the most tightly controlled, unrealistic, completely separated from reality systems, right? To like show, hey, this like on the extremes, your your principles fall apart. Yes, on mixtures of lots of ideologies, things tend to fall apart, right? When I try to ground it, like, oh, you mentioned the government, and governments are a thing that really exists, and there are in a lot of human governments, right? It tends to be the people who are more resourced, who have more access to power, right? And then I criticize that. The thing that actually has to do with actual fucking reality, right? And then I'm told that's immaterial. So this is what I'm saying. There's a limit to the ability, to the usefulness of thoughts experiments, right? And we're running up to it,
No,
right?
because I'm going to go somewhere with this.
Wait, hold on, wait, before you go somewhere with it, I'll answer your question because I'll teach Prime how to deal with this. Okay, because I'm able to apply my principles even in abstract thought. I don't actually need your hypothetical to be realized in front of me so I can try to make a decision. Because I just have a fucking brain just like Prime should. And I can apply my principles even to abstract ideas in abstract worlds that I can't even fathom. So, Lectoy, I would say your system is not systemically racist.
I would agree.
The reason, and I would say that the happenstance that happens in your scenario isn't indicative of any of the principles of those people involved along the lines of race. You've already presupposed that these things are race neutral. And even though there are disparate outcomes, I recognize that systems can have disparate outcomes and be racist, and systems can have different outcomes and not be racist.
That's right.
And the one that you've just designed is a system that has disparate outcomes that doesn't happen to be racist.
No, hold on. We were 100% on the same wavelength on this. You understand where I'm going with this. So, yeah, I agree with everything Gambit just said. Right? Like, Gambit, you would agree that under this logic, then this is kind of where I was trying to go. It is insufficient. Like you can look at like inequalities, and this this could be like raise suspicion that at some point there was racism, right? That you can go and investigate.
Exactly.
But the presence of inequalities in of itself isn't definitive evidence of racism or systemic bigotry or anything like that.
Yeah. Yes, because all inequality is not due to a systemically racist system.
Yes,
just because I have inequalities on race, just like the random number generator that I created, just because I have inequalities on race does not mean that they're systemically racist. Yes, we're allowed to observe differences in outcomes.
Can I engage with you now? Right? Can I engage with you?
Go ahead.
Now that you jerked off GSU, great.
No, he understood it. He got it.
No. Sucker jokes. Excuse me, sucker joke. You both. No, I hear you. Right. So, so let me make sure I have you correct, right? Because I don't want to misconstrue. So you're saying that you've constructed a system where there was no racial prejudice along the lines, and so there's no systemic racism, right?
Yep.
No, wait, no.
Oh, he said yeah. He said yeah.
But I don't want to move forward.
I want to hear GSU's clarification, but I would say yes, but go ahead.
In case specifically your answer. Okay. And we'll
I will not change my answer, but I want to hear what he has to say.
No, specifically, you've highlighted that there can be a system that has disproportionate results on race that you would not consider systemically racist. That's the most operative part.
Isn't that what he said, though? I thought that's...
No. Because he talked about the people involved. And all of that stuff is immaterial even as well. What's most important is that you've highlighted there's a system that has disproportionate results based on race, and you don't consider it systemically racist. It has nothing to do with all of the other factors. That's the most important.
Lito, do you believe the people in that system are immaterial? Their thoughts to your argument. Like, are their thoughts completely immaterial?
Yes, because the system is all
not him, not you.
Lecto. I'm talking to him. I'm talking to Lecto.
I don't think that they're not. You could think of a way that they could be material. Like for example,
I'm not asking that. I'm asking you. What do you
in my hypo? Because nobody is racist, like as prejudice, then yeah, their thoughts are immaterial.
Their thoughts are immaterial. Okay. I'm sorry. So So Gambit said so much stuff. So maybe
Yeah, I know. I didn't want you to attack the idea that it wasn't the people. Blah blah. I know. I'm too good at this. I'm way too fucking good at this.
So hold on. Because now I'm not exactly sure how I was going to attack this.
That was my job. You understand? You do understand that's my job, right?
To slow down the conversation. So
no.
Get in the way,
sure,
right? To make molasses.
To make sure we are arguing about what matters.
To gum up the work for the discussion, so that by the time I get to actually that I forgot my point. Good work, right?
No.
I'm glad Gambit here doing this job. That's why you get big bucks.
No. The reason why Prime knows that I'm on.
Take longer.
I am in this instance. I had to come on camera for this. Prime knows that I only get upset when people start arguing about shit that doesn't matter. The reason I just interjected there is because the way Prime was going to deal with you there, he's going to say, you don't understand that the people don't even matter, and that's what the system is. So the reason why I re-clarified to you, like Tor, that the thoughts of the people is immaterial is because that's what he wanted to attack. The reason why he doesn't know where to go now
is that's not what I wanted to attack. I wasn't going to say that at all. Not at all.
You were. But go ahead and try to say it now.
I'm trying to remember what I was going to say, but it wasn't that. Because I had a very specific point that I was going to make. Right?
I know you did.
Reconstruct.
I know you did.
I was going to first repeat what he said, right, and then give my answer to make sure we're on the same page. That's what I always do. It's like a pattern with me.
You do agree that the only thing that I clarify is that the people's thoughts was immaterial,
and I don't care.
You do know what I said.
In the hypo where nobody has racial prejudice, then their thoughts are immaterial. If it just so happens that there is racial prejudice, then it could be material. It could be material. It's a different hypothetical.
Okay, so I don't remember what my response is. So I'm just gonna go with this. It seems like continuously, like what you're attacking is that, like, hey, can we I'm trying to
Well, I can tell you exactly what I'm doing. Like, I'm not trying to hide it.
Okay.
The whole question is, when we're talking about systemic, it seems like the definition you said before is systemic doesn't rely whatsoever on prejudice. And so what me and Gambit here have done we've created a system that is entirely free of prejudice, but does have disparate impact, to see if you would agree that this is systemically racist or not. And if you say, no, it's not systemically racist, then this would appear to contradict your prior definition of systemic racism, where you said systemic racism doesn't require any prejudice.
Sure. Okay. And then it goes back to my point previously, right? That it's possible, right, to construct an extreme scenario of complete randomness in human society, which that doesn't happen, right? Like, these things everything has a history. They have a past, they have a context that they work in. And within that, okay, I will step back, right? Because if this is the point that you want to fight me on, no problem. Okay, all right. I'm gonna give you yet another win, Gab. I'm gonna give you another win. I'm gonna step back and I'm gonna say, yes, you can. In the case, right, of a completely unrealistic, fantastical situation, right, that you have to tightly construct, right, with hypotheticals, with constraints upon constraints upon constraints, right, within that system. Well, yes,
our system had one constraint.
Well,
here's one.
Your constraint.
The only constraint is that the lottery is random.
No. But not just random.
No, random and always has the same outcome.
Always has the same.
Those are two contradictory assumptions.
It just
which
so
means
happens
you're begging the question. You're assuming you're.
No, it's not begging the question.
But listen,
No,
but
it's
hold
not.
on. Let me just say there's one useful thing to this scenario, and that is we're being asked to assume that you can flip a coin 10,000 times and it always lands on heads, right? That's a vanishingly small odds, right? And I
But
would
that means
argue that I'll take your point that the odds of you being right are equal to those odds of
Yes.
10,000 times in a row hitting the head. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, here, let me change it. Let me change it to appeal to Aiko.
I'm just talking about a system that deals with humans, right?
I
I'm
know.
not talking about a mathematical construct
Please.
can construe. Hold on,
You
but that's what you did.
No. This is what you could make this response to any kind of trolley problem, right? Oh, I'm in the real world. I'm not talking about trolleys and people tied. But what's the purpose of the trolley problem?
Because thought experiments in general have their limits, right? Yes, what you can do, because the thing that you were trying to do, I'm going to repeat your words previously, right? Is that you're trying to test the principle, right?
Yes.
With the thought experiment. That's the point, right? And yes, I can say because and this has been true of me from like the very beginning. You should know this about me, right? That like I can construct principles, but I can when it meets with real life, what I care generally is about outcomes. Like I have my own principles, but I can say, oh wow, you can construct a scenario where this doesn't seem to work, right? Okay, sure, right? But those tend to be extreme cases. Now I don't care.
No, wait.
I'm constructing I'm constructing a system for humans that works.
No, I know. I know.
Wait. Please, Hector, please. I'm begging you. Prime. This is why trolley problems are important. There was research that was done with autonomous vehicles. Okay. And what they were trying to figure out is who would people rather the autonomous vehicle hit if crash was imminent, right? Mm-hmm. And the idea was, well, we'd rather hit an animal if possible than a human. And we'd rather hit this type of human rather than this other kind of human. This other type of animal than a human.
Did you say? Did I say Charlie?
No. Wait.
Problems or thought experiments were unimportant.
No. Wait.
There's a limit to their usefulness.
Wait. And I'm saying that there's not. And that's the argument that I'm trying to
for this question.
Yeah. What I'm putting forward to you is What I'm putting forward to you is your principles should be able to exist in any of these hypotheticals, so people can better understand who Primecayes is.
No.
If you hold on. Let me finish. If your ideas aren't malleable somewhat to these whatever you call fantastically crazy scenarios, then we can't learn more about you. Because what we're trying to do is isolate certain variables to see how you would react in said situation without those variables. And if you're saying you can only put me into a situation in which I can realistically imagine, you're lowering our ability to understand.
In extremes, and I'll tell you what type of person. In extreme situations, I react differently. You can construct a set of circumstances where my normal behavior doesn't apply to how I behave within that extreme behavior. That happens all the time, right? Like, so I have no problems integrating not integrating the extremes into my thinking. Right? Saying that, like, okay, like within normal parameters, right? Even far away parameters, right? That like this applies. But when we're talking about extreme parameters, now we've moved to a different place on the spectrum. And in that scenario, this doesn't apply anymore. I do that all the time. That's been a consistent through line into my thinking. Lactoid, you know this. You've been around me long enough.
There's a mistaken logic.
Like it. I know you don't like it.
It's not. It's literally a mistaken logic, right? Like yes, because you can have when we're using a hypothetical in order to get to a specific principle. Now you have this principle, and now it becomes time to apply this principle to real life. And I agree, you can have multiple different principles. And there can be caveats, and there could be exceptions, etc. Because there's all sorts of different things that are happening. There's more moving pieces when we start taking it away. The point of hypothetical is to control for those other moving pieces. Try to get down
I already
to what
know that. You don't have to explain this.
Yes,
I don't know why you're telling me this.
The reason why I'm telling you this. The reason why I'm telling you this is because you don't believe that disparate outcome means that something is systemic. You do believe that at some point there has to be some prejudice.
I do believe this in within the context of reality.
Why? Why is comparing that to this?
And the system that humans actually create.
You have a double standard. Wait. No.
That we actually
I understand. You have a double standard. Your double standard is you think that this evidence of disparity is evidence of systemic racism in reality, but in this potential identical reality, all of a sudden your rule is different. And my question for you is why?
No, it's not. I gave you two realities, and I said, hey, within both these situations, where an identical system was constructed under different scenarios, these things, it still equals systemic racism. You didn't give me identical reality.
No, wait.
A tightly controlled type. Hold on, let me let Admiral Gibbs in, and then
hold one second. One second.
This is only in the sense of disparate outcome.
Go ahead. I'm going to go after Gavin, though. I'm going to go after you.
Yeah, this is just two sentences. Prime, this is the thing that you're missing. Okay. You do not have the faculties to digest these different situations.
Gambit, come on.
And no. You don't have the faculty to observe everything. No. He interrupted me, and I'm actually on the same sentence.
Oh, it starts over.
Yeah, it does.
It's a run-on sentence. It's a run-on sentence.
So you don't have the difference. You don't have the faculties. You don't have the faculties to observe whether you're in the universe that you think is extreme or the universe that we live in now. So it's important to understand your principle, because you're couching this in that you can intellectualize whether you're in world A or world B, and you don't actually have that capacity.
Hold on.
So the reason
nobody would have that capacity.
Okay, then we can test this. Hold on, we can test that. Am I in the world where we're gonna do that random number generator thing that you program? Right? I'm gonna create that, right? To pick my guess. We can test whether I'm in the world where 10,000 times I'll only allow white people into the chat, right? We can test that system, and guess what? We're not in that fucking world. I can tell you right now. I'm on the limb. We're not in that.
The results-based arguments. You're saying because it didn't happen. I'm gonna let Admiral Gibbs go, because I think Lactoid understands.
I fully understand everything you're saying, Gavin.
No. Because I'm saying no. Hold on, 1 second. Sorry. I gotta say that I'm sorry. You're late, friend. I gotta say because I'm going with what like Aiko said, because the probability that I could be in that, I don't have to wait for the results, because the probability that I'm in that universe is so infinitesimally low that I don't have to actually.
So if there's
I'm losing my shit.
I don't have to include it at all. So I can say that
that's not what Aiko said. You are misunderstanding Aiko's misunderstanding.
Okay.
No,
you really are.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you really are.
No. I'm taking no. Aiko was saying something different, but he brought in the chance of probability. That's why I'm bringing in probability, right? So probability.
That's compatible with what I said.
No,
what you're saying is compatible with what I said.
It's not. It's crazy that we can.
I don't know what you're saying.
There's a probability. So we have these two universes, right? The normal universe and the extreme universe. You're saying I don't have the faculties to tell, right? However, I guess you're right. I can't necessarily tell within the universe without waiting for results that which one I'm in. But within the probability, right, I am far more likely to be in the normal universe than the extreme universe. That actually.
Wait. Let me ask you. Wait. I know the response to this. Prime, is the thing that makes that universe extreme is that there's no prejudice in it?
No, it's the randomness.
Hold on. So the random, like in terms of the disparate impact. So you're seeing like black people have more wealth than white people. Is the thing that makes that extreme the fact that there's no prejudice? That makes it unrealistic. I
just answered the question. It was the randomness.
So you think in the real world, if there was zero prejudice, there wouldn't be like disproportionate randomness?
What?
In the real world, if we abolish, let's say we live in the real world right now, except racism just never happened for some reason. Sure. Like we literally, from the beginning, there was no concept of race. No one saw race. Our visual acuity. Hold on. Our visual acuity was not good enough to even tell racial groups apart.
I'm with you.
Yes. Then would you attribute any difference in racial outcomes to racism?
All right. Lacto, there's a.
I want to answer this. I want to answer this real quick.
Just take your effort, like putting forward though.
No, I just want to answer the question. If race never existed, could you attribute anything to racism?
I would. Within that system, I wouldn't call it I wouldn't even use the term systemic racism, but I would say it would have some sort of systemic like if there
There's an
if
in
okay.
group. There's an in group.
Yeah. There's an in group and there's an out
I know.
group.
I'm not
Systemic
referring to
prejudice.
I'm not referring to like tribalism, like we happen to live close together or whatever the fuck. I am specifically referring.
I'm not talking about tribalism. I'm saying that there is
Prejudice,
a group
you'd
that
say
we
at
can
that point.
define.
No, I asked the prejudice. How would you have prejudice on racial grounds if there's no
I
race?
know
Can I
what
take a
you
crack at this?
said. I heard what you said. That there's no racism. I haven't forgotten that. I listened.
So
I
there's
get
no
that.
so there's no systemic
There's-
racism, right?
I would say that we wouldn't call it systemic racism. We would call it it's some sort of other systemic impact.
Call
Systemic
what?
prejudice.
Wait. We would call what systemic prejudice?
However, whichever group is being
Can I take a
disparately
crack at this,
impacted, whatever group that's being constructed.
Yeah, so
If there's no group that's being systemically impacted, right? Then there's no system to talk about at all. Correct.
Wait, Prime, can I ask you a question?
There must be
No,
a
no, I'm
discrete.
going.
What I'm trying to
because
do.
you're looking at it the wrong way as usual.
The reason let's say we kept systems or whatever, but we abolished any kind of grouping. Like this concept of grouping is gone. The concept of identity is gone. We act like animals, like in the most primal sense, like bacteria, where we just simply operate with every other human being as we would any other human being. The concept of family is
what
gone.
kind of system he has to construct? Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't gonna. Okay,
I'm trying, Gambit.
Oh wait, I got you.
Because
I got you. No, Prime, you just called on me.
Have to actually deal with it.
Called on me.
Let me get a Gibbs. Gibbs has been waiting.
Oh, I thought you called on me. Never mind.
Okay. So Prime is absolutely 100% correct.
He's not.
I'm about to lose my fucking shit right now.
Hold on. Just let me finish. Like, once again, there's always a Billy Mays thing here, and I can't even get first sentence out before y'all are already ready to rage. He is absolutely 100% correct about there being an in-group. Anytime you create any kind of system, there's going to be a group that benefits more from a system. That is just the nature of how all systems work. Whether it's classism, racism, tribalism, dickweedus, who gives a shit? There's always going to be somebody that benefits from a system that's composed of like the in-group and the out-group. Now, here's the real thing. And that's where I get to go Fabi Liberty for a second here and push everything through my lens. Well, there would be no racism because the one thing that's not racist is ass whippings. And let me tell you something. Everybody can equally give out ass whippings. So guess what? Might makes right is the best way.
What the fuck are you?
Way.
Wait, so Prime, wait. Prime, I got a question.
I got to read the super chat, which is... Oh, wait, I didn't expect another super chat to come in. He said, let Lactoid finish his systemic thing about education, please. I'm not sure. Are you still there, Alexander Wynn?
Well, now you have to do it.
My only point with all of this is that it's not sufficient to simply look at disparate impacts and say this is systemic racism, sexism, bigotry of any kind. Because if the disparate impact arrived due to non-prejudicial reasons, aka randomness, then it's not systemic. That's the whole purpose of the hypothetical. Was to craft a world absent of prejudice and instead based on randomness.
But it is a system because we're talking about a system here. Because you're focusing on the racism part, so we can replace racism with any fucking word you want, right? Either bigotry or roses, systemic roses. Right?
I just said that. I just said that.
Begging the question.
No. I go. Okay, you have to.
Yeah,
you have to let me get the sentence out. Okay, this goes beyond like this is not.
Okay, go ahead.
This is nothing.
That's all I had to say.
Okay, no, it's fine. I'm not talking. I'm just like. This has nothing to do with like a political position at this point. This is just like a logical frustration I have. Like I'm being told like A plus B doesn't equal C.
Oh, you're claiming that. That's what you're claiming right now. You're saying that
I am working through. I know the LSAT answer, and you guys are telling me it's wrong.
Like,
and it's driving me fucking crazy.
No, you don't.
I do. I got a really good score. I got a really good score. I do.
That's why
I was in the top. I was in the top percentiles.
Degree is Whitney Crayon. Right? We all know this.
No. Wait,
Lactoid, I got you. Hold on. Because
I don't think you do have them. I think
I do.
making a different point.
I'm going to.
The super chat says Lactoid has to finish.
So,
it does. We got to really quickly abide by that.
We have to listen to money.
Yes, what I'm saying. Again, I'm not fixated on like the claim of racism here. Okay, This has nothing to do with any kind of like political persuasion I have towards racism or not. I'm specifically saying that if we're talking about systemic prejudice, bigotry, racism, sexism, colorism, whatever term you want to use, if you're going to say this is systemically blank, okay, it is not sufficient to just look at disparate outcomes. Because if you look at disparate outcomes, there are multiple possibilities for how that disparate outcome could have happened. One possibility is randomness. And if it's entirely random, like the panel example or the lottery example, if it's entirely random, you would agree it's not systemically bigoted, racist, sexist, colorist, or whatever the fuck, right?
Because the system is not instrumenting their outcomes.
No, hon.
Yes.
No, I know. No. Give me an example of this in real life. That's going to be my response.
Okay, I got you.
But real life has prejudice. Often.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Often.
Porn.
Yes.
Real life.
Wait.
But I'm giving you the opportunity to construct a real life example, right? Okay, yes. So yes, you have.
And I'm gonna do it. Okay, like toy. What you gotta understand is that they're being illogical. So you gotta attack them on the only illogical front that they gave you. The illogical front that Prime gave you through Aiko and his misunderstanding of what Aiko said is that if you get extreme results, he must assume that he's in world A versus world B. And he said, I have the ability to determine which world I'm in because I got results that seem extremely unreasonable.
No. I said
that's illogical. That's not what I said. That there's not an in-group in a
That's specifically what you said.
I said there's two ways. Two ways. One is by through the results, right? But two, right, is through simple probability. Am I within the universe with the most extreme results, right? Probably not. That's where I brought Aiko in. Probably not, actually.
But you can't. What I'm saying is you can't determine this. Okay, let's say there's a young black child in America. So he already has things stacked against him. That young black child grows up in a family that has domestic violence. That young black child grows up in the poorest neighborhood in America and also grows up in the unhealthiest neighborhood in America. That child, through statistical probability, has absolutely no chance of becoming a multimillionaire. When that child becomes a multimillionaire in whatever universe, you can't say because something unfathomable happened that this person made it through. Yes, it is.
It's very unlikely.
No, it's not. Black people become millionaires.
It's the same.
Millionaires. There's a bunch of black millionaires.
This kid also got domestically abused, malnutrition.
There's multiple things that I said
abused, and they. Yeah,
and lead poisoning, and he was thrown off a cliff, and he got clubbed in the head.
Wait.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, keep adding.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Wait. What we said was flipping heads and getting heads 200 times in a row. You think there's a statistical difference in whether or not you would think these things are more likely to happen between those two scenarios?
There's a probability whether it will happen. You will flip a coin heads 200 times, and you won't. At some point, tails will come up with that, right? There's a probability for one rather than the other.
That's not the question I asked you.
You cannot guarantee tails will ever come up.
That's not the question I asked you.
Please repeat
it. But you also can't guarantee that it'll never come up.
I never asked any of these questions because I know these questions.
I'm sorry. Then I didn't understand the question.
The specific question that I asked you is: do you think there's some statistical significant different chance of either of those two events happening that you would be able to, through your faculties, understand?
Between flipping a coin 200 times and getting ahead, and a black kid that's all the
which of these two events could you explain?
Those two events.
The coin flip 200 times and landing on heads, and then the kid becoming a millionaire out of X circumstances. Do you think there's a statistical difference between?
Are you saying those are analogous, as in those are similar and like things? Is that what you're saying?
That's what GSU is saying. He's like, it's as similar for a black kid to make it out and become a millionaire as it is to flip a coin 200 times.
Okay,
I'm asking you, do you perceive any statistical difference between those two outcomes? I assume your answer is no.
Numerically, there is.
No. I mean, I'm
asking Prime.
No, yeah. I assume there is a difference. I don't know what that difference is, right? Like we can calculate these things, but I don't know what
My
it is.
point exactly. So if you were in a world where both of these things happen through your faculties, you wouldn't have an idea of if you're in some preferential world or if you're in some world where
I'm
just a
not
weird thing
relying on my
happened.
faculties though, but I'm not relying. But that's why you haven't
Oh,
listened.
you are.
I'm not relying on my faculty. Sorry.
Let me tell you how
Sorry.
you are. Let me tell you how you are.
Okay.
You're saying that if you were in a system where the system that he erected happened, you would be able to tell, because there was a specific question I asked you earlier, you would be able to tell that you're just in some unfathomable universe. That was
Sorry.
specifically the question I asked you.
Okay. Let me try to reword this in a more exact way, right? It's when I'm using probability, right? I guess it's not that like I have determined that I'm in one world or another, right? I have made a hypothesis is maybe what I'm saying, or maybe that's the word.
Yes.
I don't know. I forget which one.
Hypothesis. Yes.
Hypothesis. Okay, my hypothesis is that I'm in the normal world rather than the extreme world. I'm using my understanding of probability and saying that because this probability is like because the chances of me being in the extreme world are so extreme, right? Like of this being extreme world is so unlikely, right? That I'm probably in this world, but I haven't determined, right? So I'll give.
No, but my question, what I said, the statement that I said to you earlier is,
Okay.
you keep saying that I need a realistic world, and you're engendering this thought that you have the faculties to determine whether you're in the world that Lactoid erected or in the world as you see it today and understand it today. And my whole statement was, you don't have that ability. But you're engendering it when you say realistic in this conversation over and over, and you think it's hitting. You're saying that you have the faculties to distinguish these two things and you don't. So the question that we're asking you, you should be able to answer it because you can't distinguish which of these worlds you're in. You're saying that this world is impossible,
Sure.
and I'm saying if you were in
Sure.
that
No, no,
world, you wouldn't be.
no. I'm agreeing with you. No, my last statement. Hold on, sure. I agree with you. I can't necessarily distinguish because I'd have to wait for the outcomes first, right?
No,
And
no.
then
But even if you saw the outcomes, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. If Lactoid played the lottery 3 days in a row and he hit the lottery, you wouldn't start saying, "Oh, I'm probably in an impossible universe," because that's not how you work.
no. The thing that I'm talking about is the outcome of the hypothetical that he talked about. So if he says, right, like we're in a world where like black people win the lottery like 1,000 times in a row, right? Well, then at that point, the 1,000th time, I know which role I'm in. Yes, I
No,
do.
and I'm saying you wouldn't. And what I'm saying is that you are using this
How
as
can I
somewhat
get
of a
myself to
scapegoat. You wouldn't
no,
look at those. There's no results that you could look at, and you would start to
the
believe
results
that you're
match
in
his
the.
hypothetical. Then I'm in the world that he constructed. He matched the hypothetical.
No, no.
Like in a hypothetical world where this happens, and then well, sorry, if you're saying no, sorry, it wasn't hypothetical. It'd be like there are two universes that exist. In one universe, this happens. In another universe, this doesn't happen. Well, then if the results are true, then I'm in the universe that it does happen.
And what I'm saying is the fact that you're making these statements means that you're gonna eternally use God of the gaps for racism. Like that's what's underneath this. Regardless of the world that we exist in, you don't have the ability to intellectualize all of the factors that go into disproportionate outcome. But the statement that you're making is, well, it must be racism. You're making
No,
that
it's not.
statement. You're making that
No, it
statement.
must
Hold on,
not.
hold on,
It's
hold on, hold
not.
on.
No,
I'm
no,
almost
no,
done.
God
no.
of
I'm
the
It's
almost
gaps
done.
different.
for
I'm
It's
racism.
almost
That's a
not.
done.
It
good.
must
That's
be
good.
No, no, no,
I'm
no. It's
almost
not
done,
that it
bro.
must be
Brian,
racism.
Brian,
It
Brian,
must be
Brian. I'm almost done.
systemic.
I'm almost done. I'm
It
almost
must be
done.
systemic, not
No,
racist.
no, no, no. You're saying it must be racially systemic. You're saying, yeah.
Hold on, hold on, hold on,
No.
hold on, hold on, hold on. Listen. It's because, and I've been saying this like the entire night, and you guys just have not been internalizing this. You know, no matter how many times I say it, right? The systemic part is the part that matters here, right? The racism, like, describes what group that was affected. Now if we can define that group by race, then that's when I attach systemic racism. If instead it was gay people, right?
No. Wait.
Hold on.
Wait.
I put gay there, right? But the
Yes, but none of this matters.
exists independent of that. So it's a systemic issue.
We're not having. No.
Wait. Hold on. We agree with that.
Wait. Hold on.
We agree with that, right?
We agree with that, but it's unimportant.
I agree with that.
You use abstract thinking and universalization at the wrong times. We are specifically here to talk about systemic racism. So yes, everything about racism is systemic matters. And you're saying what started all of this is whether or not you would deem this
racism.
If
you're talking about racism, then we have been talking about two different things. Because Lactwood, in the thing that he constructed, right, specifically said, well, there wasn't any race. You couldn't determine any race, right? And then he asked me, is that systemically racist? And I'm trying to.
Yes, because we're talking about systemic racism.
No, but hold on. You didn't.
What question did he ask you?
What I just said. Hold on, Lactwood.
What question did he ask you?
Lactwood in a second.
No, speak to yourself. What question?
Lactwood, do you understand what I just said, right? Do you understand where there might be a problem with what I just said here? Right?
No.
Okay, you constructed a world, a hypothetical.
What question did he ask?
You constructed a hypothetical.
I understand.
Okay.
Yes.
You constructed a hypothetical where racism can't exist, right?
Why does why can it not exist? Why can it not exist?
Because you said so. I thought you said so.
No. When I didn't say it could not exist. What was the thing that I said?
I don't know.
I said
race didn't exist.
I said, yeah, race is a social construct. We can't perceive different races. That ability is gone. My question is, in a world in which we can't perceive race, can you have systemic racism?
Because systemic racism has always been the topic in all of these conversations. He's always asked you, is there systemic racism? We can engender 1,000 different arguments. Our question is always, is there systemic racism? So all I'm saying is that it's not important that you want to universalize.
In a world where it's completely random, then no, you can't. Because it's random. Because you can't. I already answered that question previously, and I said because. And then once again, my response was you created a completely unrealistic
hypothetical fantasy world that can never exist.
Yeah, hold on.
But it proves the principle, doesn't it?
But no, it doesn't prove. Hold on, because the principle doesn't matter, and the way that you think it does.
Wait.
Because again, you're not actually. You think you're intaking what I'm saying.
We are.
All you're looking is to like poke holes to prove your point. And I'm trying to describe something to you, and you're like, no, this thing isn't.
You think I waste this much time?
Every time I do, you completely ignore. You construct hypotheticals that rely on things that have nothing to do with the thing I'm actually. So like. You can get me to say that within a world where we can't view race, I wouldn't use the adjective racism at the end, but I keep telling you I'm using the systemic.
Okay. Why? Let me respond to that.
Wait.
Tell you that's the important part, but you never.
Why wouldn't you use systemic racism?
You didn't answer my question. I want him to answer the last question I asked him because you keep saying I'm not listening to you. What I specifically said was, no matter what system you are presented with your faculties, you're going to claim that there's systemic racism if you see results that are disproportionate, which is the statement you're making. Whatever system, whatever system you see.
No, not whatever system.
You said I need to see the results.
No, not whatever system, right? Not because
wait, I know a way out of this. I've revised hypothetical.
No, before you do that.
Okay, but I really want to give it to you afterwards. Okay, it's a good hypothetical.
Sure. Okay, I'd love to hear it. So not whatever system would I apply systemic racism, because there are systems, right, where it would that disproportionately affect people within the LGBT community, and if that's how we're defining that group, right, I wouldn't say that's systemic racism, right? I wouldn't do that for any system.
He's missing the point.
I would be.
I think he's trying to do this.
My hypo fixes this. I have a way to fix this.
He's trying to do this.
No, he's not. He's not trying to do this. I have a way to fix this. Okay, we have a world.
I don't believe you.
Well, okay, I'm gonna try. Always take people into faith. Always take people here. Never attribute to malice what you do.
No.
Prime.
Let him cook, Gambit. Let him cook. Amen.
Let me cook. Amen. Yes. Anyway,
the super chat says so. Anyway,
Prime. Please let me listen, and I'll try to make it quick.
And before you do that, Alexander Wynn gave another super chat, so I got to get to this.
Go ahead.
Alexander Wynn, it was 12:49, right? So that was only a few minutes before.
That was quick, yeah.
Another
was
super
cool.
chat for Lactoid to finish his story.
Yeah. He says, Alexander Wynn says, I think you delineate systemic racism from racist. These two things can be related, but doesn't need to be direct. If I'm right, please say that systemic racism requires the systems be changed, not just people. Yeah, the system needs to be
That's
changed.
immaterial.
Not people. That would be, yeah, the system would have to be changed, not necessarily the people. You can have a organization of racist people, right? Doing individual racist things. But I wouldn't call that systemic, right? You can demolish a system they may have put in place that creates disparate impacts. And what you're left with, you might be left with the organization just filled with racists, but they don't have any system to actually make those impacts, right? So that'd be different. And then I just got another super chat. So thank you, Alexander, for the $20, right? Thank you, Testicle Johnson, for the $2 Canadian. So that was like 3 cents American.
We're about to get something
he says,
snarky.
he says lactoid. I haven't lactoid L, an L for you. I haven't been listening. So
I knew
So wait, Prime.
yeah.
Well, I was gonna give my hypo.
No, wait. I'm not about that.
Gambit.
I'm just
Gambit.
No.
I was
I'm
gonna
just
give my
restating.
hypo.
I'm just
He
restating
agreed.
what's happened so
He
far.
said, no, we're not going to restate it. We're not going to restate it because we're going to get caught on the same thing.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
Yes, we are. My hypo gets around it.
I'm not asking. I'm not. Wait. No. I'm not asking for feedback. I'm letting Prime know why I think he's bad faith, and I'm probably gonna stop responding.
This is immaterial.
No, Prime. The question I asked you was,
productive.
I said, Prime, you are using God of the gaps. Any system that has disproportionate impacts on race, you're gonna say it's systemic racist, even if you don't understand the factors. You responded to that and said, well, what if the system was about LGBT people? When my specific question was, it's disproportionate impacts on race, you said, well, I wouldn't say that if the system was disproportionate impact on LGBT. You totally didn't engage when I said, go ahead, lactoid. That's why I think you're bad.
The thing that I was engaging with was what, like, related.
He's gonna have to respond.
I don't want to hear your
I said, don't do it.
I don't want to hear your answer.
I'm gonna ignore that bullshit.
Ignore.
Okay.
Totally ignore.
Now, please just answer the questions directly, okay? It's a trap, but please just fall into it, please. Okay.
Okay.
There's a world in which race exists.
Another world.
But nobody can see it, okay? Nobody can perceive it because of our visual acuity. We look at each other and we just can't see shit, okay, in terms of race.
We're mole people.
We're mole people. Okay. Would you agree that in this world in which nobody can perceive race, that there is no systemic racism? Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now let's say I'm born and I gain a superpower that nobody else in the world has, and that I can see race. And I'm looking at all the people and I notice that white people are disproportionately wealthy compared to black people. Is that due to systemic racism?
No. Hold on. If you're saying because it wouldn't be race as we understand it, right? It would be systemic. It could be systemic, depending on.
No. It is race. It is race as we understand it, but only I know it. Only I can see it. I am the observer.
I don't think it can.
And it's not race as we understand it because no one sees the race.
No one understands race.
I understand it. I said, one person.
When you gain the superpower, wait. You gain the superpower at a point in time where society already exists. So the entire time society is like coming to exist, obviously race hasn't come into play. That's what he's saying. He's like, obviously it's not racist, but the issue is not that it's specific. Racism isn't the issue. He's saying that there's systems set in place that
wait.
You know,
please. This is the point I'm trying to get at. Okay. And so I can see race. Okay, I can look. There's a black person. There's a white person. Okay, sure. And I notice that, like, we'll switch it up. The black people own all the money, right? That's what Gambit wants. The black people own all the money, and the white people are just disproportionately poor. And there is a massive racial gap. Okay, but you guys are saying that's not systemic racism because people couldn't perceive the race before.
Yeah, there would be a different...
Why is perception of race important if we're not talking about prejudice?
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait. Repeat that.
Why is perception?
Explain your question. Sorry, not repeat it, but like.
Okay.
To tell what kind of system it is. Okay. That's the answer.
Wait.
What I'm saying is that the question is looking at the disparate impact. Looking at the fact that it just so happens that this one group is disadvantaged compared to this other group. I look at the world. I can see that white people control all the government. Or sorry, black people control all the government, all the corporations, and everything. They have all this money, and the white people are disproportionately poor. But I'm the only one who could see race.
I have a question.
Before I was born, you agreed there was no systemic racism. Now I'm born, and I can see the race, and I can see the disproportionate impact of the racial groups. Okay, but it couldn't have been done due to prejudice because nobody can see race but me.
Wait, no, wait, here, wait. Okay, so like,
can Prime
this is kind of why like I've been listening. I haven't said a word this until you guys have been kind of going at it. So it's like you're saying that there's a world where race exists.
Yes.
But the people of the world don't recognize race.
Yep.
Right. But and then when you get this power, right?
Yes.
You get this power, then you can see that there's a disparity. All the black people are in power and money and so on and so forth. White people aren't, right?
I can see it, yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead like there's gonna be a qualify. Like I'm gonna have to ask you questions about the hypothetical, or just like because then I'm gonna be like, do the people recognize any differences between themselves?
Nope.
There's just no difference.
They don't recognize any difference. It just so happened that by random chance this is what occurred, but I can see their differences.
Yes, there's some.
Okay, and then the question is it due to systemic racism?
Yep.
And then I'm gonna say no, but there's still like I'm gonna argue for Prime for a little bit, but there's clearly a systemic issue in play, regardless of the
what's systemic. What's the issue?
I'm playing devil's advocate.
Okay, go ahead.
No, why?
I'm trying to. Okay, so I would because of the whole because of the because if we're gonna do probabilities, right? The probability that a coin gets flipped 200 times and lands on heads, right? You're going to question that every single time. If you see that happen in front of you, you're going to question it, right or wrong? Regardless if you see it happen in front of you, I'm building up to an answer.
You're only gonna question it if the system allows, in this case, for certain like things that you're not controlling for. So if I flip a coin, for example, if you guarantee
in the same world, if you just flip a coin,
what I mean is to say is like if you flip a coin and it's 200 times heads, I'm going to be suspicious unless it is guaranteed. Unless it is guaranteed that the coin is fair, then I'm no longer suspicious.
Wait? Why do you? And this is just like honestly, I'm playing with it. Why do you like? What allows you to accept that guarantee?
That was my whole point.
That's fine. I'm engaging with you guys in a nice way.
Sure, in the same way that if I was to ask you a question as to like a trolley problem, that like you would just have to assume that the trolley is moving on the tracks. Like it is part of the question. The question,
but isn't it also part of
if for whatever reason,
question is for the person to engage and like you kind of keep throwing in, you keep adding the hypothetical, right?
Yeah, potentially, yes. So, but I'm saying is if I for whatever reason know that the coin is fair, if I do, now I no longer have any reason to be skeptical of the fact that it hit 200 times heads. I'm going to say, wow, that was lucky. Okay, now if I don't know that, and because I'm aware of things like fraud, things like scammers, things like these other things existing within the world, now I'm going to be a little bit suspicious. Wow, that seems very unlikely. The probability that there's a scammer out there that's scamming me might be higher than the probability of me hitting this
what I'm
point
saying is
times.
as the person who now has insight to the world, right? Now you see a race and you see this discrepancy. Wouldn't you then you as a person, like you as Lactoid right now, wouldn't you then look and be like, I wonder why that is? And then there would have to be some reason, like at least in like for the dumb human mind to be like, what is this reason?
Could it not be random?
Could it not? I mean, once again, it's like a 0.001% chance that it's just random.
Yes.
No.
You can spin a roulette wheel and it could land.
I want to engage with that because you guys have been going back and forth about how random it can. Fine, I'll give you 0.000.1, like whatever chance. But because of that, because of that you want people to live in a 0.0001% world, or at least in like the hypothetical. You want them to engage.
That's the world that we live in.
That's the world for the hypo. That's the world for the hypo.
Yes, that's the hypo that you're in.
Yes. Continue.
It's when a guy. If you're gonna sit here and suspend yourself in reality that much, I guess you can look at the world and say it's random.
No, that's not my question.
However, when you're giving this hypothetical to anyone, when you're giving this hypothetical to people, they're going to sit here and tell you, a reasonable person would question that.
No, they're not. They're not. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to say, in this world, like, if you didn't eat breakfast today, what would you be? The correct answer is hungry. The
Yeah.
incorrect answer is, but I eat breakfast every day. The likelihood that I miss breakfast is very, very low. That is the incorrect answer.
Okay, wait, let's just say I give you the
probabilities is the incorrect solution here.
So I give you the hypothetical, right? I give you the hypothetical, then it's 0.001. Okay, so what does that like prove to what principle does that prove for you?
Well, it depends on your answer to this question. There happens
random. I agree.
Yes, there happens to be a disparate impact. There happens to be the end result is not fair. The end result is black people.
It wasn't systemic racism.
You would say it was not systemic racism.
Yeah, sure.
Great. Now we've established this principle. This principle is it is not sufficient to just look at a disparate outcome and say there must be systemic racism here. You have to look at other factors, right?
Fair.
That's our only point. That's our only point.
Okay, wait. Now it's sufficient to look at that. It's sufficient to look at that system or that situation and be quite suspicious, right?
Yes, because we know about these other things that could impact.
No, wait. Sociologic. Can you answer the question? What are those other? No.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yes. So you've agreed now that there can be a system with disproportionate outcomes, but it doesn't mean that it's due to racism. What other factors would you need?
I already established that earlier.
No other factors. Wait. I'm trying to ask him a question. What other factors because you said there are other factors you would need. What are the other factors you would need outside of results to determine that whether or not that system is systemically racist?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Reframe the question real quick. I'm trying to
just re-ask it. That's a really good question.
Yeah. Okay. He's walked you down this path. The question now is
I'm in the hypothetical world. They can't see it.
You have agreed that they can't see racism. So you said the statement, it's possible to have a system with disparate outcomes, and that is not all you can look at. You have to look at other factors. What are those other factors?
What would be what led to the discernment of who got elected? Because you said black people all in the world. I would add, how did they get elected? Why? Was it due to it would be region? So I guess tribalism, right? It doesn't have to be racism. It could be tribalism, groupings of people that decide we live here. This is the group of people that we associate with, and then other groups are othered, right? Is that a fair answer or no?
You think if we couldn't see race, that it's possible that the black people, even though they can't perceive it, would collectivize and be tribal amongst the category of race, even though they can't perceive it.
He's actually
in my mind. Why it would be the likelihood that the black people end up is that they're collected together.
No,
right? And then therefore this grouping, so on and so forth.
You are making a point. Gambit, what he's saying is that it could be the case that even though people can't perceive race, that there are certain geographical reasons why certain groupings of people happen to be of a certain race, and there's other geographical reasons why certain areas are more or less.
Unless the world is just a flat world on a piece of paper.
But
that's what I'm saying. That's a problem with hypotheticals. You have to give me.
Wait.
Can I just quickly say? Hold on. It's ironic that I'm doing it right now because I just want to quickly say that 2 hours ago, GSU and I both started speaking at the same time, and GSU just pointed out, hold on, let me just say this quick thing, and you can come right after me. And it was introducing the topic of systemic racism. 2 hours later, I'm still waiting for that little 2 sentences that he wanted to get out to be finished. This is the longest sentence in the world.
No, when I said 2 sentences, that was not even.
No. I know.
They were run-ons. They were run-ons.
Like he said, he doesn't like the humanities. He hasn't taken English. So he doesn't know where to end his sentences. So he's still going. He's still going to get there.
No. Wait. I want to call out that. Hold on.
What I was going to say was relevant to something we were talking about 2 hours ago, so it'll seem totally random at this point.
No. All I want to say is that this is your fault, Aiko. Wait. I want to be super clear about it.
Of course it is.
Hold on. I want to be very clear.
Blame the white guy. Again, reverse racism. Can you identify that black boy?
Hey, I'm an African American, all right, just like you guys.
You talked about something from 2 hours ago where we've passed the buck at least 90 times back and forth to each other. The fact that you didn't interject and get your point out meant that you didn't want to talk about it. That's your fault, not mine.
I was just waiting for your 2 sentences to be.
So Lacto, can I?
Guess what?
Wait, Lacto. So back to what I said.
So that's
I would have to.
I already know Gambit's objection. What Gambit's going to say is, Lactoid, didn't you say in your world that there is like no difference in like the groupings of different people? It's entirely
no.
Sorry.
Specifically, no. Specifically, Lactoid, what you said is that this is a multicultural society living together, and these are the outcomes. So it can't be that there's this tribal group that's alone, and that's why this is happening. He engendered a multicultural mixed society.
America's a multicultural mixed society, and we still seem to pair off in like whether it be city versus country. I don't know whether it be. There's always a higher with humans. With humans, there's always like some type of hierarchical system, right? We live on this street, you live on that street. Like you live in the south end of the country, we live in the north end of the country. Like there's always going to be some type of like othering with people, right?
What you're missing though is what Gambit's saying is, if there is a uniform distribution of racial groups, like in an area, and they can't see race, there's no reason to believe that random distribution would become clustered. Because
you see, Prime's problem is like your hypothetical needs too many. There's too many legs.
No. Please follow.
I'm engaging with you. I promise. I'm trying to. I'm doing it in good faith.
Yeah. I know you are. So this is a very like what Gambit's trying to say is, if you would agree that like if you have a circle, and there's like colored dots, and it's like yellow dots and blue dots, and it's just a completely random distribution. If there's no reason for the blue dots to cluster or the yellow dots to cluster because they can't tell who's a blue dot and who's a yellow dot, then at the end of 10 years, you would assume it to continue to be a random distribution, right?
Unless it's extreme.
That is a dumb hypothetical.
Corey, why is that a dumb? Wait. Corey, why is that a dumb hypothetical?
So we can have a philosophical. I would pose the question to Gambit. Actually,
no. Why is that hypothetical dumb?
Why is it dumb?
Going back to the original hypothetical, because in my mind it is.
You called him.
It is paradoxical. Okay. Because generally speaking, and this. Okay, if you want to speak for the next 2 hours, Gambit, go for it. I'll see.
I want to know why this hypothetical is problematic.
I literally stopped talking when you finally stopped trying to throw out questions and started to give a fucking authentic talk. Give one.
May I speak?
Yes, sir. I appreciate you asking.
Okay.
You can start a sentence. Not sure if you can finish it.
Because Aiko gonna interrupt you.
In the original hypothetical, okay, in terms of like the random number generator, I would pose the question as in, could a programmer program a random number generator that always comes up 2? And could you sell that to someone as a random number generator? As in something clustering. We do this all the time in data. If there's a correlation, if there's something linear, then that is pretty much strong evidence or a virtual certainty that there is some sort of variable that is affecting that outcome, okay? Nobody would ever plot a graph, no scientist, no data scientist, no epidemiologist would plot a graph that is linear or get a result of a graph that is linear with a correlation of 1.0 and conclude that that is due to random chance.
It's mathematical gaslighting.
You have to assume that it is random chance for the hypothetical to work.
You have to be in latch with the extreme universe, right? Where nothing, where nothing.
No, you don't. No, you do not.
No, you do not, Corey.
It's mathematical gaslighting.
Wait, no.
We'll get back to it.
Let me finish my point. So does anybody know? No, does anybody know the
No,
probability?
I'm trying to answer the question you asked me.
Okay, I'm gonna add more. I'm gonna add more, just like you do. Okay, amen.
I don't need more.
In the coin of 200 flips, what is the probability of that? Can you calculate? Do you know?
Astronomically low.
Okay.
Can you give me a ballpark? Do you think it's like 0.01? Can you?
Look it up.
Like bring out your calculator and what number is
one half multiplied a bunch of times. But anyway,
okay,
listen. So wait. The question. Hold on, Prime. The question that he asked is, how would you validate this program? And gave this dumbass idea that you would need to look at the results. How I would validate the program is I would say, Prime, let me see the source code. And I would see Prime wrote 1 plus math.random times 2. And I would say, you know what, Prime? That checks out.
This is not going to help him understand talking in code.
No.
That's why I said, could you sell it? Could you, if it all comes up to, could you sell it to someone?
Yes. If I needed a random number generator and Prime wrote out 1 plus math.random times 2, which gives you 1 or 2 every time. And he said, hey, you need this random program. I already wrote it for you. Will you buy it? I would buy it. If that program then
gives 2 every time.
No, but if it gave 2 every time, you continue to use it.
Yes.
And
I
you think,
wouldn't.
okay.
Yes. Because I'm an intelligent human being, I wouldn't look at the results of a system to determine whether
a random number generator that you've defined.
Yes, I would look at the source code. I wouldn't look at the
that is a
result.
fundamental philosophical difference then.
No, it's not. That's what intelligent people do. Intelligent people.
Wait. This is literally the question. If you're walking down the street and you see like a red house, like, and you, beforehand it's guaranteed that it's random. You see like a red house.
You're gonna start to think of it a different universe.
I'm overdue for a
in
blue
Inception,
house.
that's how you know that you're in an AI universe, right? Because you start seeing those patterns. That's how they know. The top never stops spinning, right?
I'll keep up with
now
you.
You see,
with your
when we get to the meat,
this is a fundamental misunderstanding of probability.
Yes. No, Lectoid. When we get to the meat of this, you'll see memes start to happen. That's going to continually happen because they're not going to deal with the reality.
Let me just answer a question that was given to me earlier. The likelihood of flipping 50 heads in a row is 0.00.
I said 200, and the original
200. Can we just change it to 50 so I don't get tired reading? Sure,
fine. That's going to be astronomically
50.
Small.
Yeah, 0.0.
I mean, originally it was 10,000 flips.
0.0000000000000008888. That is the likelihood.
It's not one.
Now my question is, what was your purpose in asking that?
Because that is effectively treated as 0, okay? As in that probability is so small
that you
can see that type of clustering. We do this all the time in data analysis. So like, what is the result of, or what is the likelihood of this data being random?
Is it possible for you to flip a coin 50 times and get heads every time?
Probably yes, it is astronomically small, as in effectively 0, and everyone treats it like
that. But it's possible.
Would you? Hold on. No. Would you start to question? No. Would you start to question our reality? Would you start to question? Hold on. Wait. Would you start, Corey? Wait. No. Shut up, Corey. Would you start to question?
He's going to tell you it's his fault for not interrupting him.
Would you question our reality if you flip the coin and it landed 50 times heads?
Yes, that would be fundamental. We would have to change how that would alter our understanding of probability. If you can come up with a random number generator that actually does that actually does it like 200 times or 2,000 times, like, yes, we'd have a fundamental misunderstanding of like stats and numbers and randomness. Yes.
You would start to question.
Wait. No. Okay. Whoa. So I'll pose a question. If you saw something defying the laws of gravity, would you question the laws of gravity? That is effectively
That's not defying the laws because we understand
it is baked into the definition of randomness that you have some sort of distribution.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that on the small scale you're looking at, you're going to see what the supposed hypothetical outcome is, unless you're an idiot. Only an idiot would say, I'm going to flip a coin 200 times, and if I get heads, I'm going to think I don't live in the same physical universe. Like, only an idiot would say that. And that's what you're saying. So I have to assume you're an idiot.
Because that result doesn't happen. If you can recreate and run that result, okay, that's the whole point. As you don't get that result, therefore you don't question your reality. Just as when you don't see things fully off the ground and violating the laws of physics and gravity, you don't start questioning your reality because it doesn't happen.
It's not violating the rules because it's within the rules that you can get.
It's within the rules. It's possible.
Stop saying you're violating the rules. Say you're an idiot. Don't say it's violating the rules.
So,
like, how do you not? You said you worked.
So in your hypothetical,
studies
where you realize. No, you're the hypothetical.
The race. Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
You can see the world. Okay.
The whole world.
Are there any differences between the black people, the white people, the Hispanic, whatever it may be?
None that are like identifiable to them.
So there's no difference in the regions in which they live, the like personalities in which they hold. It just happens to be that every single time a black person was like a successful business owner,
not every
president.
Time. Not every single time. It's just that black 90%. People are disproportionately by whatever percentage.
What was disproportionate? Like 60%, 40%? I don't know.
It can be
any proportion matters.
It does. Why does the proportion matter?
Because because as the proportion rises, it becomes less and less likely that you can attribute it to random.
I'm just asking you to give me a proportionality so I don't have to go through this.
Give up.
Every time you question a reality thing, it goes crazy for them. So I'm just within the
result changes everything.
What's like disproportionate to you in your construct?
I'll just pick one. Black people wind up being 30% wealthier on average.
So all black people are wealthier, or just like
your average black, like how kind of it works today, where there's like an average racial difference, like in wealth. It just works out,
and it's just
on average, black people are 30% wealthier than
now. This is gonna be the only like one, and there's gonna be no difference between them in personality, in drive, in anything. They are just the same person, just different colors.
None that they can perceive, but I can.
Yeah. Then in the world that you paint, then there's no racial what's called racial systematic racism or even racism, because
that wasn't the question.
No. It is.
I'm working. I literally repeated it to him 3 times.
This is exactly. No, Gambit. This is exactly where I want him to be, because now here's the ultimate question. The reason why you're saying there's no systemic racism here is because people aren't prejudiced, because people aren't treating. They can't in this case because they don't perceive race.
Yes.
They can't be.
They don't perceive anything. They don't perceive anything. There's no difference.
Hold on. They cannot.
That's really like.
They cannot be treating each other differently on the basis of race. Hold on. Stop. You misunderstand something. Okay. They are different. There are people different. They just can't perceive race, but I can. Okay? And so now the question is, why are the black people 30% wealthier? You're saying it's not due to systemic racism because they can't perceive race. So obviously,
do you want my answer?
Hold on. Obviously, it couldn't be because they're treating each other differently because of race, right?
Yeah. Do you want my actual answer?
Okay, sure. Maybe.
Honest to God, in the hypothetical that you gave me, the God of that world favors the black people that it can see.
No. Stop.
I swear to God, in the hypothetical that you gave me, the only reason I can see that black people are 30% more successful than the average of everything is that the God of that world, which is you who created the hypothetical, that's the only fathomable reason.
Lactoid is the racist.
I like that conclusion. Lactoid. Hold on. Let me answer your question. Let me deal with the question now. Finally. Okay. Back to me. Right where she always have been.
God.
Okay.
Lactoid. I did great, and I did great, Lactoid.
That was pretty good.
It was the most creative answer. That's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty good answer. Lactoid. Okay, so you constructed the mole world. Okay, the mole world where we have mole people.
Mole then
they can see.
Right?
They can see. They just can't see race.
Well, when you said the visual acuity wasn't strong,
specifically with race.
Okay, so now we're talking about race blind. Okay, now
yes, they are race blind.
But it's fine. It's fine.
Like Stephen Colbert.
It doesn't matter. I just want to call them the mole people. So I'm going to call them the mole people. Okay, thank you. I appreciate you.
You can call them mole people. I'm not going to stop.
The race moles.
I appreciate
the race moles.
The race moles. The race moles. Thank you. Yes,
that sounds bigoted.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to reconstruct this argument again. All right, make sure we're on the same page. So we have a world where race moles who can't perceive race, right, in any way, right?
Yep.
Any differences between them, that they would have some sort of grouping, right? None of that. Okay, great.
Not based on race.
Not based on race. Good work. Let's not forget that. Not based on race. Okay.
Following, buddy. Come on, let's get.
So, and then next, and then within this world, you say, right, the people of my pigment, right, of my pigment, happen to have 30% more on average of money than people of your pigment, right?
Yes.
We wouldn't call it black or white because we don't have those that terminology, right? Because we don't perceive race.
I might call it because I am the perceiver, but you're right. Most people would not say that.
Oh, sorry. I was saying within the world.
Yeah.
Okay. But then Lactoid is the one, right? Like in the
Neo.
Matrix, right?
Yeah.
He is Neo. He awakens to his power, right? His eyes, he gets the Sharingan, right? And all of a sudden, he's able to see, as Lactoid said, right? He's able to perceive race. And what Lactoid said, I don't want to repeat your words, right? You said, you are now able to perceive race in the way that we perceive race in the real world. That was a hypothetical you constructed, correct?
Yeah, I look at somebody that's a black man. I look at another person that's a white man. Yep.
Sure. Yeah.
I become pigment visual. Yeah.
Sure. Nope, that's a little different. Because here's my response to that, right? Is that like if you think honestly, truly, that individual, right, the neo-lactoid, right, within that world, If you think neo-lactoid is perceiving race as we believe it, then you lactoid in this world, this version of you don't understand race. You don't understand racism. You just don't get it. You don't get it. Because that race as a concept is a social construct. It's a social construct. Race is a social construct. It's not simply pigment.
I come
right?
from a planet. I come
No,
from a planet
no,
with
no,
that
no, no,
social
no, no, no,
construct.
no, 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 no.
This is
Don't add
immaterial.
that.
No, it is. This is
No, it's
immaterial.
not immaterial.
It is immaterial.
We're talking about race.
It is.
Hold on.
This is immaterial. I'm saying that
no,
as the
it's not.
perceiver,
No, it's
as
not.
the
No, it's
perceive.
not.
I'll explain why it is.
No, it's
I'll
not.
explain why it is.
No.
I'm telling you in my hypothetical, it is immaterial, and the reason why it's immaterial is because I'm saying that as the perceiver, I can perceive this thing that none of the actors within the system can perceive. And so, if I come from outside of the system, where I do have this conception of race, it doesn't change the hypothetical one bit.
Within that system, I'm still following you. Within that system, right, of the mole world, right? Okay, so now we have. So let's change it, right? There's not the one you didn't awaken, right? This is lactoid. This is our lactoid, right? Our white man lactoid, our lawyer friend lactoid. He has moved to the mole world, right?
Yes,
He
from a world with race. Yes,
from a world with race. There, I'm saying that once you've arrived there, that society doesn't have race. It doesn't have race. It doesn't have race. It doesn't have race. I'll say it again. It doesn't have race.
What am I perceiving when I look at a black man? I can say
you're
that's a black man.
perceiving pigmentation because race, as we understand, is a social construct, right? The fact that to say that these groupings, right? The idea that all African people, right, within the American context, all African people are black, right? Those are black people. When they come to American shores, those African peoples are black. But as my friend Ika will tell you, right, within African nations, they have different groupings, right? Some of them won't call themselves black. They'll call them African or something. Right? They'll have different names for themselves, right? Because that's a different system of race. You're coming outside that system, right? You would have become with your American, like let's say you went to South Africa, you with your American eyes, you would see the American racial system because you'd be looking at their pigment color, and that's the way you've always done it. But within their system, no, that's not the racial categories. Their understanding of race is different. And so
you have an entirely new problem if this is the case.
And now moving to the moral world, where lactoid is taking the spaceship to the moral world, right? Within that system, there is no race. There's pigmentation. You've identified pigmentation, but you haven't identified race. So there is no system of race there. So within that system, right now, you're saying that okay, in the system of no race, right, where it just happens to be the people of my pigmentation make more money, right? Then and there's no way to distinguish each other whatsoever. I would say that's a random system. I would say that you've just recreated the past hypotheticals, right? Where an extreme situation has no tangible benefit to our own reality. You've created that system again, right? Where it's just randomness, but that doesn't at all implicate my actual understanding of systemic racism within the real life where race actually does exist.
So the reason why this puts you like in a whole different problem now is because this, when you say social construct, okay, so this is this social construct. A social construct, by its very definition, is socially constructed. Socially constructed means it is dependent on the interactions of other people with you, right?
Yeah.
Right. And so my question is, if it's dependent on the interactions of other people with you, then looking at somebody who's part of this, social construct, and they happen to be at a disadvantage, the question is not, well, they happen to be at a disadvantage, therefore that indicates some kind of disparate or some kind of systemic racism. You'd have to prove in what way was this social construct treated differently, right? In what way was there prejudice? And this is what Gambit was trying to say before. He was saying it's not sufficient to look at this and say, well, no, it does, because it's not sufficient to look at this and say, well, look, it just so happens that black people own less homes, therefore it must be racist. What he's saying is, well, no, you look at that and then you look at the prejudice that was expressed by, redlining, et cetera, and this explains why this because the whole social construct exists because social constructs are a way to treat people differently. Yes, it is. What's the purpose? What is the purpose?
That's not the thing that I'm saying no to.
hold on, you didn't.
Not the social contract part. The social contract part.
So the only reason a social construct exists is to treat people differently.
No, but that any social contract is this to treat people differently? No.
Yeah. To differentiate. What's the point of a construct? To not differentiate.
I see. Okay, you're saying a social construct that specifically deals with I'm saying there could be. Okay, so we're mixing two different things. I'm saying there can be all kinds of social contracts that don't necessarily deal with interpersonal relationships.
I'm talking about specifically interpersonal relationships. Yeah.
I could say God is a social construct.
I gotta go, guys. I'm sorry I was late. I'll be.
It's great having you, man.
I'm gonna
have to bounce soon too.
Yeah, next time, don't dominate the conversation so much. Right?
You know, it's a real problem. You know, I gotta say.
Next time, if you could shut the fuck up, I'd really appreciate it.
You mind if I say something real quick before I leave? Hey, guess what, guys? We're doing DCS is dropping Tuesday night, and then we're having a doubleheader on Wednesday at 7:30. We're having 2 back-to-back DCS matches, and we're gonna have the official regular season. So all you fuckers that are not in their prime, looking at you and Corey, y'all need to go in there and sign up and call people out and get involved. I know you're a real good debater. We saw you on the Cube show.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you, man. Have a good one.
Y'all be good.
I really appreciate you.
Take care. Be well.
Lactoid. Fuck. Well, maybe it was your turn. To talk. I forget.
All I'm trying to say is that you need to.
I said God could be a social construct, but doesn't necessarily implicate how we talk. But you're talking about something different. Okay, interpersonal social construct.
Yes,
okay.
Interpersonal. What I'm saying is that in order, with all the hypotheticals I've said, and with defining races, whether it be in like the pigment case, where it's entirely based on like my perception, absent like a world's perception, or if we're talking about it in the sense of like a social construct entirely created like arbitrarily or not arbitrarily, maybe arbitrarily is the wrong word, but created through various historical happenings, etc. What Gambit was trying to point to, and I think this is what I think as well, is that ultimately you can't just look at disparate outcomes in a system and say, look, this proves that the system is racist or sexist.
I wouldn't say that.
But
you understand that I wouldn't say that. Hold on. But again, right there, friend, Lactoid, please. This is why I'm so frustrated. And I know you're not trying to be bad faith. I swear, right? I get that, right? I get that we are just having a disconnect. And I wish maybe someone else could like.
Gambit was trying.
No, Gambit was not trying. Gambit doesn't understand. Gambit has the same problem that you have in here, right? Because Gambit would agree. If Gambit agrees,
I absolutely understand.
If Gambit agrees,
I didn't know he was still here.
If Gambit agrees with what you just said, then Gambit has the same issue that you have, right? Because I wouldn't say that system is the problem of the system is racist. I would say that the problem is the system has a disparate impact, right? And it's
systemic issues.
The question is why. The question is why.
No,
wait.
It doesn't matter what's why.
Yes, it does matter why. That's the disagreement.
The
question is why.
Wait.
Oh,
hold on.
No, but
hold on. Wait, Prime. The statement you said earlier is different from what you're saying now.
Okay.
The statement you said earlier is if there is a system that has disparate outcomes on the lines of race, it is a systemically racist system. That's the statement you said earlier. Are you walking back on it again now?
No. I said yes. Yeah, I'm just like, I'm sorry. I'm thinking. I can think. Yes, that's what I said. But however, I said within a constructed randomized system, sure, maybe that's not systemic racism.
But we're not talking about.
I made that exception for you.
But we're not talking about a constructed randomized system.
Okay, great. Okay, so we were talking about the real world. The real world has context and history. Oh, great! I'm glad we're doing that because in the real world, I tend to be fucking right.
Do you think that do you think the reason why the NBA is mostly black is because they discriminate against white people?
I'm sorry. I'm going to ignore that question. I don't care.
Why? Please.
No. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care because, like, look.
Wait. Why don't you care?
I don't. Hold on. Because because I'm still on the last thing. Before I can move on to the next thing, I'm going to get this last thing done. Right. And because it's the heart of the problem. Because again, you're like, is the system in your mind, right? Because it's again the R word with conservatives, right? It drives them up the fucking wall and they cannot see past it. And this entire time, for like 3 hours, I've been trying to get you to see past the R word.
It was me and a black guy. Okay, don't fucking do this.
Yeah, I know, but he's socially conservative and he comes up with these ideas all the time. He like all the.
This has nothing to do with any of the thing that you're about to say.
Okay, sure. Any which way. All right, back to you keep and you think, okay, whatever. It's not that the system is racist, right? It has disparate impacts along racial lines, right? If the disparate impacts were along gender lines, it might be systemically sexist, right? If it was along sexual orientation, it might be systemically homophobic or maybe heterophobic, possibly. Like it could be along that, but like the system in itself doesn't have to be the people involved, the intentions involved, and all of that don't have to be sexist. They don't have to be racist. They don't have to be bigoted, homophobic, right? They don't have to be any of those things. I know that you keep saying that you understand this lactoid, right? You've said it multiple times. You said prime. I understand that. But then you say what you say, right? In the end, right? When you're trying to like walk away from the conversation, you're trying to, you when you summarize, you make the same mistake, right? No matter how many times I try to bridge this gap, friend, this is the issue. None of that other shit mattered. Not the hypotheticals, none of that, right? Like all this time we just spent hours talking about, none of that part mattered. The part that mattered is right here, okay? Whether you can accept this definition. Not that you can accept that it exists, right? Because I know you don't accept that it exists. And I'm not trying to fight you on that. I'm saying that the system that the definition I have, right, is of a system that has disparate impacts that along racial lines. That system doesn't require racism to start, but it can start and then have awful ends. That's it.
So why won't you say our system that we constructed to you is racist if you really believe this?
That system that you can.
If you really believe what you're saying, you would say all the examples we constructed are examples of systemic racism, but you won't say that.
But they aren't. Like the example he just said is an example of systemic. Sorry, the mole people example. For the reasons that
the example I gave, the random number generator that always gives a white person.
So not all of them. Okay, great. So let's roll that back. Not all of them. Okay, we're rolling it back. That's cool. But you're saying within sorry, the random number generation. Why
won't you say it's systemically racist? And I'm only going to this example because I don't want to talk to the other ones because I'd have to talk more. Yes, why won't you say my example, random number generator, always give white person is systemically racist, but you will say these other things are systemically racist?
No, what I'm saying, okay, here's what I'm actually saying. I'm saying it literally doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter.
No, but I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you for an answer.
I get you, right? And I've given my answer. I've given both answers, right? To try.
No, you haven't answered this.
No, I actually have. I have multiple times. I don't know how you haven't heard that. I literally have multiple times. So you have to rewind the VOD. I'm not going to do that for you. But my actual answer, this is my actual answer, is that it doesn't fucking matter. That in this hypothetical that you've constructed, right? This extreme hypothetical where like ad infinitum, that a random number generator that only brings up white people to include them into the show, right? That doesn't matter because that's not a real. Oh, sorry. Not even,
why will you answer the question I'm not asking, but not answer the question I am asking?
Whatever.
You continually answer the question that I'm not asking while saying you won't answer my question. How do I not assume that's bad faith?
I'm sorry. I already answered your question because I'm saying rewrite the bot. I'm not going to re-answer the question.
No. You said what you're saying now earlier. This is what you said. You didn't answer my question ever.
Okay, all right. Let me try it again but you're going to say the same thing.
Hold on. What is my question? What do you think my question is?
No. I don't know. Give it again. No, hold on. Give it again.
Okay, I want you to listen this time. Okay.
Okay, I didn't try that before, but I'll try it now.
All right. I'm not asking you if you care at all. Just to make that clear
Oh,
for
I
like
know
the
that. I know
300th
that
time.
part. Yeah.
Okay. Why will you not classify the system I gave with the random number generator as systemically racist, but you will classify these other situations as systemically racist?
Because those are situations that appear in reality.
So your answer is this doesn't appear in reality, so I can never claim it's systemically racist.
No, I'm saying it doesn't appear in reality, so it's literally pointless.
I'm not asking you, does it appear in reality though? That's not the question I asked you. What question did I ask you?
I don't care.
So I didn't ask you if you care either. What question did I ask
I
you?
know you didn't ask, but I'm telling you, I don't.
What question did I ask you, Prime?
I'm telling you. You're saying,
what question did I ask you?
Yeah,
You just said you were going to answer it, and now you're again answering the question I did not ask you.
I'm going to repeat the question that you asked. Right? You're saying, why won't I categorize your random number generation as racist, but I will categorize these other systems as systemically racist?
And you told me you would give me an answer.
And I did.
No, you didn't. You answered questions I didn't ask. You said you don't care, and you said that it's not a real situation. Neither of those are answer to the question I asked you.
No. You said, why won't I do that? And the reason why won't I is because it doesn't exist in the real life. That's my answer. It doesn't exist in real life.
But that's not the question I asked you.
That is the question.
I didn't ask you, does it exist in real life?
No. You asked me a why. Why? And the
why what? What did I ask you?
Oh my God! I'm not. All right. I'm done. Now I'm done. Thank you.
Because you won't answer the question. You just keep giving me irrelevant answers to questions I'm not asking you.
Gambit, I love you. I love you, friend. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I know why you won't answer these questions.
It's okay. It's okay. You and I'm sure you have an idea in your head.
Which is the same question like to ask you.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Gambit, I love you, friend. We just had one of our classic disagreements. It seems to be a language issue. I wish we had someone who could help bridge our divide.
You said the same thing about me.
Yeah. I said you both had the same problem. Yeah, actually.
Sure.
Yeah, right. So
we have a problem, but you won't answer a question, but we can answer all of yours. But we have the problem, not you.
I don't think. Yeah, sure. I don't think you're being bad faith, Gambit. Right. I think you are trying to relate to me in the best way that you can. Same thing to you, Lactoid, that you're trying. Right. There are other times I think you're bad faith, Lactoid, but I don't think it's this time. Right. But like we tried our best, but it doesn't seem like we can connect.
Hold on, wait, Prime.
So
hold on, wait, because you asked me right. I'm saying the answer is no when you say right. I would say I engaged in good faith because I tried to answer every question you asked me,
I know
whether or not I thought it was. Hold on. You asked me a question. I'm answering your question.
I didn't answer you. Did I ask
you asked me. No, you did. You said right. You said we've tried to engage in good faith, but we're just not seeing this together, right?
Question when
you literally asked it as a question.
Sorry, my voice went up in intonation. I didn't mean that as a question, so I apologize. That's not a question. It was a statement. I was saying I'm stating,
and I'm disagreeing with your statement.
Okay, great. So you do that. I'm going to rate out to this. Have I rated this person before? I feel like I have. I'll try this one. She's got 22 viewers. Thanks all for being here. Thanks to the people who gave super chats, right? Who actually supported. We do need that support, guys. We do actually need that support. So thank you to the people who tried to support. Thank you to the people who came on and were a part of this discussion. It was very frustrating, but that happens. We have frustrating conversations, but I still love and appreciate every single one of you, right? Especially my friend Gambit, who gets very angry with me sometimes. But I'm going to rate out to this individual. I don't know who she is. I don't think I've rated her before. Her name is Tiffany Joy, spelled weird. So let's be kind to this pink-haired lady. And I'm just kindly waiting for this 10 seconds to be up so I can walk the fuck away from this. And go. Okay.
Wait, Lactoid, real quick. So in the very beginning, a few hours ago.
Oh my.
No, it's gonna be quick with me. I don't really care. What's your issue? What's your issue necessarily with like the rhetoric?
what rhetoric?
The problem with the whole like Muslim.
My issue is Prime
tweet.
said we were all being good faith, but he specifically said I won't answer questions, and I thank y'all for answering all of mine. That's my problem.
Plus, I was asking like about something from like the beginning
You're
of
talking about the Quran burner guy who got
Alwan or whatever. Yeah, what's
murdered.
The issue? Yeah.
Yeah, I feel as though maybe you're being a little bit flippant on Twitter about the fact that he was murdered by Islamic extremists.
Oh, when was I? When you say flippant, what do you mean?
I can find the exact tweets. Hold on.
No, I mean I'm just like no, I mean just like what do you mean? Like, what's the issue with what I'm saying? I think if you play stupid games and you go out of your way to antagonize certain groups of people, and then something happens,
I think that you fully have the right to burn the Quran. And,
you should, yeah,
and
100%.
Even though it's not something I would do,
yeah,
you should have the right to do that, and you should have the right to do so free of physical consequence.
100%.
And if somebody murders you in your house for doing that, you are an innocent party, and they are a detestable villain.
I agree with everything you said.
Okay, great.
Okay, Lecter, can I respond?
Wait. I go real quick. So, like, if I think you should be able to go to gang neighborhoods, right? You should be able to go to like the Bloods neighborhood, wave blue flags everywhere, say fuck the Bloods, say whatever you want and do. I think you should have the ability to do so, and if like you should even have protection. If that, you should be protected to do so. But if you do that, and then a blood member kills you, am I going to sit here and be like, "Oh my God, no! Let's have a day in remembrance for this individual," right? Because that's not what's happening with the individuals that are sharing him, right? What's happening is you do have a bunch of like a group of people that are hella Islamophobic that are pushing this rhetoric that use this person as a token to sit here and push like, well, look at this ex-Muslim who's doing that, kind of like Mossad, son of Hamas, or whatever that guy's name is. Like it's like they're using these people. These people are going out in the streets antagonizing people, and then when you antagonize the wrong person, I'm supposed to feel bad for you?
Yeah, you are.
Why? Why would I feel bad for you?
Because this person did something that was fully within their rights, and they were killed by a maniac.
Yeah. Okay. So like once again, if you go up to
the woman walks in the house, like the woman goes to the house party, she's wearing skimpy ass fucking bikini. She should have known. I'm still gonna feel horrible for her. I'm still gonna fully detach.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna condemn the rapist, and I'm not gonna be blaming her. I'm gonna be focusing on.
And he thinks the situation is
I don't think the clothing invited that action.
I don't think him burning the Quran invited that action.
I think that's literally what the point of
it was a protest. He didn't want to invite somebody to go kill him.
He's standing. It was a troll. Muslims need to be banned from Sweden. They need to leave this and so on. So it's not just a protest. You're in the streets trying to antagonize extremists to prove a point that Islam is a violent religion, and the people that are there are sitting here and disrupting the West. Because right now there's an entire movement in the West, in America and in the UK, that Islam needs to be banned, that Muslims need to be removed, that we're tyrants, that we're so on and so forth. Because there's a concern
that they're violent, right? And so they killed him.
I mean, it's kind of reminiscent of like the Jews coming in and infiltrating your neighborhood right now, right? You can say and be Islamophobic as you want and do all these types of things, and then that's not antagonistic.
If someone was burning the Bible or the Torah or whatever the fuck, and there was like maniac Christians or maniac Jews that came to kill them, I'd be having the exact same opinion. And anybody who made light of that, I would have a problem with.
To be fair,
to be fair,
corporate warfare.
Well, to be fair, like, and this is, Christopher Hitchens has commented on this, Bill Maher has commented on this, which is that you can be particularly offensive towards. I mean, Charlie Hebdo made fun of Jesus how many fucking times and nothing happened. The first time they made fun of and depicted Muhammad, they get their headquarters shut up.
Yeah,
maybe there is something to this whole, like, there seems to be a violence problem with this particular religion.
No, there's violence. There's violence within each religious group. There's violence within each racial group. You can see. I mean, we can sit here and talk about like the white terrorist shootings, like when it comes to
but not on the axis that he's talking about.
Yeah, this is
He's talking about specifically
because
depicted.
Christians are a majority here. It's like it doesn't even need to be necessarily a protected group. For someone to sit here and burn a Bible would not do the same type of would not give like the same like feelings of if like you're sitting in the middle of Sweden burning the Quran with Islamophobia, with people wanting the what's called with the banning of these people.
Are Christians performing disproportionate violence in Muslim countries?
I mean,
where they're minorities? I don't, not that I'm aware of. This guy was burning Qurans. This guy was burning Qurans specifically in protest of an ideology that he disliked. If someone goes up there and burns religious text, or in my opinion, because
the KKK exists for Christian white ideology, does that mean like?
Yes, Klan members should be able to burn crosses and not have to worry about people coming in and killing them.
Do you agree with that?
Wait. Without having to worry with someone else kill you, sure. As if you want to be like legally protected, but once again, like if you're a Klan member and you go to a black neighborhood, and you go around and you burn crosses and you like N-word every person that you walk by, and one person reacts, that isn't indicative of the entire grouping of people. That's indicative of you kind of playing the wrong game and getting the wrong.
But you think they'd be justified?
No, it's not justified, but it's not. But
so what word is it? I knew it wasn't going to be justified. What word is it?
For me to be like fascinated or like sit here and be like in awe or in sorrow of someone who went out of their way to put themselves in a situation where something was going to happen, and it's like you were the antagonist. No, I don't.
But wait, your underwriting principle.
But I'd say the Lord's Resistance Army is an example of a Christian terrorist group, right? In Uganda, the LRA. You guys remember that?
No, but wait, your underlying
from Coney 2012 back in the. Does that still exist?
None of us know that reference. But wait, your underlying principle, Lactoid, is that we shouldn't commit violence against ideological opponents, right? Is that true or is that not true?
That's my broad, and I think Ali agrees with that.
No, I meant my bad. I meant I know you agree with that for sure. I meant sociological.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. What?
Like so me and Lactoid hold this principle extremely high. We shouldn't commit violence against our ideological opponents.
Yeah.
So no matter how much I hate people, no matter how much I scream, no matter how much I might say crazy shit and mean, I would never commit violence against you. Do you share in that principle?
Yes.
So how do you square that with what you're saying about, well, you kind of got it coming because you antagonized them?
I think if you go out of your way to be an antagonist to certain groups, particularly, then when you get the reaction that you're begging for, that's kind of like that's that.
But what if they're not begging? What
for this person?
No, so we had a spirited disagreement earlier over racism or blah blah blah, right? And I really, really felt that way. And someone could say, "Hey, you was antagonizing Prime, so him killing you is just fair." Like we should always say it's never okay to commit violence, no matter what group you belong to.
I never said it was fair.
Well,
justified. Do I end the thing? The person should go to jail. Or
so that's why I don't know what word you would use, but whatever word you would use,
I like it's under. Yeah, I completely understand.
Understandable. Yeah, why would murder, which is the unjust killing, ever be understandable?
Because we live in a real world where I know that people kill other people.
How do you not understand?
Oh, wait a minute. What about that father who killed the person who molested his son? People thought that was understandable, but it was definitely murder. But it was
that's not murder.
I mean, that wasn't based off speech, though. Murder. That was based on him being a molester.
But like, is that understandable?
Yeah, but it was murder. It was understandable murder.
Yeah, hold on.
Sometimes murder is understandable.
If we're talking about
we're talking about somebody that committed violence and somebody that committed. Wait. I'm trying to answer your question,
technically,
Corey.
Hitler's understandable. We can understand all these people. The question
Corey,
is it justifiable?
Corey, I'm trying to answer your question. If somebody commits violence and somebody commits violence back, they've now not entered into the realm of what we're talking about. My question was about somebody doing speech and receiving violence. If you say somebody committed violence against Lactoid and Lactoid in some kind of way or his family committed violence back, That's understandable because the principle of like violence has been broken, right? So yes, that's understandable. But it's never gonna be. You said what?
What if the speech is violent?
Speech can't be violent.
Sure can.
Why? It can
No.
incite violence. Fine, it can incite violence.
Yes,
Yeah.
speech can incite violence, but it can't be violent.
Well,
Okay,
will
but
no one free me of this meddlesome priest? That was speech, right? And then as a result, somebody murdered the priest.
There's
That's a violent speech.
there's specific, like, we gotta be careful about this
what I'm
because like
saying.
there's specific
Well, no one
like
rid me of this
threats.
turbulent priest.
Well,
Sorry,
I
that's the
understand. I
question.
understand. There's like specific threats that you could issue, right? But like this
Yeah.
guy right here, Salwan Momika, he didn't make
No,
any
wait.
threat against any
But that's
particular
not
person.
violent.
He was specifically targeting an
Speech.
ideology, right?
Wait, speech is never
I
violence,
don't think
even
anyone's
though
saying
it
that
can
murder
incite
is
violence.
justified.
So like with the Charlie Hebdo people, right?
Yeah.
Same idea. They're a lot. They should be able to do what they did, and the people who attack them are like
Monsters. Yep.
yeah, whatever.
Vile.
Yeah. But if you're,
creeds.
but once again, so if you're gonna go into like into the public eye, and then like it's like
You're saying it's
you have the idea
unwise
that these
to
people
provoke
are violent, right?
But you're not just
You
saying that on
go
Twitter.
and you're in like you're inviting it. So like once again, like should you be able to go to a gang member and like wave the opposing flag and say whatever you want to them? Yes, sure, but like if you do so, if like some guy goes up and just starts doing that, I'm gonna call him an idiot when he dies. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh my god,
So you
wait,
feel
wait,
so
let me
you feel
respond to
they have
this.
some culpability in their death. That's what you feel. You feel even though they only committed speech, they have culpability in their death.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah,
That's barbaric.
I do think it's like I do think it's a bit wild. Yeah, I think
That's
that
barbaric, bro.
I think that like what this does is it feels very very like victim blaming, and I think what it does is it basically creates culpability the more the other party is unreasonable. So like
Yeah. So
like if I'm dealing with a maniac who's like killing people if they look at him wrong, and then I look at him wrong, you can say, well, you got some culpability. You looked at him wrong.
No.
But the fact that, well, sure, he's a
No.
killer.
No, wait.
Why would I look at people
no,
wrong?
wait.
No.
Hold on.
If there's a suspected killer and they're living at a house, and then you have a group of people that are going out of their way to go to this person's house and kind of like mess.
This guy
with
wasn't
the house.
going to their house. He was burning.
See, I know because I don't. The analogy you gave doesn't work. I'm saying if you're going out and you're seeking out the reactions from people. So when you're a person going to the middle of a town square where there's Muslims that are going to protest your Quran burning.
You're saying Muslims are such vile people.
The extremists, and you're essentially like that. That is what you're doing. You're antagonizing.
No.
Would you say this about any? Would you say?
I'm saying no.
Would you say this about any protest? So, like for example, you would agree that pro-choice protesters are potentially inviting violence from pro-lifers, right?
No, because you're not. And
well, wait.
I don't believe that.
According to the pro-lifers, they're advocating for death.
I feel like we keep giving him examples, and he's going to answer the example, but not the principle.
Well, no. This is a good. I think this example is going to be tough because under this concept of if you go out and you do something that's going to piss people off, don't you invite some level of violence? You could apply this to any protest. You go out and pro-choice protest. You invite violence.
No, I know, but what I'm trying to get him to
protest in favor of Trump, and then somebody shoots you. You're going to have some streamer say that you asked for it too.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to get him to understand is that he shouldn't rely on his own personal position on any issue. That's the part about this that's unreasonable. You're relying on because you keep saying no on this and yes on this and no on this other topic and yes on this other topic. When it comes to speech and violence, you should never refute go back to your personal positions on that topic. If the question is someone committed violence because of speech, the answer is always that should never happen.
said that should
That was
never
a big
happen.
question.
I feel like I've been consistent this
To
whole
me,
time.
there's no culpability. Okay, so
It should
I'm
never
changing words
happen. But
because
is
of how
that the
you're like.
reality? But is that the reality of the world that we live in? Like, it should never happen.
No, it
That, like,
is the reality. You're engendering that it's not, but that doesn't mean that's right.
What does engendering mean? You've said that a bunch. I really don't know what that means.
Queer theory. Don't listen to it.
So that
It has nothing to do with. It has nothing to do with queer people. It's just like you're making this your argument. You're creating this as the standard, but that doesn't mean it is.
What am I making my argument? Just so we're clear. What do you think my argument is?
Your argument is that there are certain situations where you can become culpable for the ideas of a maniac.
Certain situation, culpable maniac. Okay.
Yes, you're saying that I believe that Islamic people are such murderous, unreasonable, barbaric people that they can kill you because they disagree with you ideologically, and that's like abhorrent.
Where did I say that they can kill you?
You're saying that you have culpa. So understand that. Hold on. Understand.
I'm not saying
Wait. Understand that when I say they can kill you or any of these things, what I'm saying is you believe the person who died has culpability. I don't want to play a word game. Always understand that that's what I'm saying. You believe the person who died has culpability.
Okay, so like, it's not justified. I'm going to use the game.
No, you believe that the person has culpability.
I feel like it's not justified if I go up to a gang.
He's not saying they're culpable. He's saying they're.
No, he said that earlier.
He's saying they're irresponsible.
I might have misspoke or agreed to something. I'm like maybe didn't get the full what's it called, but like this is like kind of the grips of what I'm saying. Is like if you go out of your way to X group and antagonize X group,
then
right?
You're being reckless.
And you're inciting a reaction. You want a reaction out of these people. Otherwise, you would not it wouldn't be antagonistic. If group reacts to your...
No, that's not true. I could be a maniac and take it as antagonistic, even if you aren't meaning to inflame me.
I know. Okay, well, like once again, so like if I go up to a group of black people and I just start N-wording, right? And then like on the seventh one, he socks me in the face. It's that is that not...
He's wrong.
He's wrong. But that's a reasonable expectation. I'm sorry. Like it isn't that in a real world. That is a reasonable expectation.
You're right. Yes. That's but here there's like a difference here between like moral culpability and reasonable expectations. And the only problem I have with your tweets is that it appears I'm not going to read them, but it does appear that like there's a little bit of like mocking maybe going on and a little bit of like, well, you should
of the people who are sharing, 100%. Because what's happening is they're using this person because the only reason they agree with him or use him is because he was Islamophobic and he was going on and cheering. They then take this person, they take this person, they martyr him, they memorialize him, and they then want more people to go in the streets and do that. When the person dies. Right? When the person dies, no one comes to him. No one comes to his aid. Yeah, I'm going 100% because they're mocking him. They're using the token, and then when the token's gone, they just throw it in the street. That's exactly what happened.
I'm not talking about those. So that's a you can criticize them. That's fine if you think that they're using this for some kind of like ill-intentioned like gain. But like for example, like this right here is specifically what I'm referring to. Quran burners. This is in response to literally the news report of a Quran burner being stabbed by a bystander. Quran burners and Islamophobes get so surprised when someone reacts to their antagonization. Stop playing dumb games if you don't want the prizes. Again, to me, it's like, could you not say this about any political protest?
No.
In fact, by the way, could I not be antagonized by seeing a pro-Muslim protest if I'm super against Islam?
What's the protest look like?
It's like a bunch of Muslims walking.
Are we burning the flag of America? Are we waving on terrorist flags?
They're holding up a Quran. They're holding up a Quran, which offends me deeply.
No, see, that's not you turning anything that offends you deeply. But when you're holding a Quran and you're burning it, that is specifically antagonistic. Like there's actions behind.
I think somebody holding a Quran is antagonistic.
Can I tell you why it's different? Because you wouldn't expect to have that level of reaction from the group that you're talking about. Now, to some degree, this is sort of a critique of of the Muslim community, because you're saying that it's reasonable to expect that kind of violence from them because of the way they've behaved in the past, right? But it's nevertheless true that you would far more expect it from that group than from other groups. And one of the reasons is why we live in a pluralistic society in the United States where most people are, it's ingrained into us to tolerate like opinions that disagree with our own. And in the Muslim world, they don't have that tradition of secularism built into most of their countries.
I get that, but it seems to me like,
and maybe in 100 years, 200 years, it'll be that way there too. But it's not yet.
Michael, would it be wise?
Would it be wise? I'm not saying it's wise or
for,
not. It wouldn't be wise to do any of this. There's a reason why I wouldn't burn the Quran, because I don't want to be killed. There's a reason why I'm not going to draw Muhammad. And by the way, I'll burn the Bible.
There's a reason you don't wear red and go to a Crip meeting. Like
yes, exactly, because these people are fucking violent. Crips are violent. Bloods are violent. That's why.
Not all of them.
Because I'm afraid.
Not all of them. Not all of them.
If we're talking about Bloods and Crips, the vast majority.
Not all of them. There are some violent.
One example is a really good one. Like you can't expect to get violent.
There are shooters and non-shooters around.
There
are bureaucratic Crips.
Even among the non-shooters.
Chris Brown's a blood.
I know gang members, even among the non-shooters. If you like disrespect their gang, violence is likely to occur. Maybe not. You might not get shot every time, but you might get hit. You might get shoved to the ground.
And this guy, and this guy went for months. I don't know how long he did this for. And many people do this for a while. They go and they burn the Quran, and nothing happens to them until the one time it does. So it's not indicative of the grouping of people. It's indicative of an individual, right, that took it upon themselves to do a nefarious act. And that's kind of like my point.
People are motivated by ideologies, and I think that what this and what this person was doing by burning the Quran was specifically protesting.
I mean, look how long it took for them to get Salman Rushdie, right? They waited a long time.
You're talking no antagonization.
And how many times have they tried to get him before they finally got him? Like,
I don't know.
Yeah, a lot. Salman Rushdie was like, he was hiding from these people because he dared challenge their ideology.
Well, I will say here's the difference.
I just want to point out this one thing. Like, when you see a trend here of criticizing this ideology and getting attacked and fearing for your life, right? Like this.
It's not criticism. You can criticize.
There is a difference. I will say
it's antagonization. No, it's antagonization specifically.
There's no difference.
I've got to say that.
No, there is
a difference between that guy and Salman Rushdie.
That's why they're two different words.
They're two different words, but in this case, they're being used synonymously.
I'm saying you can't.
I'm saying you can. You can criticize. Like, if I say this is a shitty religion, is that a criticism? It's also antagonism.
I think there's a difference between, once again, in France, like famously known for being Islamophobic, when Charlie Hebdo drew their picture, they knew exactly what's happening. Just like in Texas, when they held the same Draw Muhammad contest and the Islamists came and then they got shot right in front. I didn't sit here and go, oh my God, you guys baited them. Oh my, how could you do that? I was like, yeah, that's fucking, they're idiots for showing up to that. This is Texas. So wait. Should I feel the same? The Islamists were baited into getting shot at Texas. Should I have the same remorse?
Yes, you should have remorse.
I should have remorse for the Islamists that came to kill the Texans.
Wait, remorse for the Islamists who came to kill the Texans?
Yeah, they got killed. You know, they didn't succeed in their act.
They were trying to kill. They were coming to try to kill.
They got baited. They got baited.
They were coming to try to kill somebody. What are you talking about?
They got baited into doing it.
Because they have this fucking psychological
Americans
disorder
took it upon themselves to
they have this desire
vigilantes.
They have this desire to kill somebody who disrespects their ideology. I
mean, they're crazy. They're crazy people, and they got baited. They have mental disorders or whatever the fuck it is.
So,
right?
So this is what I was trying to attack earlier. There's gonna be
should have been killed.
No, wait. I don't. So I don't know that situation, but there's gonna be an endless amount of very contentious topics, whether it's the trans topic or anything, right? What Lactard and I are trying to get you to agree to, or at least understand, is no matter how contentious a topic is, violence is always not the. Let me think of what you said earlier.
never the answer.
No, it's not never the answer because you're gonna. It's not just never the answer because you're gonna just easily say, "Yeah, I'm not saying it's the answer." It's
condemnable.
never, huh?
It's condemnable. I don't know what the words. I'm not. Once again, I'm giving no justification. It's just that you're kind of like once
No,
again, you're putting no
you're
onus on the person
giving.
that's in the
No. You're giving something. I just can't remember the words that you said. But you're giving some. You're giving an excuse, but that's not the word that I want to use because I feel like what you're giving is much worse. But so if I decide, like, you got to understand that there's a personal choice in this, and this is why we can't stand for this. Just like you're saying that there are radical Islamists that are barbaric, I could decide that if you're against the type of sexual education that I believe in, that you should be killed. Just like Muslims have decided that if you draw my God, I can kill you. There's no difference in me deciding that the issue is trans or sexual education or Republican or Democrat, just like them deciding their religious beliefs, you shouldn't be able to draw their God. There is no difference. And when you make room that one person can decide to commit. No, you did.
I'm not making any room. I'm saying crazy people exist. People will 100% react to the antagonism that you're giving. We don't live in a world where you're absent of these extremes like that exist. So when you're going out of your way to antagonize said group and the extreme reacts,
but
that reaction is expected.
No. You don't understand how many layers are in what you're saying. You're saying somebody is going out of their way to antagonize. That doesn't have to be true.
All right, guys, I do have to go to bed.
No worries.
I just want to say this. Like, I think there's a delineation I'm trying to make in the sense of moral culpability. I think that the victims of crimes have no moral culpability as long as they're engaging in what they have a right to do. In this case, denounce, criticize, disrespect whatever ideology that the other person has or whatever the fuck. In terms of like risk assessment, like if, for example, if I'm riding my motorcycle and I crash and I get really hurt, I'm not like morally bad. I'm not.
That would never happen.
Sure, I'm not like morally culpable. I'm not bad for doing that. But like this is a risk that like I should evaluate. Sure. And I would say the same thing when it comes to criticizing the Crips, criticizing the Bloods, burning a Quran, traveling to Syria.
Risk analysis.
There's all sorts of things that you can do to like avoid risks. And there's generally things that I think are very risky that you should avoid doing because it's good for your health. That being said, like if you do something that happens to be risky, that you have no moral culpability, and somebody else has all the moral culpability, I just really think that the onus is on us to condemn entirely the party that has engaged in the morally unscrupulous action, because because otherwise what happens is like we begin to reward bad behavior. Oh, you should have known. You should have known.
But I think it's also our responsibility to prevent the people from engaging in risky behavior. Especially if we know what the risky behavior can lead to.
We can warn them. You're right. We can warn them. Like for example, if there's a guy,
I'm doing so in a comedic way.
Sure, if there's a guy who's like a history of raping women, I'm going to warn women to stay away from him.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to say to a woman let's say gets raped by this guy, well, what did you expect? He's a rapist. This is exactly what people are doing with the Destiny thing. They're saying, well, what did you expect? He's Destiny. He's going to share. And that's
specifically what Sociologic did in this conversation.
Lactoid, before you go, I think the difference is between, actually, there's two things. One is I want you to tell me what you think about my new background, okay?
I love it.
But also, I think there's a difference between doing something for no gain and for no real service to society, and doing something that actually is critically does serve society. And I would argue that Salman Rushdie was criticizing Islam in a way that was that I think served society. Like he was trying to better the world with the story that he was telling, and in the literature, and also the culture in which he grew up. Whereas the other guy, I think, was just trolling people just to troll.
No, but no, wait.
For that.
But anyone who is giving ideological disagreements, whether it's trolling, is really immaterial, right? They're trying to say we should live in a world where free speech is.
All right, guys. Super late stream today. Thank you guys so much for sticking with me and tuning in. Really appreciate you guys. Thank you for the bits and subs, Feder, and then also Kiergan. Really appreciate that. Thank you guys. I have a show with Rob Noor on Wednesday, so tune in for that. But otherwise, I hope you guys have a great night. And we'll go ahead and raid on out into Rob. How's that? And it is definitely my bedtime. I am going to be a wreck at work tomorrow.